Chapter 418, Clean Break. Faint red, glowing dots began circulating around the blade of the silvery gray sword, the dots closely resembling the twinkling stars in the night sky upon colliding with the sword images. A bang resounded. Strong winds then blew outwards into the surroundings, sweeping the leaves scattered across the ground into the air. The battle monkey warchief's dance of blades suddenly vanished. The monkey war chief was forced back by 4 steps, and a hint of fear suddenly appeared on its sneering face. The man who was at the brink of collapse a second before suddenly possessed strength that could make others tremble in the next second. Even Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, who were observing the fight from a short distance away, were stupefied. Guild leader's strength is amazing. Flying Shadow, exclaimed Sherfong, had actually managed to force a Berserk level 25 chieftain to retreat. Even Berserkers, who were known for their strength, were far from capable of such a feat if this strength were used against players. Even if Sherfong did not use any skills, he could still finish them off with a single attack. It isn't just his strength. Even his speed has received a huge increase. Before, I could still manage to see the after images of his attacks. Now, I can't even see his sword images. I can only barely see his hand swinging his sword, Fire Dance said. Shocked, an ordinary burst skill would increase its user's strength and speed by 50% at most. On the other hand, the burst skill Sherfong used was simply too frightening according to Fire Dance's initial judgment. Sherfang's basic attributes had, at the very least, doubled. Such an increase would improve his combat power several-fold. Looking at the battle monkey war chief, Sherfong slowly raised the corners of his lips as he said softly, "Let's start the second round then." The buff Sherfong received after activating Blade Liberation had far exceeded his expectations. Not only had his strength increased by 100%, but his agility had also increased by 150%. Sherfong could overwhelm the battle monkey war chief even in a direct confrontation. Now, G. The monkey war chief screeched and bared its fangs at Sherfong. Instead of acting wildly like before, it calmed down and carefully observed Sherfang's every action. It even tightly gripped its war saber and took a fighting stance. "It seems that you're finally getting serious." Sherfong smiled faintly as he, too, shifted to a fighting stance. Prepare to receive the monkey warchief's next move. The monkey war chief possessed very high intelligence, and it was no worse than ordinary NPCs. Hence, it was capable of using skills based on the situation currently. Sherfong possessed strength that surpassed the battle monkey warchiefs. Naturally, the monkey war chief knew not to try to suppress Sherfong, using its strength in God's domain. Chieftain-ranked monsters were not only stronger than other monsters in terms of attributes and techniques, but they also possessed unique traits. It was precisely these unique traits that made it very difficult for players to solo chieftains. There was a large variety of these unique traits. Some monsters possessed extraordinary destruction skills. Some possessed skills that enhanced their own bodies. Some possessed very long-range attack-type skills. And so on, as far as Sherfong could recall, the battle monkey war chief possessed an ultimate move called Clean Break. Clean Break was a skill with godlike speed. When activated, the monkey war chief would swing its saber with a speed that could not be tracked by the naked eye, instantly killing its opponent. In the past, many Tier 1 experts had died from this single move. Even a level 30 Tier 1 shield warrior expert could not withstand it. As for Tier 1 assassins, a class known for its speed, they would be killed before they could even use block with their weapons. Even now, when Sherfong possessed speed superior to the monkey warchiefs, he still dared not take the risk and had directly activated defensive blade. Why did guild leader go on the defensive? He clearly possesses strength and speed superior to the monkey warchiefs. He should be able to kill it with ease. Flying Shadow said, surprised, standing beside him. Fire Dance was silent. She had challenged a chieftain before, so she knew how powerful a monster of that rank was. She, too, could sense that the battle monkey war chief was about to display its true power, which was why she silently focused her attention on Sherfong. She wanted to see just how Sherfong was going to deal with this situation. However, something surprising happened. Although Sherfong had readied his stance and taken defensive measures, he did not wait for the monkey warchief's attack to look for an opening to exploit. Instead, he took the initiative to attack first. Earth Splitter. A blade of light emerged from the fractured earth, slashing at the battle monkey war chief just as the mighty blade of light was about to hit the monkey war chief. The blade of light suddenly shattered, as if something struck it. Meanwhile, by the time everyone noticed, the monkey war chief's posture had changed. Its body had also moved 2 steps backward. It was obvious that the monkey war chief was the one that shattered the blade of light. However, Shifeng's strength was simply too overwhelming. As a result, the recoil had forced the monkey war chief to retreat by 2 steps so fast. Flying Shadow said in disbelief. His eyes wide open. Flying Shadow had not even seen the monkey war chief draw its saber. This showed that the monkey war chief was even faster than Shifeng 6 yards. Shifeng roughly gauged the battle monkey war chief's attack range from its previous attack. Clean break did not affect the monkey war chief's movement speed. It only gave the monster a frightening drawing speed. However, its saber was only so long, so its attack range was very limited based on Shifeng's estimates. The monkey war chief's attack range should be 6 yards. The area within these 6 yards was the monkey war chief's absolute domain after identifying its attack range. As long as Shifeng avoided moving too close, he would be absolutely safe. Shifeng then brandished his sword dozens of times in quick succession. As Defensive Blade increased his attack range, Shifeng could always maintain a distance of around 10 yards every time he attacked. Meanwhile, the battle monkey war chief also rushed to Shifeng while defending against his attacks, trying to get within 6 yards of him. Unfortunately, the monkey war chief's strength was inferior to Shifeng's. Every time it defended against Shifeng's attack, it would be forced to take a few steps back. Moreover, Shifeng's speed was originally faster than the monkey war chief's, making it even more impossible for the monkey war chief to close the distance. However, Shifeng's attacks were also unable to cause any damage to the monkey war chief. They were all blocked by Clean Break. Furthermore, the battle monkey war chief's HP was continuously increasing due to its battle recovery. Sure enough, Clean Break is indeed powerful. However, what do you think about this move? Smiling faintly, Shifeng activated 9 dragons. Suddenly, 12 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade appeared around Shifeng. Simultaneously, all 12 phantoms stabbed at the monkey war chief. The moment the 12 phantoms entered the monkey war chief's attack range, it was as if they had stabbed into a protective barrier. The phantoms were instantly sent flying backward, unable to hit the monkey war chief at all. However, Shifeng was far from done with his assault. In the next moment, scorching hot flames emerged around the Abyssal Blade and the Purgatory Shadow. This was the effect of Shifeng's Sure Kill skill, the level 9 Flame Burst. It concentrated the power of flames to a single point for 12 attacks. Suddenly, Shifeng charged at the battle monkey war chief. Once more, just as Shifeng was about to enter the attack range of Clean Break, he suddenly vanished. Although the monkey war chief was on high alert, it still could not detect Shifeng's existence at all. Moreover, it also needed to face the simultaneous attacks of the 12 phantoms. It had no energy to spare for locating Shifeng. When Shifeng appeared again, he was already standing directly in front of the battle monkey war chief. The Abyssal Blade was also only a short distance away from hitting the monkey war chief. Yet the monkey war chief still managed to block the magic weapon with its godlike skill. Clean Break, what kind of attack speed is that? Fire Dance had been wholeheartedly focused on the battle now. However, she too was stupefied. In her view, Shifeng's sword simply could not be blocked at such a short distance. Yet the monkey war chief had managed to do exactly that. How was Shifeng supposed to kill it? However, despite having succeeded in blocking Shifeng's attack, the battle monkey war chief had an extraordinarily grim expression on its face. In the next moment, the Abyssal Blade cleaved the war saber in its path, like a hot knife through butter. Immediately after, the Purgatory Shadow slashed the monkey war chief's body with 0 resistance, following which, sword after sword landed on the battle monkey war chief's body. A series of 11 attacks struck the monkey war chief. Each attack dealt close to minus 10,000 damage. Some even achieved a critical hit, dealing close to minus 20,000 damage. The total damage caused by the 11 slashes completely surpassed the battle monkey war chief's 140,000 HP. A battle monkey war chief was as dead as a doornail. It's my win. Shifeng looked at the dead battle monkey war chief, smiling faintly at this moment. He was mentally exhausted. He sat down involuntarily, his body unable to even stand properly, following which the sound of an emergency notification from the system rang out by his ears. Chapter 419, Mysterious Guests. Guild Leader Fire Dance activated wind steps and rushed over to the fallen Shifeng. Flying Shadow, on the other hand, was completely stunned by what he had seen. He was still in a complete daze. Guild Leader, what's wrong? Fire Dance asked, panicking as she looked at Shifeng's pale complexion. Ultimately, God's Domain was only a game. Even if a player entered a weakened state, only their attributes would decrease. The debuff definitely would not weaken a player's mental state. It's nothing. I'm just tired. That's all, Shifeng muttered a reply. I'm going to enter system sleep mode to rest for now. You two take care of the loot and meet back up with Aqua. Remember, continue to grind in the gorge and do not go anywhere else. The Battle Monkey Commander was not an ordinary chieftain. It was a chieftain found inside the White Fog Canyon, far different than other chieftains. Without void steps, even if Fire Dance and the others joined hands to fight it, they would inevitably have to flee. If Shifeng had not used void steps during his battle, defeat would have been his only outcome. Shifeng's mental capacity had long since reached its limit. Now that he had used void steps again, he had exceeded that limit. Nothing good would come from a player exceeding their own mental limit. Hence, the main god system would automatically send an official warning, suggesting the player to enter sleep mode. Players could recover their mental capacity while in sleep mode. In reality, it was exactly the same as sleeping. Only, while resting in sleep mode, players could recover more thoroughly. After instructing Fire Dance, Shifeng entered sleep mode and logged out of the game to rest. Sister Fire Dance, what happened? Flying Dance asked curiously when he saw Shifeng log off. As soon as he arrived, Guild Leader is exhausted and has logged off to rest. Let's tidy up the drops here and return to the gorge, Fire Dance said. Sighing relief, logged off to rest? Flying Dance was surprised, his mind riddled with questions. This was the first time he had heard a player needing to log off to rest due to a battle. Flying Shadow had once tried to grind continuously for over 10 hours. Although he was tired after his endeavor, he was fine after he ate some food and went to the hotel to rest. Now, Shifeng actually needed to log off and rest. However, after giving it some thought, Flying Shadow found nothing strange about this situation. After all, despite the Battle Monkey War Chief being such a powerful monster, Shifeng had soloed it with that mystifying move. It was unbelievable. Hence, it was not at all strange that it would take such a toll on his guild leader. On the contrary, it was perfectly reasonable. It would be awesome if I could learn that move. Flying Dance was still fascinated when he thought back to Shifeng's battle. But I think it will be very difficult to convince Guild Leader to teach me such a powerful move. No, I cannot give up. As long as I contribute more to Zero Wing, Guild Leader might agree to teach me if I ask. Flying Shadow's loyalty towards Zero Wing soared once more. He inwardly vowed to contribute his all to Zero Wing. After swiftly collecting the loot of the Battle Monkey War Chief, Fire Dance noticed Flying Shadow's dazed expression. At this sight, she could not help but chuckle, saying, Flying Shadow, stop daydreaming. We're going back to the gorge. Fire Dance could, more or less, understand Flying Shadow's thoughts. Say, a player soloing a Berserk level 25 chieftain in God's Domain was undeniably a miracle. Furthermore, the mysterious technique Shifeng had used shattered the common ideas everyone had of battles in God's Domain. Hence, how could she blame him for being mystified? Compared to Flying Shadow, Fire Dance had a far more profound experience of the battle. She was connecting to the game using a virtual gaming cabin, so she could see and feel the formidableness of void steps. Clearly, the benefits she obtained from watching this battle had exceeded what she had gained for watching over 100 battles of other experts. Flying Shadow followed hurriedly after he recovered his wits. After Shifeng logged off, the members of Zero Wing took up residence in the gorge. They did not go anywhere else, luring and killing monsters in the gorge. The monsters in White Fog Canyon were numerous. Moreover, their loot was similarly bountiful. With a strategic location like the Gorge, Zero Wings players had nothing to worry about. Even if they faced an army of battle monkeys, their leveling speed here was several times faster than grinding elsewhere. Moreover, they also obtained plenty of equipment and various materials. However, while Zero Wing peacefully leveled, White River City had exploded with commotion. After the discovery of a great lord in the White Fog Canyon, everyone eagerly awaited news of the various guilds raiding it successfully. However, the results were completely unexpected despite having sent so many level 20 and above elite players. Before the various guilds found the Great Lord, they had lost over half of their players. Suddenly, everyone's view of the White Fog Canyon had changed. Many players who had originally intended to rush towards the canyon to grind and level up dismissed their plans at this revelation. However, although many had given up on the White Fog Canyon, it did not prevent them from discussing it. Although most of the guilds in White River City had given up on the White Fog Canyon, Overwhelming Smile, Emperor's Light, Assassin's Alliance, Ouroboros, and Zero Wing, the top 5 guilds of White River City, still pushed forward in the White Fog Canyon. Even now, everyone had their guesses on which of these 5 guilds would be the first to kill the Great Lord at this moment. The teleportation array inside White River City's teleportation hull started to flash, and 6 figures suddenly appeared. The instant these 6 appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of the players in White River City. These 6 people possessed stunning levels. Each one of them was at least level 25. Among them, one had even reached level 26. This player had actually surpassed White River City's highest level player, Blackie. However, this was not the most shocking aspect. The equipment they wore was what truly left others in a daze. The equipment these players wore gave off the glow effect that only a fine gold equipment possessed. They also had a few pieces of dark gold equipment in the mix. The level 26 Guardian Knight leading this party wore 5 pieces of dark gold equipment. Meanwhile, the quality of the bone shield on his back was indiscernible. Shockingly, this Guardian Knight possessed over 5,600 HP, an amount that not even the chief MTs of first-rate guilds had reached yet. None of these players wore a guild emblem on their chests. Clearly, they were independent players. It was astonishing that independent players had acquired such equipment, boss. The people here are weird. Why are they all staring at us? It's giving me goosebumps. The country bumpkins here are just envious after seeing our equipment. This place isn't that bad after all. The average players here are around level 18 or 19. It's just slightly lower than ours. All right, enough. We're here on official business. First, ask around for information on that one-hit Azura. Having their objective, the party of 6 exited the teleportation hall on the street. Any players who encountered this party of 6 would unconsciously move aside and look away in fear. Unexpectedly, Shifeng had slept for more than a day inside the virtual gaming cabin. What's going on? Why did I sleep for so long? Shifeng was stunned when he exited the gaming cabin and saw the time. Shifeng had several years of experience using the virtual gaming cabin, and this was not his first time exceeding his limit. In the past, he had only slept around half a dozen hours or so. Now, he had actually slept over 30 hours. This was the first time Shifeng had encountered such a situation. Even a nutrient solution that's supposed to last me half a month has bottomed out already. Before Shifeng could make sense of the situation, he suddenly heard the virtual gaming cabin launch a warning, notifying him that the cabin's supply of nutrient solution was quickly running out. Chapter 420, Conditions for Cooperation. Although Shifeng wasn't sure what had happened, he felt better than ever after leaving the virtual gaming cabin. Even his body felt relaxed. Shifeng exercised lightly, throwing a few dozen punches at the empty air in front of him. Every time he punched, he could faintly feel his fists piercing the air. My body has become a lot more flexible. Even the speed of my punches has improved significantly. It seems that the best way to train is with moderation. Shifeng could immediately tell his body's current condition after his workout previously. Shifeng had trained relentlessly, constantly maintaining physical tension. Over time, he would become exhausted. Even when he drank nutrient fluids, the effect was limited and would never fully relieve his exhaustion. After over 30 hours of rest, he was completely relaxed. As a result, he could now display his true power. Although his physique had not improved, He was now more flexible than before. This was something that Feng had always wanted after sleeping for so long. I wonder if anything has happened in the White Fog Canyon. Hopefully, Aqua doesn't risk the team and delve further into the canyon. After Feng's brief moment of joy, his mind suddenly drifted to the dangers in the White Fog Canyon, and he began to worry. The White Fog Canyon consisted of two regions, the outer and inner region. The battle monkeys in the outer region were tolerable, and there were only a few traps and forbidden areas. However, after entering the inner region, not only were all the monsters their level 25 and above, but the majority of the monsters were also special elites. The danger in the inner region was many times higher than the canyon's edges, with only Zero Wing's 500 members. Even if they had a few dozen Tier 1 players in their midst, they would suffer terrible losses should they venture into the inner canyon. Most of Zero Wing's experts were on the team of 500. If they died, Zero Wing would suffer for it. Worrying about the possibilities, Feng hurriedly ordered takeout. At the same time, he also contacted the game store and purchased a large batch of nutrient solutions. He had nearly depleted the nutrient solution in his cabin, and although he could use the gaming cabin without it, the nutrient solution was meant to counter certain situations. If he did not replenish the solution, should he exceed his mental limit again, his body would not recover to its peak condition like it had this time. After a short rest, Feng was ready to enter God's domain once more. Suddenly, however, his quantum watch rang. Looking at the caller ID, Feng discovered that it was Manager Xiao of Big Dipper Training Center. Why is he contacting me all of a sudden? Feng recalled that, regarding the matter of cooperation with Big Dipper, Manager Xiao said he needed to discuss things further with his superiors before making a decision. In the end, for days had passed since they spoke, Manager Xiao had not contacted him. Assuming that negotiations had failed, Feng gave up on the notion of cooperating with Big Dipper. Beyond that, Feng had been busy with his legacy trial, so he had forgotten about the matter entirely. Only after seeing the caller ID did Feng recall it originally. Feng had already prepared to start his own training center. In any case, he had 30 million credits from Gentle Snow, so he had the funds to start one on his own. After a moment, he answered the call. However, upon seeing Manager Xiao's appearance, he had to ask, "Manager Xiao, what's wrong with you?" In the image displayed by his quantum watch, Manager Xiao looked exhausted. It looked as if the man had not slept for days. There were even dark circles beneath his eyes. Manager Xiao was a martial artist, so his physique was far from that of an ordinary person's. He also had the benefit of the nutrient fluids. Even if Manager Xiao had stayed up for a few nights, he shouldn't look this miserable. Ha ha ha. It's nothing. It's nothing. Manager Xiao laughed. Master Feng, regarding our previous discussion, I've reported the situation to my elder brother. My elder brother held a director's meeting specifically for this purpose. In short, we agree to your conditions. However, we have a condition of our own. A condition? Feng chuckled before continuing. What condition? Although Feng was physically only 22 years old, he was mentally over 30. He had experienced many negotiations before, so he could instantly tell that Manager Xiao was hiding something. Currently, God's domain's popularity had exploded. An increasing number of people had become addicted to the battles in God's domain, and many had lost interest in the fights in real life. Naturally, this would affect locations such as training centers and dojos based on Manager Xiao's appearance. Feng was sure of it. Big Dipper Training Center's business was declining rapidly, so much so that it had caused even those in power in Big Dipper to tremble. Hence, they needed someone that could revitalize Big Dipper. Although fighting competitions were becoming less popular, there was still a market for them. Only, other than possessing first-class facilities, Big Dipper had nothing else to offer. Compared to the dojo commanded by Jinhai City's champion fighter, Chenwu, Big Dipper Training Center was significantly inferior. If they had a martial arts master to lead the training center, helping them forge a name for themselves and acting as a combat instructor, they could save themselves from their current decline. After all, the combat techniques displayed in God's domain were mostly evolutions of the combat techniques found in real life. We require Master Feng to compete against a well-known fighter. As long as Master Feng wins, we have no issues agreeing with all of the conditions you have previously stated, Manager Xiao explained. May I know your thoughts on this? Even a fool could tell that the big shots of Big Dipper wished to test Shurfeng's strength and at the same time increase Big Dipper's reputation. Meanwhile, to garner fame for the training center, Shurfeng's intended opponent would certainly be powerful fine, but I have another condition. Shurfeng answered Master Shurfeng. Please don't hold back. Manager Xiao said excitedly upon hearing Shurfeng's reply, if I win, I want 5 virtual gaming cabins and 15 S-rank nutrient fluids. Shurfeng coveted the S-rank nutrient fluids. It was something that he could not buy even if he had the money. The virtual gaming cabins were similarly in high demand. Currently, Zero Wing's workshop was still in its development phase. If he wanted to improve the workshop quickly, he needed a large number of experts. However, ordinary experts of God's domain would not do. He needed top-tier experts with the virtual gaming helmet's 90% sync rate. It was simply impossible to nurture a top-tier expert, however. Until this day, Zero Wing only had a measly 5 virtual gaming cabins. Ignoring the ones dedicated to himself, Fire Dance, and Blackie, there were only 2 cabins available for the other core members of the workshop if he could obtain another 5 virtual gaming cabins. Although not every core member could have their personal cabin, rotating use should suffice this. Manager Xiao felt cornered upon hearing Shurfeng's request 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. With Big Dipper's connections, they could barely obtain so many. As for the 5 virtual gaming cabins, there were no problems on that end, either. However, these items together were worth around 30 million credits. Even to a successful corporation like Big Dipper, this was not a small sum of money normally. They could have afforded to agree to Shurfeng's request. Now, however, Big Dipper's business was not doing too well. No good. Shurfeng frowned slightly as he said, If you can't do it, I can only look elsewhere. His demands were not particularly extravagant. After all, as long as he won the match, Big Dipper would double their profits. Moreover, 30 million credits was spare change to Big Dipper. If they were unwilling to pay such a small price, Shurfeng might as well start his own training center. Chapter 421, Did You Transmigrate? Live combat was not without danger. It was especially true in a fight between experts. Injuries were commonplace. Although the current medical facilities were top-notch, capable of healing a large majority of injuries very quickly, there were still some injuries that one could not fully recover from. Not even S-rank nutrient fluid could cure them. Moreover, martial arts masters were extremely rare. Finding one was like finding a needle in a haystack. Hence, it was incredibly costly to invite martial arts masters to face each other in the ring. Even a martial arts master who had recently become famous would charge an appearance fee of over 100 million credits. This was in the case of an exhibition match, let alone an official match. Moreover, martial arts masters normally fought using internal force. Internal force possessed great power. Even if an attack containing internal force did not strike a vital point, it could still cause significant damage to the opponent. Regardless of whether they would win or lose, martial arts masters would not agree to fight one another if they are without sufficient potential gain. Shurfeng's grasp of internal force had already reached the standard of a martial arts master. Although he was not famous in any way, he would not undervalue himself. His price of 30 million credits was quite reasonable. Shurfeng wouldn't have even considered the competition if it were not for his new flexibility. After all, injuries were no laughing matter. The higher-ups of Big Dipper must be dreaming if they thought they could get him to fight for free. This was why battles in God's domain were gradually replacing fighting competitions in the real world, becoming increasingly popular among the public masses. Not only were the battles in God's domain safe, but players also had no scruples when they fought each other. Furthermore, players in God's domain possessed physiques that far surpassed their bodies in the real world. They could easily perform actions and combat techniques that were impossible in the real world. Take void steps, for example. This footwork had already far surpassed what ordinary humans could accomplish. It was simply impossible to perform in the real world. However, it was possible in God's domain. A fight between ordinary humans just couldn't compare to a fight between superhumans if it were only a battle inside God's domain. Shurfeng might have agreed without an appearance fee. Manager Xiao frowned in the video, hesitation appearing in his eyes. Suddenly, However, a disembodied voice addressed, "Sure, phone Mr. Sure Phone. I agree to your demands. If you win, we will deliver 5 virtual gaming cabins and 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids to your doorstep." Elder brother. The other voice from the call was Xiaoyan's elder brother, Xiao Yu, the true wielder of the power of Big Dipper. Xiao Yu then took over the call and spoke with Sure Phone directly, although Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan had very similar appearances. After being the chairman of Big Dipper for so long, Xiao Yu projected an aura of natural dignity and power with both his voice and demeanor. This aura made one unconsciously bow with respect before Xiao Yu, however. This aura of authority was useless against Sure Phone. He was not uncomfortable around this aura in the slightest. When is the battle? We still need to prepare for this, so the fight should be in roughly 4 days. As for the exact time, we will contact Mr. Sure Phone with the details in the future. All right. After Sure Phone and Xiao Yu set their appointment, the video call disconnected elder brother. Big Dipper has already spent a huge sum of money on nurturing the student fighters. If we spend another 30 million, it will have a massive impact on Big Dipper's future plans. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Yu skeptically. The premise of paying for those items is that Sure Phone can win. Before the battle has even begun, you are already so confident of his victory. It seems that this Sure Phone is not a simple man. Xiao Yu glanced at Xiao Yan. He then shifted his gaze as he examined the test record on his table, smiling. The data on the test record was precisely what Sure Phone had left behind at Big Dipper. Such a young man is actually capable of using internal force and achieving a punching power 576 kilograms. Although he cannot compare to those other martial arts masters, he is still impressive. This appearance fee is not expensive at all. If we deepen our relationship now, it will benefit future cooperation. I understand. Xiao Yan helplessly nodded. Back in his apartment, Sure Phone logged into God's domain. What is going on here? Sure Phone could not help his surprise when he saw the scene before him. As far as the eye could see, corpses of players and battle monkeys littered the ground. Some of these players were guild players and others were independent. Overall, there were over 300 player corpses. Furthermore, there were even more players currently engaged in combat, with 5 to 6 players dealing with a single crimson-eyed battle monkey. The players fighting were all level 20 and above, and they all possessed significant strength. Many parties here were far more powerful than the elite parties of guilds originally. The White Fog Canyon had been a forbidden area for players. Now, however, it had become infested. Sure Phone was confused. He had only logged out of God's domain for slightly more than a day, yet he was already so unfamiliar with the White Fog Canyon. Brother, are you alone? Seeing as you're a level 22, you should have some decent skill. Why don't you join our party? If equipment drops, we'll split it equally. How about it? Before Sure Phone could digest the information before him, a party of 6 approached him. Leading the party was a red-haired beauty geared with light blue scale armor. The woman had a forthright appearance, and the body-fitting scale armor fully displayed her tall and slender figure. She was no less attractive than Zhao Yu. This red-haired beauty was a level 22 shield warrior, and the shield and one-handed saber hanging on her back were both secret silver rank. The majority of her equipment was also secret silver rank. Moreover, there was no sign of a guild emblem on her chest, so she was clearly an independent player. As for the others in the woman's party, they were all at level 21. Their equipment was also mysterious iron rank and above. Overall, this independent party was stronger than even the elite parties from major guilds. Are you referring to me? Sure Phone asked strangely at this moment. He appeared as Black Flame. Although he kept his ID hidden, there was not a single soul in White River City who would not recognize him. However, this red-haired beauty had actually said to him, "You should have some decent skill," and had even invited him to join them. Sure Phone was speechless. "You're funny. Who else would we be speaking to?" The red-haired beauty laughed as she pointed to the surroundings. She then continued, "Are you worried that we will go back on our word once the loot drops? If you're worried, then we can sign a main god contract. You can relax with that, right?" At this moment, capable-looking male elementalist said, "Cloud, what's the point of wasting your time with this little brat? If he doesn't want to join us, then so be it. We are more than enough to deal with these crimson-eyed battle monkeys. We'll just earn less if we invite another person. Sherfone could not help but laugh bitterly as he shook his head. He had guessed that none of them recognized him. Or, to be precise, none of them recognized the number one expert of Starmoon Kingdom, Black Flame. As for matters like swindling equipment, Sherfone was not worried whatsoever in White River City. Even an organization like Underworld would not get away with stealing loot. You guys are not local players of White River City, right? Why have you come to White Fog Canyon? Sherfone asked curiously. You rewrite. We are not local players of White River City or Starmoon Kingdom. We came from Beacon City of the Black Dragon Empire. However, that's really not surprising though, right? Many of the parties here have also come from different cities and countries. Didn't you know that? You couldn't have transmigrated, right? Chapter 422, Warfire Set Equipment. Sherfone was rendered speechless by the red-haired beauty if possible. He really wanted to say that he had not transmigrated, but had reincarnated instead, or their players from other countries as well. Sherfone looked at the surrounding players. Confused, he asked, the teleportation fees between countries are not cheap. With an elite player's income, it is simply impossible to accumulate enough unless they sold a majority of their equipment. However, if they did so, why would they come to White Fog Canyon? Previously, Sherfone had spent close to 300 gold to teleport Aqua Rose and her 100-plus subordinates to White River City. On average, each person had spent over 2 gold, of course. This was a little higher than average because the Storm Empire where Aqua Rose and the others had originally resided was very far away. However, even if a player came from the Black Dragon Empire, they would need to pay around 1 gold 40 silver to reach White River City. Only those powerful players might be able to afford such a fee. As for the party of independent players before him, even if they emptied their pockets, at most, they would have 20 to 30 silvers accommodations, food, potions, repairs, and such things required a lot of money, so it was not possible for players to save too much yet. Among the crowd of players in White Fog Canyon, many had traveled across countries to visit. This was simply madness. You came to White Fog Canyon without even knowing this? The red-haired beauty's eyes widened, looking at Sherfone as if he were a fool suddenly. Sherfone was momentarily stunned as he thought of a possibility. Don't tell me they've already discovered the secret of the Starfire, or? Sherfang's chest tightened. He then shook his head, denying his thoughts. No. Even if the secret of the Starfire or had been discovered, there had not been this many players traveling to White Fog Canyon from other countries in the past. Although Starfire or was quite valuable, it was not that easy to obtain in White Fog Canyon. The risks outweighed the benefits by far. Even in the past, not many players had risked themselves for the ore. On top of that, the levels of the current player population were much lower than in the past. With far greater risks, the canyon should not have attracted so many people. Moreover, in the hands of others, Starfire or was not particularly valuable each, or was only worth 1 silver. Only by collecting 100 or could one earn 1 gold. However, with the level and tier of the current players, the difficulty of collecting 100 Starfire or was more difficult than clearing a 20-man hard mode team dungeon. Sherfone had considered Starfire or profitable because he had the Horizon Alliance, a lifestyle guild, working under him. There were even a large number of amazing forgers working for him. With the Starfire or, he could produce various high-level equipment and make a huge profit cloud. Let's stop wasting time with this brat. If this continues, the others will steal all the remaining crimson-eyed battle monkeys. How are we supposed to make a profit then? The elementalist grumbled indignantly. Don't forget, we borrowed a lot of money to come here. If we waste any more time, our equipment will belong to someone else. You really do not know? The red-haired beauty asked again. However, seeing Sherfang's confused gaze, she didn't think he was lying previously. She thought Sherfone belonged to another party when she saw him. However, after observing him for a while, she discovered that Sherfone was alone. A level 22 assassin would find it very difficult to venture so far into the White Fog Canyon, much less a swordsman. For this reason, she was optimistic about Sherfang's strength. If their party had another strong player, they could explore further into the canyon. At that time, they would have fewer competitors, and their opportunity to make a fortune would grow. I really do not know. I haven't logged into the game for over a day now. What exactly happened while I was gone? Shifeng spoke truthfully, a bitter smile on his face, so that's why. However, you really are amazing. Despite not logging into the game for over a day, you are still level 22, the red-haired beauty laughed. I'll tell you then. One day ago, one of the monsters in White Fog Canyon dropped an amazing item, so we hurried over. We'll make a fortune if we obtain that item. An amazing item? Making a fortune? Shifeng searched his memories. Soon, he laughed and said, might you be talking about the Warfire set equipment? That's right. It's the Warfire set equipment. The red-haired beauty nodded. Immediately, she rolled her eyes at Shifeng, saying, so, you do know about it. I was just wondering if you had some other method to earn money, Shifeng apologized. However, the drop rate of the Warfire set equipment is extremely low. Also, even if one did drop, it would not be sufficient to cover your travel expenses. The Warfire set equipment was unique to White Fog Canyon, and any player could equip it. If a magical class wore it, the set would generate attributes suitable to magical classes. If a physical damage-dealing class wore it, the set would generate attributes suitable to physical damage dealers. If a tank class wore it, the set would similarly generate attributes suitable to tanks. Overall, the Warfire set equipment was very special. In addition, the Warfire set equipment was evolvable. It started out as bronze rank, and if one was willing to sacrifice a sufficient amount of EXP, they could evolve the set to fine gold rank. Meanwhile, the Warfire set equipment's level ranged from 20 to 30. Similar to epic items, it would level up according to the player's level. The attributes of the equipment would similarly improve a level 30 fine gold set equipment. To the core team of any guild, equipment of such quality was extremely precious. It was incredibly hard to obtain, even from a dungeon. Not to mention, dungeons had a cooldown time, making it far more difficult to obtain a complete set. Hence, in the past, the Warfire set equipment had been highly sought after by the various guilds. As long as they sacrificed sufficient manpower, time, and EXP, they could obtain a fine gold set equipment. The Warfire set equipment was the easiest fine gold set equipment to obtain. What do you know? The Elementalist said disdainfully. Someone has already offered to purchase each set piece for 5 gold coins. If we collect all 7 set pieces, that person is willing to pay 80 gold. Moreover, this price was offered up 10 hours ago. Now it's definitely higher than 80 gold. 80 gold. Shifeng could not help but laugh. If they could really farm the full Warfire set equipment, Shifeng was willing to spend even 180 gold, not to mention a level 30 fine gold set equipment. Even the fine gold ranked arclight shields Shifeng previously made had sold for over 30 gold coins in the past. There were many players who had sought to make a fortune through grinding for the Warfire set equipment. However, the set's drop rate was abysmally low. Only when guild teams had spent a long time grinding did they barely manage to obtain a few sets. Look at how excited you are. We need to get the full set in order to get 80 gold. The red-haired beauty laughed. How about this? If you guys obtain any of the set pieces, I'll buy them for 10 gold each. Shifeng decided that the red-haired beauty's party was relatively powerful. If given a few days, they might obtain 1 or 2 set pieces. It was not a bad idea to purchase the Warfire set equipment directly. Items such as a fine gold set equipment were mainly used for raiding dungeons. To an independent player, its usage was limited. If you gather all 7 pieces, I'll buy the set for 180 gold. Hearing Shifeng's offer, the red-haired beauty's party was stunned. Shifeng had so casually offered 180 gold. It was not easy to obtain so many gold coins, even if one had the credits to afford them. Not even the tycoon players could come up with so many gold coins at a moment's notice. However, they had actually met such a player at this moment. All 6 had the same thought. He met a godlike tycoon. Chapter 423, Final Cave. Are you serious? The red-haired beauty could not help but re-evaluate her opinion of Shifeng, going as far as using an identification skill on him. However, other than the fact that Shifeng was level 22, she could not uncover any information about Shifeng. The beauty's companions had similarly focused on Shifeng. Hoping he would confirm their suspicion, Feng's offer of 10 gold coins for each piece of the Warfire set far surpassed any offer they had received thus far. Furthermore, if they could collect the entire set, they could sell it to this swordsman for 180 gold, making a fortune, of course. We can add each other as friends. As long as you obtain the Warfire set equipment, you can contact me anytime, Feng said, smiling. What a joke. That was the Warfire set equipment. If he bought it for 180 gold, he would only profit fine gold set equipment dropped from level 20, 50-man large-scale team dungeons. Moreover, only hard mode dropped them. Only 100-man hell mode team dungeons would drop dark gold set equipment. Unfortunately, it was too difficult to collect a complete setas for the Warfire set equipment. Feng recalled a few valuable farming locations for it. Was not because those locations had higher drop rates, but because the battle monkeys there were densely packed. The more monkeys one killed, the higher chances they would have of the set equipment dropping, although Feng wished to grind for a few pieces himself. Those locations required a sufficiently powerful team. With Zero Wing's current 500-man team, farming in those areas would be suicidal. At the very least, they needed a team of 500 Tier 1 players for now. The only thing Feng could do was to enter the inner region of the White Fog Canyon and mine Starfire or Excellent. My name is Virtuous Cloud. We will contact you if we obtain the Warfire set equipment. Virtuous Cloud sent a friend request to Feng, then clicked Accept. Black Flame, is it? Okay, I will remember it. Virtuous Cloud nodded when she saw Feng's alias appear on her friends list. I will contact you once we obtain the equipment. At that time, make sure you do not reject my call. Feng simply smiled in response before walking towards the gorge. At the same time, he contacted Aqua Rose Guild leader. You're finally online. I have some important news for you, Aqua Rose said, smiling. You must be talking about the large number of outsiders arriving in White Fog Canyon, right? I've already learned about it. Where are you right now? Why don't I see any of you in the gorge? What's the status of the team? By this time, Feng had arrived at the gorge. However, the area was desolate, which worried him somewhat. We don't know where we are right now. We had kept to the gorge, grinding. However, somewhere along the way, over a dozen flame guards suddenly ran out of the inner region of the canyon. These flame guards were all level 28 lords. Their flame domain was simply too powerful. As the battle monkey army waited for us outside the gorge, we had no choice but to go further into the White Fog Canyon. Fortunately, we got lucky. We retreated to a place called the Final Cave. The flame guards were huge. They couldn't follow us into the cave. However, they've been standing guard outside the entrance, so we can't leave. Final Cave? Where is it? Feng was surprised. He was very familiar with the White Fog Canyon. However, he had never once heard of the Final Cave. We don't know either. The system map doesn't show our location. However, this cave is massive. There are also plenty of monsters here. Fortunately, there aren't any Lord-ranked monsters, so we have been able to cope. Aqua Rose did not know their current whereabouts. While Feng had been offline, they had been busy escaping for their lives and had no time to worry about where they fled to add me to the team. And don't venture too far into the cave. I'm on my way, Feng hurriedly said, frowning. There were many dangerous areas in White Fog Canyon. It was highly possible that Aqua Rose and the others had found one in God's domain. Dangerous areas were forbidden land for players like the cold water pool Feng had encountered in the Origin Sword domain. If one did not possess the appropriate countermeasures, they would die with absolute certainty. After Aqua Rose sent a team invite to Feng, she reminded, Guild leader, you need to be careful. There are over a dozen flame guards outside the cave's entrance. I understand. Feng nodded after Feng joined the team. He activated team tracking. With this mechanic, Feng could locate a specific team member and meet up with them in the stone forest to the south. After activating tracking, Feng could see faintly glowing footprints on the shattered rocks. These footprints belonged to Aqua Rose. The stone forest in White Fog Canyon's inner region was complex and chaotic. Even with a map, it was incredibly easy to get lost there. However, the paths in the stone forest were narrow, so it was the perfect location to shake off enemy pursuit along the way. Feng cautiously avoided the high-level monsters as he followed the footprints. However, after tracking Aqua Rose for over 10 minutes, the footprints suddenly vanished. It was as if Aqua Rose had disappeared. How could they disappear? Feng's frown deepened as he examined the empty space before him. There was no sign of any caves nearby, much less the large forms of the dozen or so flame guard. Feng decided to explore his surroundings. Even so, he still could not find any tracks. Aqua Rose's footprints had just ceased to exist. Could there be a barrier? After giving it some thought, he could only think of one possibility. There were various kinds of barriers in God's domain. Some trapped people inside, some were lethal, and some even contained hidden areas. However, certain conditions must be met to enter a barrier. Aqua Rose and the others must have fulfilled those conditions, so they were able to enter the barrier. Feng, however, had not. This was what had troubled Feng. With a team of 500 players, who knew what they had triggered in order to enter the barrier? Who would even know what the conditions were? I wonder if the Omniscient Eyes will work. Feng walked to the location where the footprints had disappeared. He then activated Omniscient Eyes. Omniscient Eyes could uncover all information within a 100-yard radius. Nothing could hide from it. After Feng activated Omniscient Eyes, his heart skipped. A Beata light blue wall loomed before him. Beyond the wall, there were over a dozen flame guards roaming around the entrance of the cave. However, due to their massive bodies, they could not fit inside. However, they would certainly make it difficult for a player to enter Flame Guard, Lord rank. Level 28. HP 700, 000/700, 000. As these Flame Guards were in a berserk state at the moment, they were far more powerful than ordinary Lord-ranked monsters. A single Flame Guard could easily exterminate a 100-man team. With over a dozen gathered, even an army of several thousand elite players will be nothing more than ants to them originally. Feng had considered his options of breaking into the barrier. However, as if the Flame Guards outside the cave had detected him, they all suddenly turned to stare at Feng. Emitting low growls, they issued blazing flames from their hands that transformed into a sizable flame warhammers. One hit from this warhammer could instantly flatten a player, burning them to ash. No way. Feng gaped at the flame guards as they charged at him, stunned. Every one of them radiated malicious intent without hesitation. Feng immediately turned and ran before Feng could get too far. The faint blue barrier wall instantly shattered as the flame guard's hammer struck it. The lords then stormed towards Feng. Chapter 424, Locked Dark Gold Treasure Chest. The instant the flame guards broke out of the barrier, Feng felt a wave of heat wash over him. The surrounding temperature rising rapidly. This was the flame guard's flame domain. Any enemy within a 50-yard radius would receive a burning dot and lose 400 HP every 3 seconds currently. Level 20 players only had around 2,600 to 2,700 HP on average, while plate armor classes only had around 3,000. On top of that, most players didn't have any fire resistance. Under the effects of the flame domain, most players would not last very long. Hence, compared to other lords, the flame guards were far deadlier to the current players of God's domain. Moreover, the flame guards had instantly shattered the powerful barrier that had hidden the cave. One could just imagine how powerful they were. Even if Feng activated Blade Liberation, he would not be a match for these guards faced with over a dozen level 28 Berserk Lords. Even as a Tier 1 Blade Saint, Feng's only option was to flee for his life. Fortunately, the flame guards were not very fast, and with the dense stone forest hindering their movements, they were even slower. Moreover, the most frightening aspect of the flame guards, the flame domain, was ineffective against Feng with 60 points of fire resistance. Feng was not even slightly uncomfortable inside the flame domain. On the contrary, he felt warm and cozy considering that the barrier had shattered. Feng had an idea. Suddenly, he spun around. He then activated Defensive Blade and dashed towards the flame guards. Oh! The dozen or so Berserk flame guards roared as they watched the ant charge at them. They raised their war hammers, ready to slam their weapons down on Feng. Feng smiled faintly as he used Void Steps after having rested fully. Feng suddenly felt that the burden on his spirit was much lighter when he used Void Steps than it had been. Moreover, Shifeng had a sense of familiarity that he never felt before when using void steps. Every movement felt natural before the gigantic flame hammers could strike him. Shifeng's figure suddenly vanished from sight when the flame guards lost their target. Their flame hammers paused in midair as they scanned the area. For Shifeng, after the dozen or so lords searched for a moment, they still could not find any traces of their quarry. It was as if Shifeng had never existed. Suddenly, the flame guards were at a loss by the time Shifeng reappeared. He had already passed the flame guard blockade and was about 10 yards from the lords, such a long distance. Shifeng was shocked when he discovered that he could actually move more than 10 yards while using void steps previously. He had only been able to move around a distance of 5 to 6 yards before reappearing. Now, he could cross over 10 yards before he was discovered. Right now, he had almost caught up with the top-tier experts who had reached minor completion of void steps in the past before Shifeng could rejoice about his improvement. The flame guards spat scorching flames from their mouths like a tsunami. The fire blanketed the ground, devouring everything in its path as it swept toward Shifeng. However, although the flames moved swiftly, Shifeng was not any slower. With the 150% movement speed increase Wind Rider provided, Shifeng had easily shaken off the inferno chasing him as he dove into the final cave. Immediately after Shifeng entered the cave, a notification sounded out from the system. You have discovered the final cave. The final cave's interior was dark. However, the cave walls looked like the starry skies, softly illuminating the gloom. With the weak starlight, Shifeng could see up to 50 yards around him. If he encountered a monster, he could respond in time. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the footprints that Shifeng had previously lost track of had appeared once more. Shifeng then gradually advanced while following Aqua Rose's footprints. Along the way, the more Shifeng observed the final cave, the more he realized that this cave was not as simple as it appeared. Many mysterious runes and pictures were engraved onto the cave walls, and they gave off a similar feeling to the runes found in the Eternal Courtyard. They felt ancient and full of divine power. Other than these runes, there were also many earthen puppets roaming inside the final cave. These puppets were around the same size as a player. Though they were somewhat slow, their flesh consisted of stone. Their bodies were extremely tough. Ordinary weapons would only dull, and durability would decrease if they struck these earthen puppets. Earthen puppet, Special Elite. Level 27. HP 100, 000/100, 000. Although there were many earthen puppets, Shifeng could easily outdistance them after activating Windwalk. Once he was a certain distance away, he would simply use void steps. As these earthen puppets lost their target, they discontinued their pursuit. After Shifeng had followed the tracks for over half an hour, he finally discovered his guild members who were currently resting after not seeing each other for more than a day. Everyone had leveled by at least one. The lowest level player in the team was level 23. Blackie had even reached level 26. Their leveling speed was something to behold. On the contrary, Shifeng had become the lowest leveled player on his team when everyone noticed Shifeng's arrival. Their eyes widened in shock. It was as if they had seen a ghost guild leader. How did you manage to get in here? The Guardian Knight Kola asked, concerned. They knew full well just how powerful those earthen puppets were. Not only did they have high magic resistance, but their defense was also powerful. Their attacks were just as frightening. To kill just one, they had to spend a long time wearing it out. However, those earthen puppets respawned indefinitely. Sometimes, if they took too long to kill, one another would respawn the moment it died. Meanwhile, when those earthen puppets discovered an enemy, they would not rest until their target was dead. If they did not kill them, these puppets would overwhelm them. They had spent over half a day to reach their current location. Yet, Shifeng had arrived so casually. Moreover, only 2 hours had passed since he had started to search for them. I ran here, of course. Shifeng laughed. Guild leader, did you not encounter any earthen puppets? Aqua Rose asked curiously as she stared at Shifeng, who did not appear exhausted in the slightest. I met them, but I managed to throw them off. Shifeng smiled. All right, let's not worry about that. Let's leave. Guild leader, we can't leave, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. Previously, When Fire Dance scouted ahead, she discovered a locked dark gold treasure chest not far from here. She's currently trying to unlock it, while we're helping her fend off the patrolling puppets. A locked dark gold treasure chest. Surefong could not help his excitement upon hearing those words. Surefong could count on one hand the number of dark gold treasure chests he had encountered in the past. Countless guilds would drool over a dark gold treasure chest because there was a certain chance to obtain an epic item. Dark gold items were extremely rare in God's domain at the moment. As for epic items, most players dared not even dream of owning one. Surefong had only obtained a few due to good luck. No other guild had one. Let me have a look at it, Surefong said as he walked over. The 7 luminaries key Surefong had obtained from the god's grave allowed him to unlock up to 3 dark gold treasure chests. He still had 2 uses left when he arrived at the dark gold treasure chest. He noticed Fire Dance trying to unlock it. However, the difficulty of opening a dark gold treasure chest was too high. Fire Dance's unlock skill level was not insignificant, and she had a very small chance of unlocking a dark gold treasure chest. However, after trying over 100 times, she had not succeeded. Let me try. Surefong walked over and took out the 7 luminaries key, inserting it into the ancient magic lock-in. The next moment, a faint blue glow emerged from the 7 luminaries key and flowed into the lock. With a click, the chest unlocked. Chapter 425, Jack of All Trades. After the dark gold treasure chest unlocked, Surefong immediately tried to open it. The instant Surefong touched the treasure chest, however, a sudden sense of danger flooded his mind. He felt as if some poisonous snake stared at him, his body trembling involuntarily. Guild leader, what's wrong? Fire Dance, who stood to one side, asked curiously when she saw Surefong. Surefong did not answer Fire Dance's question immediately. Instead, he frowned at the golden treasure chest in front of him. Before examining his surroundings suddenly, he discovered that the terrain here was somewhat unique. The ground 30 yards around the dark gold treasure chest was slightly indented. Although the ground around the treasure chest was 15 centimeters lower, the difference was indistinguishable due to the large area and the dim lighting in the cave. To Surefong, whose 5 senses were extremely acute, he could even discover traces of spiderwebs while adventuring in the fields of God's domain. One would frequently stumble across traps. These traps were very powerful, and in the past, many players had given their lives to these traps. High-tiered players were no exception. In the past, while Surefong was a Tier 3 Sword King, he had fallen into a trap, losing his life. Hence, no one could afford to be careless while adventuring in the wild with the strange terrain before him. How could Surefong not grow suspicious? Fire Dance, stay 40 yards away from this place. Although Surefong did not know what was special about the area, he would not give up this dark gold treasure chest. Even the most inferior quality item in a dark gold treasure chest was dark gold rank. There was even a small chance to obtain an epic item. Although Fire Dance had no idea what was happening, she listened to Surefong's command and distanced herself over 40 yards from the treasure chest as a safety precaution. Surefong unsheathed the abyssal blade from his waist. Phantom kill. A doppelganger suddenly appeared beside Surefong. For 40 seconds, Surefong could swap positions with his doppelganger. Instantly, Surefong had his doppelganger move 40 yards away from the treasure chest. As well, everything seems in place. After Surefong prepared for the potential trap, he slowly opened the dark gold treasure chest. The instant he opened it, a blinding light escaped from the treasure chest, illuminating the cave. After the light dispersed, Surefong was stunned when he saw the contents of the treasure chest. A lone dark blue crystal pendant sat inside the chest. Previously, Surefong had gained multiple items from the dark gold treasure chest he had opened in the god's grave. Among those items, the most valuable was the forging manual for the Dragonscale set equipment. Now, however, there was a single pendant inside this dark gold treasure chest. I wonder what's so special about this pendant. Although Surefong was slightly disappointed, pendants were extremely rare in God's domain. Dark gold ranked pendants were more scarce. Although it could not compete with the value of the Dragonscale set equipment forging manual, it was still a considerable harvest. The moment Surefong picked up the pendant, A light blue magic barrier appeared 30 yards around the treasure chest, trapping Shurfeng within a trap that imprisons people. Shurfeng carefully observed his surroundings, noticing that the light blue barrier had sealed him incompletely. Guild leader Fire Dance immediately grew anxious. Dashing up to the barrier, she used Instant Kill, a Tier 1 assassination skill. The skill allowed her to attack her enemy with astonishing speed while inflicting massive amounts of damage. It was one of the fastest and most powerful skills among the Tier 1 skills of assassins. However, when Fire Dance's swift and violent attack struck the light blue barrier, her attack was ineffective. The collision did not even generate a small spark after Fire Dance attacked the barrier. The earth began to tremble and Earthen Guard suddenly clawed its way out of the ground within the barrier. Similar to the Flame Guards, the Earthen Guard was a Lord-ranked monster. Earthen Guard, Lord rank. Level 28. HP 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, /1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Compared to the Flame Guards, however, the Earthen Guard's attack power and defense were far stronger. Although the Earthen Guard was inferior to the Flame Guards against a group of players, against a solo or a handful of players, it was significantly more devastating than the Flame Guard, so it's a twofold killing type trap. Shurfeng suddenly understood his situation. If any other player were trapped in this place, the Earthen Guard might annihilate them. Fortunately, Shurfeng was no ordinary player. When the Earthen Guard swung its iron fist down on Shurfeng, the air felt as if it had been blasted apart. Not daring to tarry a second longer, Shurfeng immediately swapped places with his doppelganger. In the blink of an eye, Shurfeng's doppelganger arrived inside the barrier and sent a chop at the Earthen Guard's fist. Meanwhile, Shurfeng had arrived outside the barrier, standing safely where his doppelganger had been. However, the difference of strength between the doppelganger and the Earthen Guard was massive. Not only did the Earthen Guard toss the doppelganger, smashing it into the barrier, but it also dealt a damage of over -1,200 points. The doppelganger lost close to 1/3 of its HP after a single hit. If it had not attacked with its sword, its HP would have fallen to critical levels. The Earthen Guard's second punch would have then finished it against the Earthen Guard. Even Shurfeng would last a few hits at best. Let's go, Shurfeng said to Fire Dance, who stood by his side. He could not be bothered to manipulate his doppelganger. What about the Earthen Guard? Fire Dance asked worriedly as she watched the Lord inside the barrier. Fire Dance knew about Shurfeng's Phantom Kill skill. Although Shurfeng's doppelganger only had 70% of his attributes, it could still overshadow anyone else in the guild. Yet, Shurfeng's doppelganger had barely survived a punch from the Earthen Guard. Its frightening strength definitely surpassed the Flame Guards by several fold. If such a powerful Lord-ranked monster attacked the team, Cola and the others stood no chance against it. Relax. It can't get out of there. Shurfeng understood Fire Dance's concern. Smiling faintly, he said, the Earthen Guard should be the barrier's core. If one wishes to break the barrier, they would first need to kill the Earthen Guard. If the Earthen Guard doesn't die, the barrier will remain in place. Hence, even if the Earthen Guard were more powerful, it would never escape. With Shurfeng's assurance, Fire Dance relaxed. Unable to help her curiosity, she then asked, Guild leader, what did you get from the dark gold treasure chest? Not only was it locked, but it was also trapped. The item should be quite valuable, right? Right, I had almost forgotten about it. There's only a single pendant inside the chest. I'm not sure what its quality is, either. However, at the very least, it should be dark gold rank. We will have truly lucked out if it is an epic item. Shurfeng then took the deep blue crystal pendant from his bag. As it was unknown, it could neither be identified nor equipped. What a high-end item. Shurfeng laughed as he shook his head. He then activated Omniscient Eyes and began his appraisal. Compared to other advanced identification skills, Omniscient Eyes was a jack of all trades. It could ascertain, perceive, and appraise. It was very convenient during the later stages of God's Domain. Most items players found would be unknown, and such items needed to be appraised before use. As a result, players had another thing they had to spend money on. Appraisal fees. The more valuable an item was, the higher its appraisal fee would be. As a result, many players had chosen to take on Appraiser as a subclass. That way, they could earn impressive income. Only, it was not easy to raise an appraiser's proficiency. Hence, if one wished to have an advanced item appraised, they needed to look for NPC appraisers. If a player managed to learn Omniscient Eyes, they could simply set up their own shop and work full-time as an appraiser. Their fees alone could grant them a life of luxury. Chapter 426, A Godly Tool. When Shifeng appraised the pendant with Omniscient Eyes, the process actually required 10 full seconds to complete. Shifeng had used Omniscient Eyes to appraise many unknown items before. However, those normally took 1 or 2 seconds, with high-end items requiring 2 or 3 seconds. Even dark gold items only needed 4 or 5 seconds. However, the pendant required 10. Jackpot! Shifeng could not help but smile. Ornaments were much more difficult to obtain than weapons and equipment. Even after reaching level 40, a majority of the players in God's domain would still have around level 20 ornaments. Moreover, these ornaments would be low quality, with Mysterious Iron rank as the average and Secret Silver rank as the more powerful one's guild leader. Look at how happy you are. What sort of treasure is this? Fire Dance asked curiously upon seeing Shifeng's grin. I don't know. Shifeng shook his head. It's still being appraised. After 10 seconds, a notification from the system sounded out, signifying appraisal's completion. Shifeng then clicked on the dark blue crystal pendant, checking its attributes. What? Shifeng's eyes shone upon seeing the attributes of the pendant. Icarus's heart. Necklace. Bronze rank can be evolved. Equipment requirement. All attributes 90. Level 20. Level 50. Currently level 20. All attributes +8. Luck +5. Additional skill. Divine Providence. Temporarily increases player's luck by 20 points for 30 seconds cooldown. 1 hour. Evolution condition. Absorb the souls of 100 Lord ranked monsters to evolve to Mysterious Iron rank. 0 out of 100. Although the Icarus's heart was only bronze rank right now, with low attributes, the 5 points of luck were extremely valuable. More importantly, it had Divine Providence, instantly increasing a player's luck by 20 points. This offered a player 25 points of luck. The luck attribute was the most precious attribute in God's domain. Not only could it increase the equipment drop rate when killing monsters, but it could also increase the success rate when producing items. It was an extremely valuable attribute for lifestyle players, and it was an attribute that would never become outdated. With just 1 point of luck in players' current levels, their drop rate would almost double. Although increased values of luck offered diminished returns, 25 points of luck could still increase the drop rate by 6 or 7 folds if Shifeng activated Divine Providence when killing a boss, skyrocketing his luck. His chances of obtaining a high-quality item would improve significantly. Previously, Shifeng had reaped massive harvests with only the 3 points of luck that Shadow's Blessing provided normally. Lord-ranked bosses would only drop Secret Silver items, fine gold items if one were lucky. With 25 luck, however, Shifeng could almost certainly obtain a fine gold item when he killed a Lord. If he killed a High Lord, it might drop a dark gold item. Icarus's heart was most likely even more valuable than an epic item. Unfortunately, the equipment requirements for Icarus's heart were quite high, requiring 90 points in all attributes. Throughout Zero Wing, only Shifeng could equip I need to kill 100 lords to evolve it. Its demand is quite high. After reading the attributes of Icarus's heart, many ideas flooded Shifeng's mind. The Warfire set equipment unique to White Fog Canyon, in particular, was the level 30 fine gold set equipment that countless guilds dreamed of obtaining. Currently, Icarus's heart was only bronze rank. If he evolved it to fine gold or dark gold rank, it would offer far more luck points. At that time, it would be a godly tool when raiding large-scale team Dungeon. Zero Wing was already the center of attention right now. If other guilds knew that Zero Wing possessed an item like Icarus's heart, they would lose their patience with Shifeng's guild. It was highly possible that they would unite to attack Zero Wing. Hence, Shifeng had no intentions of letting others discover Icarus's heart. Moreover, he would only make a fortune if he kept quiet about it. He would be a fool to reveal his hidden cards. Fire Dance, we're returning. Shifeng smiled faintly as he switched out the Shadow's blessing around his neck for the Icarus's heart. He then said, "Let's go make a fortune. Guild leader, there might be more treasures deeper in the cave. Are we not going to search for them?" The final cave intrigued Fire Dance. She had discovered a dark gold treasure chest just by exploring this far. If they searched the cave, they might stumble upon something greater. Sure. Foam shook his head, laughing bitterly. He said, "Our strength is still lacking. We will only find our deaths if we delve further. If you don't believe me, go down this passageway, and you'll reach a large, empty hall. Take a peek outside the hole, and you'll know." Previously, while Sure Feng still had omniscient eyes activated, he had perceived everything within 100 yards of him. Roughly 70 yards away, there was a hole that led to a large hall. Inside the hall, there were 2 level 30 Great Lords guarding a tightly sealed stone door. However, as the path was dimly lit, players could only see around 40 to 50 yards ahead of them, so neither of them had noticed the hall before 2 level 30 Great Lords. One of such monsters could easily annihilate a team of several thousand level 30 elite players. With their team of 500, they would only die if they forged ahead. They wouldn't even be enough to fill in the gaps of the teeth of those 2 Great Lords initially. Fire Dance had not believed Sure Feng and had chosen to advance. After walking for some distance, she suddenly froze. She had not stopped because she did not wish to continue forward. Rather, it was because she could faintly see the hole. However, Fire Dance could feel power and killing intent that gave her goosebumps radiating from the hole. She felt as if she would plunge into an abyss if she took another step. Fire Dance's intuition was undoubtedly correct. If she dared to enter the hall, the Great Lords inside would slaughter her mercilessly. Thus, Sure Feng had told her only to take a peek from outside the hole. "Let's head back. We shouldn't make Aqua and the others wait for us too long." Sure Feng laughed as he saw the hesitant look on Fire Dance's face. Fire Dance obediently nodded. She then pouted at Sure Feng, complaining, "Guild leader, you're too evil." If Sure Feng had told her there were such powerful monsters ahead, she would not have approached them. Fortunately, she had sensed them and stopped. Had she not, the consequences would have been dire. Relax. Those monsters are only guarding the door. As long as we don't go through the hole, they won't attack us, Sure Feng said, laughing. However, after not seeing you for some time, it seems that your senses have grown sharper. You sensed the danger when you were halfway there. Upon hearing Sure Feng's praise, a tinge of red appeared on Fire Dance's cheeks. Even so, she was still somewhat frustrated. Sure Feng could sense danger from so far away, yet she had to be so close. After rejoining the team, Sure Feng led everyone to the path they had come from along the way. They continuously killed the patrolling level 28 earthen puppets after Sure Feng joined the team. The journey that would have originally taken the team the majority of the day was shortened to only a few hours. Everyone's experience bars had soared as they traveled. Sure Feng had also risen to level 23 as a result. However, everyone was more shocked by the loot that dropped than they were by their EXP gained before Sure Feng's return. The majority of the loot they had obtained after killing the earthen puppets consisted of level 25 bronze equipment. Very rarely did they obtain level 25 mysterious iron equipment. Now, however, more than half of the drops were mysterious iron equipment. Guild leader, we've tried fighting the flame guards outside. Unfortunately, we don't have any defense against their flame domain, Aqua Rose said, feeling a slight headache coming over her as she watched the flame guards outside the cave entrance. The flame domain is indeed a problem. However, we are not without solutions, Sure Feng said, smiling as he looked at the surrounding environment. Originally, he had planned to lure the flame guards away from the cave. However, upon recalling that the Icarus's heart required him to kill 100 lords to evolve it, he was sorely tempted to take on the flame guards. Chapter 427. Raiding the Flame Guards. There's a way to deal with them. Although she did not voice it, Aqua Rose doubted her guild leader's declaration when she saw his confident smile. With Sure Feng's frightening damage and support, it would be a breeze to deal with an ordinary Lord-ranked monster. Aqua Rose had also witnessed this before personally. However, the level 28 Flame Guards were somewhat different. Due to White Fog Canyon's unique environment, They were constantly in a berserk state. Their attack power and attack speed were far superior to Lord-ranked monsters of the same level elsewhere. Their combat power could rival high lords of the same level outside the canyon. If they only had to kill one flame guard, they had a chance. However, there was a total of 16 flame guards waiting outside the entrance. In other words, they had to face 16 high lords simultaneously. On average, they could only send 31 players to deal with each level 28 high lord in God's domain. An ordinary high lord in the fields required a team of over 100 players to defeat. If it were a powerful high lord, then a team of over 500 players might be necessary. Furthermore, the flame guards outside the cave possessed a flame domain that covered a radius of 50 yards. Players who entered the flame domain would lose 400 HP every 3 seconds. Even with the healers going all out, it was impossible to keep everyone's HP from plummeting if a team did not have high fire resistance. They would not survive in the flame domain. Aqua Rose really could not think of any solutions to their predicament. Without hesitation, Sherfong ventured roughly 30 yards from the cave entrance. He then wandered around, adjusting his position. However, the flame guards standing outside the entrance had long since discovered Sherfong. They all had squeezed against the cave opening, attempting to charge in and tear Sherfong apart. Fortunately, the hole was just too narrow, and none of the flame guards could fit through. Though these flame guards were unable to enter, the lords were no fools. Immediately, they materialized flame spears and threw them at Sherfong. The scorching spears released a blazing white glow, causing even the air to tremble. Xiao! A series of 6 flame spears flew in from the cave entrance, heading straight for Sherfong. The spears were so fast that their flight sounded like explosions. The ground that the spears passed over also erupted in flames. However, although the flame spears were fast, Sherfong wasn't slow. Either as the flame spears entered the cave, Sherfong moved. By the time the spears arrived at Sherfong's position, the man had long since moved 2 yards away. As a result, all 6 flame spears struck empty air. This spot should be good. Sherfong ignored the flame guard attacks. He focused on calculating the lord attack range and angle, leisurely appearing as if the flame guards had never attacked him. Guild leader's dodge is so fast. He even avoided those supersonic attacks. If it were me, I would have no choice but to endure the attacks. Cole sighed with admiration as he watched Sherfong effortlessly dodge the flame guard spears. It would be awesome if I had just half of guild leader's dodging speed. If he had such a dodging speed, he might even become the #1 tank in Starmoon Kingdom, or at least in the top 10. Cola, you have many things you need to learn. Then Fire Dance chuckled. Guild leader didn't just rely on his speed when he dodged the flame spears, but many other techniques such as his insight and judgment. Even if guild leader was just as fast as you are, he could still dodge those attacks. Easily linear attacks are monotonous. As long as one possesses sufficient insight, they can counter them easily. However, the flame guard's attacks are too fast, and we're definitely not fast enough. Hence, we will also need to rely on accurate judgment to defend ourselves. The moment the flame guards launch their attacks, we need to make the most appropriate decision immediately and use the smallest of movements to achieve the best results, but that is still not enough. Look at guild leader's position. As a precaution, he is standing precisely 40 yards away from the flame guards, a player's maximum range. With this distance, even if the flame spears were 20 times faster than our guild leader, the spears would still have to cover a distance of 40 yards to reach him. As they do, guild leader has enough time to move 2 yards away. However, one must also have an accurate grasp of the flame guard attack timing. If one dodges too early, the flame spears will hit them. Although it looked like a simple dodging maneuver, it turned out that there were so many other techniques involved. The top 7 range damage dealers come to my position and give it a try. See if you can dodge the flame spears. Healers, focus on healing them. Guardian Knights, activate your fire resistance auras and give the 7 of them protection blessings. Don't let them die. Sherfong said in the team chat after confirming the positions. The flame domain of the flame guards was indeed a powerful team wipe skill. However, they were not without a fighting chance. Sherfong had already experimented with the cave's size and distance. With a distance of 40 yards, they could fit 8 players with each having 3 to 4 yards to dodge, allowing them to attack flame guards outside the entrance. The flame guard was a Lord-ranked monster that focused mainly on melee attacks, so its range attacks were limited and simple. It was certainly possible to avoid them. However, such a feat had a high requirement of a player's insight and judgment. As for speed, even if the fire spears were faster, they were not 20 times faster than Zero Wing's core members. This was even the case for the magical class's Shurfeng, had even purposefully slowed down when dodging the flame spears. Yet, he still dodged the attacks effortlessly also, as the effects of the flame domain did not stack. With the protection of the fire resistance aura, each of the 7 ranged players would only lose 300 HP every 3 seconds. There were over 60 healers in the team, more than enough to keep the 7 of them alive. The healers could also take turns healing. They could afford to fight a battle of attrition following which the top 7 range damage dealers took turns attempting to dodge the spears. The 7 included Aqua Rose, Blackie, one of the 5 demon generals, the Ice Queen Su Qianlu, another 5 demon general, the Ranger Minor Wind, Violet Cloud, and 2 others. Although they struggled in the beginning, none of these 7 were ordinary players. They were all experts of Zero Wing. They quickly adapted to the Flame Guard's attacks, and soon, they could dodge the attacks effortlessly after finishing with his experiments. Shurfeng reformed the team once again. After repeating the process, they started raiding the level 28 Flame Guards the moment the battle began. Ice spells and arrows flew across the cave and bombarded one of the Flame Guards outside the entrance. However, the Flame Guard's magma armor possessed a frightening defense, and a majority of the team's attacks only dealt around -300 damage. Among them, Aqua Rose managed to deal over -500 damage, whereas Blackie dealt over -600 damage with his Dark Arrow. As for Violet Cloud, although she had already become an Astromancer, her instantaneous explosive power was still less than Aqua Rose's, a Tier 1 Elementalist, and Blackie's, who possessed an epic staff and was a Tier 1 Cursemancer. However, even though she only dealt slightly more than -400 damage, it was still impressive. The Flame Guard they struck bellowed with rage, growing more violent as it threw flame spears madly. Fortunately, they evaded each attack. The Flame Guard was different from the bosses in dungeons. It only possessed 700,000 HP, and its battle recovery only replenished 7,000 HP every 5 seconds. The total damage dealt by the 7 players far surpassed that, and they could gradually exhaust it to death at this moment. Standing in the furthest corner, Shurfeng tossed the blazing meteor, striking the Flame Guard. Suddenly, a damage of over -1,000 points appeared above the Flame Guard's head. Immediately, the blazing meteor's quadruple phantom effect triggered, causing 4 consecutive damages of over -200 points. In an instant, Shurfeng became the highest damage dealer among the 8 attackers. Everyone was stupefied. Shurfeng was a swordsman, not a range class. Yet, his damage thoroughly overshadowed that of an elementalist, a class known as a glass cannon. Moreover, this elementalist was Aqua Rose. If Shurfeng were not their guild leader, every team member would have cursed at him. How were ranged players like them even supposed to make a living now? Guild leader, you're shameless. Speak. What did you eat? Why is your damage so much higher than ours? Aqua Rose was speechless upon seeing the damages above the Flame Guard's head. Originally, she had intended to surpass Shurfeng in terms of damage output, satisfying her own little vanity. Now, however, even that dream had shattered. Chapter 428, Divine Providence. Shurfeng simply smiled at everyone's surprise. Not bothering to explain his high damage was not only due to the blazing meteor being a pseudo-extraordinary item. He also had the 7 Luminaries' Rings Aura of Fire effect, which increased his damage by 40% and reduced his target's defense by 40%. However, the 7 Luminaries' Ring needed to remain a secret. Moreover, Shurfeng was also a Tier 1 Blade Saint. His attack power had originally been high, so there was nothing odd about him dealing over -1,000 damage with one attack because of Shurfeng's attack. The group's total damage overwhelmed the Flame Guard's battle recovery. It was utterly helpless. It could only roar furiously as it used its flame warhammer to defend itself against the 8's attacks, while attacking with its flame spears for a time. Both sides were at a stalemate, however. None of the Flame Guard's attacks could land on any of its 8 targets, only its flame domain could inflict any damage. However, with each player losing only 300 HP every 3 seconds, they only needed 1 healer per player to keep them at full health. As for Shifeng, he did not even need a healer. With more than 60 points in fire resistance, he could ignore the flame domain. On the other hand, Shifeng's team launched a rapid assault against the Flame Guard. Although the Lord had fended off many of the attacks with its flame warhammer, it had still received a significant amount of damage, its HP constantly decreasing 95%, 94%, 93%. Time passed slowly. As the Flame Guard's HP fell, its attacks became frantic. The team began to feel the strain of dodging so many flame spears. Everyone's attack rate also started decreasing, slowing their enemies' HP descent. In the end, the fight that should have concluded after a dozen minutes or so had lasted over half an hour, although everyone was bored from repeatedly dodging the flame spears. When they thought about how they could kill a Flame Guard just by repeating these actions, they began to feel reinvigorated. Moreover, they could also train their evasive techniques, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The members watching from 50 yards away were envious after more than half an hour. The Flame Guard's HP finally fell to 15% suddenly. The Flame Guard's eyes glowed a brilliant red. The flames covering its body writhed and expanded as the monster grew several times its original size. The scorching flames vaporized the moisture in the air, causing a shimmering heat haze inside the final cave. Aside from Shifeng, everyone was stunned by the Flame Guard's intimidating aura. In the next moment, the Flame Guard opened its mouth, gathering berserk fire-type mana inside it. Shifeng exploded into motion, dashing between his teammates and his enemy. All of you, stand behind me. Healers, increase your healing. Shifeng hurriedly shouted. He then switched the 7 luminaries' rings aura of fire to aura of illusion. Suddenly, all of his attributes increased by 30%. Simultaneously, Shifeng also activated Fantasy World, gaining immunity to all magic damage for 20 seconds as a Lord rank monster. The Flame Guard was far more powerful than other monsters, and this was its sure kill skill, Rage Fire Roar. When activated, the skill would deal a devastating blow to all enemies in a cone in front of it, burning everything to cinders. Even if Kola, a Tier 1 Guardian Knight, activated Protection Blessing, he still would not survive the attack. After Aqua Rose and the others received Shifeng's command, they all promptly moved behind him. Shortly after, the 7 rushed behind their guild leader's guard. The Flame Guard roared and fired a blazing white cone. In the blink of an eye, the attack devoured everything 50 yards in front of Flame Guard. White light filled the once dimly lit cave, and the temperature inside the cave skyrocketed. Everyone's hearts pounded as they watched the attack. This was practically Armageddon. Even the healers who stood 70 yards from the Flame Guard watched their HPs rapidly decrease. They lost over 400 HP every second, needing the assistance of their fellow healers, who stood further back to keep them alive. One could just imagine what kind of damage those within 50 yards had received. They might have been instantly obliterated. The Rage Fire roar lasted a full 6 seconds, transforming the cone before the Lord into a blistering hell. After the Flame Guard's attack ended, the blast area in front of it had scorched black. Only the area behind Shifeng remained intact. Among those present, Aqua Rose and the others' HP had fallen to critical levels. Only Shifeng was unharmed. If Shifeng had not blocked the magic damage of the Rage Fire roar for them, they would have lost their lives instantly. Fortunately, Aqua Rose and the others had only received some damage from the high temperatures. Even after the attack, they still received over -500 damage every second. If not for the healers working frantically to restore their HP, they would have fallen, their roasted husks decorating the ground. The Flame Guard has entered a weakened state. Hit it with everything you've got, Shifeng shouted as he glared at the shrunken Flame Guard. Immediately, everyone scattered and returned to their respective positions, resuming their bombardment on their target once again when the Flame Guard only had 30,000 HP remaining and was about to use Ragefire Roar again. Shifeng activated Divine Providence, increasing his luck by 20 points for 30 seconds. Shifeng also gave off a faint golden glow, becoming a dazzling sight to behold. Shifeng then used Flame Burst, gathering power into the blazing meteor. He aimed at the Flame Guard and launched a series of rapid attacks. One hit after another struck the Flame Guard, each attack dealing over minus 4,000 damage. After 12 consecutive attacks, the Flame Guard's 30,000 HP had vanished. The Flame Guard did not even have the chance to use its Ragefire Roar again the moment the Flame Guard died. A large number of items scattered around its body. Ordinarily, a Lord-ranked monster would only drop around half a dozen items or so when it died. However, due to the White Fog Canyon's unique environment, the drop rates of the monsters inside the canyon had increased significantly. Coupled with Shifeng's 25 points of luck, the Flame Guard dropped a mother load with a simple glance. One could count over a dozen items scattered across the ground outside the cave entrance at the same time. Everyone's experience bars soared. The Flame Guard was a level 28 Lord. The amount of EXP gained from killing monsters inside White Fog Canyon was already high, 3 to 4 times than the outside world. As the Flame Guard was level 28, there was also the bonus EXP from the level difference. Hence, everyone received an abundance of EXP as a Blade Saint. Shifeng required double the EXP needed by other classes to level up. Yet, even so, his experience bar still rose by 7% as long as they killed the remaining 15 Flame Guards outside the cave. Shifeng would definitely reach level 24. Let's take a break. We'll start another round after we rest. Shifeng examined everyone's statuses. Whether it was the magic damage dealers or healers, their mana was nearly exhausted. Hence, Shifeng decided it was best if they rested before challenging the other Flame Guards. Moreover, they'd spent the past hour dodging and attacking frantically. This had definitely strained everyone mentally. Hence, it would be beneficial to rest and prepare themselves for the next assault. There was also another important reason why Shifeng chose to take a break. Divine Providence had a cooldown of 1 hour now, that they had such an amazing opportunity that allowed them to slaughter the Flame Guards. How could they waste it? Shifeng had to wait until Divine Providence was ready before taking down the next Flame Guard Guild leader. What should we do about the drops at the entrance? Aqua Rose asked as she gazed at the pile of loot outside the cave covetously. There were still 15 Flame Guards guarding their exit, so it was impossible to collect the loot right now. Relax. No one else can enter this place. Also, loot dropped by monsters won't disappear for 48 hours. We have plenty of time to take care of the rest of the Flame Guards. Although Shifeng also wanted to dash over and pick up the loot, the 15 Flame Guards were not there just for show. After taking a short break, everyone resumed another round of attrition. Now that everyone had experience fighting a Flame Guard, it was much easier to deal with. The rest time passed quickly, and one Flame Guard after another fell. Unknowingly, nearly 18 hours had passed in game. At this moment, the final Flame Guard died under Shifeng's hands. It, too, fell to the ground and scattered a ton of loot outside the cave. The loot of the 16 Flame Guards had grown into a small mountain, and the team struggled to contain their drool over the sight. Meanwhile, Shifeng had finally reached level 24. After allotting all of his free attribute points into intelligence, he was only 9 points away from reaching the Heavenly Dragon's Breath requirement of 120 intelligence. Chapter 429, Overflowing Luck. I'm only 9 points away now. Shifeng smiled at his attribute panel, knowing that he was only 1 level away from equipping the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. His anticipation grew when he could equip the fragmented legendary item. His combat power would soar once again in God's domain. Fragmented legendary items were as rare as a phoenix's feather. It was an item that countless players dreamed of obtaining. Even during his previous 10 years of professional gaming experience, Shifeng had never owned one legendary items allowed players to overcome the gap between tiers. Although fragmented legendary items were not as powerful as legendary items, they were still far more powerful than epic items. If Shifeng could equip the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, his combat power could reach the same playing field as a Tier 2 class. A Tier 2 class was in a whole different league compared to Tier 1. It was like the difference between a chieftain and a lord against a chieftain of the same level. A direct confrontation required at least a party of elite players. Against a lord, however, a direct confrontation required a team Feng, as a Tier 1 Blade Saint could solo a chieftain of the same level. However, he stood no chance against a lord of the same level unless he used some particular technique or advantage after equipping the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. However, Feng could contend with the 5 guilds controlled by Underworld by himself. He would not need to involve Zero Wing, allowing his core team to develop safely after killing the 16 Flame Guards. Everyone's levels had similarly risen. At this moment, the lowest level player among the 500 team members was level 24. They had far surpassed the average level of elite players in White River City and were on par with most of the expert players among the members of Zero Wing. Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, Cola, and the others had reached level 26. Their levels were already on par with the top-tier experts of White River City hence. Instead of wasting time and fighting a war of attrition with overwhelming smile, they should take the opportunity to widen the gap between Zero Wing and the other guilds further. After all, if a newly established guild like Zero Wing wished to become the Overlord of Starmoon Kingdom, they first needed sufficient combat power to strike fear into the other guilds' hearts. However, the loot the Flame Guards had dropped was the most valuable gain from the slaughter while the crowd was taking a break. Feng tidied up all of the loot. He also appraised every single drop, although Feng had expected the drops to be impressive. After he finished appraising the items, he could not contain his shock. Icarus's heart was truly a godly tool. With Divine Providence, they had obtained a total of 286 items from the 16 Flame Guards. Among the items, 105 were rare materials, 9 were individual pieces of the Warfire set equipment, 41 were level 25 Mysterious Iron equipment, 53 were level 25 Secret Silver equipment, 29 were level 25 Fine Gold equipment, 18 consisted of various recipes and forging designs, 15 were Tier 1 Magic Scrolls, 4 were Tier 2 Magic Scrolls, and 12 were Treasure Hunting Scrolls currently. In God's Domain, the average players were around level 20, whereas guild elites were around level 22. The dungeons they could raid were all level 20 dungeons. Hence, the equipment they could obtain was limited to level 20. It was extremely rare to come across level 25 weapons and equipment in God's Domain. Weapons and equipment would significantly impact a player's performance every 5 levels. The attributes of a level 20 Fine Gold equipment were slightly inferior to a level 25 Secret Silver equipment. In other words, a player wearing level 25 Fine Gold equipment was stronger than a player wearing level 20 Dark Gold equipment. How rare was level 20 Dark Gold equipment? There were only very few items throughout Starmoon Kingdom yet. Now they had actually obtained 29 pieces of level 25 Fine Gold equipment, which was the equivalent of obtaining 29 level 20 Dark Gold equipment. Furthermore, they had obtained the Warfire set equipment and Treasure Hunting Scrolls, 2 of the rarest items available in White Fog Canyon. Currently, although players were familiar with the Warfire set equipment, almost nobody knew about the Treasure Hunting Scroll. Though the scroll was not as valuable as a Tier 2 Magic Scroll, it was extremely useful inside the White Fog Canyon. The scroll's greatest function was searching for Starfire, or it was extremely difficult to locate Starfire or in White Fog Canyon. Originally, Feng had intended to rely on his memories. With the Treasure Hunting Scroll, however, he could locate the ore with the system map. The scroll had a search radius of 1,000 yards and lasted for 30 minutes. When searching for valuable ores, it was the best tool one could have. Luckily, even this dropped. Feng chuckled lightly upon seeing the Treasure Hunting Scrolls in his bag. However, when he swept a gaze over the individual pieces of the Warfire set equipment, he lamented as he muttered, "It would be awesome if I could complete the Warfire set equipment." Warfire set equipment, bronze rank, can be evolved. Level 20, level 30. Can be equipped by any class's set consists of 7 parts. Head, chest, belt, hands, wrists, legs, and feet set effect, bronze rank. 2-piece effect, all attributes plus 10. 4-piece effect. Ignore levels +10. Obtain free will skill. Able to remove all control effects for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. 7-piece effect. Main attribute increased by 10%. Skill cooldown decreased by 30%. Obtain Warfire Berserk skill. Damage increased by 50%. Attack speed increased by 50%. And movement speed increased by 30% for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. The basic attributes of the Warfire set equipment were average at best. It was referred to as a level 30 peak fine gold set equipment, was because of its set effects. In particular, the free will skill and Warfire Berserk skill were the main reason it ranked as peak fine gold set equipment, although Shifeng now had 9 individual pieces. There were duplicates for the head, hands, and leg slots. He was only missing the wrist pieces. The Warfire set equipment only reached its true value when it was complete, following which Shifeng distributed the level 25 fine gold and secret silver equipment to Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Cola, and the other core members who had reached level 25. As for everyone else, they had yet to meet the level requirements and could not use any of the level 25 equipment. However, they had obtained the corresponding guild points. When they returned, they could exchange these guild points items in the guild's warehouse. Nobody argued Shifeng's arrangements. After all, those who had contributed the most to the Flame Guard's deaths were Aqua Rose, the core members, and the healers. Everyone else had simply watched from the side, doing nothing at all. They were satisfied with receiving guild points. Moreover, even if Shifeng had given some of the equipment to them, they could not equip it. Guild points were far more practical. Guild leader, where are we heading next? Aqua Rose had just replaced a few pieces of her equipment with the level 25 fine gold rank cloth armor they had obtained, increasing her attributes significantly. Right now, she was itching to test her newfound strength. Are we going to look for more lords? No, we're going to the inner region to mine ores. Shifeng smiled faintly as he took out a treasure hunting scroll. He then unfurled the gray scroll and chanted an incantation. Suddenly, several red dots appeared on Shifeng's system map. Mine ores? Aqua Rose could not help but ask. Their team consisted of 500 elite players. Yet, they had not come here to grind and level up, but to mine ores? She was utterly speechless. You'll understand when the time comes, Shifeng laughed. He then sent parties to the highlighted locations on the map. If he had a large stock of Starfire, or he could mass-produce the fine gold ranked Dragonscale set equipment for the guild. At that time, how could Overwhelming Smile compete with them? Chapter 430, Frantic Beginning. The inner region of White Fog Canyon was complex and densely covered by stone forests. After the meteorite shower, the fog inside the canyon had also grown thicker, lowering visibility to less than 30 yards. In addition, elite and special elite monsters would show up every now and then. If players entered the canyon without sufficient strength, they would easily lose their lives. However, danger and opportunity coexisted with each other, such as the precious Starfire, or could be found within the White Fog. Shifeng separated the team of 500 into multiple smaller teams, with each team consisting of 2 parties. That way, even if a team encountered a special elite, they could safely deal with it themselves. As the assassins possessed high survivability, Shifeng allowed them to take independent action. Meanwhile, Shifeng himself ran around the map, quickly recording the red dots that appeared in his system map and sending the coordinates to the various teams, having those closest mine the or there within the inner region of White Fog Canyon. Not all red dots represented the Starfire Oregon. There were actually many different types of ore. Hence, if Shifeng wanted to harvest a large amount of Starfire, or he needed a large amount of manpower as expected of the undeveloped White Fog Canyon, there really are a lot of ore deposits. Shifeng looked at the many red dots on his system map, joy blossoming in his heart. In the past, he had to spend over half an hour just to locate a single ore deposit. Even if he had discovered one, he would still have had to contest over it with other players. As for discovering a hidden ore deposit, one needed to be significantly lucky. He would have been fortunate if he had located 8 or 9 Starfire ore deposits in a day now. He was able to locate over 100 Starfire or deposits. In just half an hour, players could excavate Starfire or from Starfire or deposits. As for how many pieces of or one could acquire, it relied on the player's own luck and mining level. 1 or 2 pieces if the number was low, and 3 or 4 pieces if it was high after several hours of hard work. Shurfeng's team of 500 managed to secure over 1,000 Starfire or deposits and had amassed over 3,000 pieces of Starfire, which was equivalent to over 30 gold to Shurfeng. However, the value of these 3,000 plus pieces of Starfire far exceeded 30 gold after using up to 12 treasure hunting scrolls. The team's speed at locating the Starfire or deposits gradually slowed. Even with 500 players continuously searching for the deposits, after an hour's worth of effort, they had only managed to harvest around 200 pieces of Starfire Oregon. However, Shurfeng was still satisfied the Philosopher's Stone he possessed allowed him to refine the Starfire into Starfire Essence, free of charge. At that time, with so many Starfire Essences, his certainty of producing the level 20 Dragonscale set equipment would greatly increase level 20 Fine Gold set equipment was precisely what the current players of God's Domain needed and lacked the most. Currently, the majority of the player population were around level 20. If it were a level 25 set equipment, very few people would be able to equip it. Hence, the demand for it would also be low if Shurfeng produced a Dragonscale set equipment. He could sell it for over 100 gold right now. At the very least, people were only offering 80 gold to purchase the complete Warfire set because, currently, no one knew its true value. Moreover, even if someone managed to gather the full Warfire set equipment, it would initially start a bronze rank. They would have to sacrifice a lot of their EXP in order to raise it up to Fine Gold rank. Hence why it was so cheap in the past. The price of the Warfire set equipment had once soared up to 500 gold. Yet, even with such an astronomical price, supply failed to meet demand. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, the members of Zero Wing had mined or deposits in White Fog Canyon for 2 whole days, obtaining an abundant cache of ores. They had practically dug up every deposit in White Fog Canyon at least once, and the amount of Starfire they gathered had exceeded 15,000 pieces. In addition, they had also obtained over 7,000 pieces of various other kinds of ore. During these 2 days, aside from mining or deposits, everyone from Zero Wing had also killed plenty of Lord-ranked monsters. As long as one of the search parties encountered a solitary Lord, they would immediately notify Shurfeng of it, and then kill it together. After 2 days, Zero Wing's team had managed to kill 22 Lords. With Shurfeng's divine providence, they managed to obtain a large number of level 25 equipment. Among them, most were secret silver and fine gold equipment. They had also obtained many Warfire set pieces. By now, they had enough to complete close to 3 sets. Unfortunately, none of the set pieces they obtained were meant for the wrist slot, which greatly depressed Shurfeng. Shurfeng had placed all the weapons and equipment they were unable to use in the guild's warehouse, instantly enriching its stores. When the other members of Zero Wing saw the large stock of level 25 equipment, they all grew excited. Enthusiasm filled every one of them as they actively completed guild quests and made contributions to the guild. Level 25 equipment was currently the pinnacle of equipment to God's Domain players. Even before everyone had reached level 25, the guild had already prepared a large number of high-end level 25 equipment for themselves. This had extinguished the guild members' worries about obtaining level 25 equipment. Now, the only thing they needed to do was frantically accumulate guild points. By the time they reached level 25, they could simply exchange for the level 25 equipment. This point alone made Zero Wing superior to every other guild. The appearance of level 25 equipment in Zero Wing's warehouse had undoubtedly punched a big hole into Overwhelming Smile's poaching plan. Now, those who originally planned to defect from Zero Wing started hesitating. Although the benefits offered by Overwhelming Smile were very high, the equipment it possessed was unable to keep up with the times. Meanwhile, if their equipment fell behind, how would they hunt for even better equipment? How were they supposed to grind and level up quickly? Once behind, always behind. At this moment, Many players who had previously defected from Zero Wing to Overwhelming Smile began regretting their decision. Just how did Zero Wing manage to get so many level 25 high-end equipment? I hear that a guy who was a lot weaker than me has already obtained a level 25 mysterious iron chest piece. As soon as he reaches level 25, he can replace the level 20 mysterious iron chest piece he is wearing. If I had known something like this would happen earlier, I would never have left Zero Wing. I might already have enough points to exchange for a level 25 secret silver equipment by now. I couldn't agree more. A guy I know who was previously about equal in strength with me is now very well off. When I chatted with him 6 hours ago, he told me that he had managed to accumulate enough points to exchange for a level 25 secret silver equipment. He is only level 22 right now. By the time he reaches level 25, he might accumulate enough points to exchange for 5 or 6 pieces of level 25 secret silver equipment. In White River City, many of Overwhelming Smile's members started having heated discussions in the bars, sighing enviously, "Why are all of you lauding the spirit of the enemy and belittling that of our own?" The higher-ups of Overwhelming Smile have already sent people to investigate the source of Zero Wing's equipment. Soon, with our guild's strength, we can definitely obtain a large number of level 25 high-end equipment much more easily than Zero Wing. Zero Wing can only remain arrogant for now because all of our guild's core members are focused on raiding the Great Lord inside the ruined shrine. After they finish with it, not to mention level 25 fine gold equipment, we might even get dark gold or epic equipment. Many Overwhelming Smile members had expressed their disdain regarding Zero Wing's recent performances. They firmly believed that Overwhelming Smile was a lot stronger than Zero Wing. Meanwhile, inside White Fog Canyon, during their 2 days of grinding and mining, everyone from Zero Wing had leveled up quickly, with many having already reached level 25. Blackie had even broken through to level 27, whereas Aqua Rose and the other core members had risen to level 26. Violet Cloud had also reached level 25, replacing her level 20 equipment with level 25 secret silver and fine gold equipment. Only Feng remained at level 24. He was still a short distance away from reaching level 25, however. This could not be helped. Feng and Violet Cloud were both owners of hidden classes, so the EXP they required to level up was much higher than the others. Feng required twice as much EXP as ordinary classes, whereas Violet Cloud required 1. 6 times guild leader, we discovered a Starfire or Vane. However, we were suddenly ambushed by some assassins from Overwhelming Smile. Although our party managed to get rid of the 8 of them, 2 of our brothers were killed. Seeing that we were interested in the Starfire, or those bastards from Overwhelming Smile have sent 3 teams to guard the Starfire or Vane. They are currently clearing out the surrounding monsters and are planning to mine the deposit, Flying Shadow reported, wrathful flames burning in his eyes. If not for the bastards from Overwhelming Smile outnumbering them, he really wished he could go over and massacre them right this instant. Chapter 431, Denounce. Beside one of the streams inside the White Fog Canyon, a team of over 100 players currently guarded the entrance of a mine. Each of these players wore a guild emblem in the shape of a purple moon on their chests. This was none other than Overwhelming Smile's guild emblem at this moment. These players faced off against the 8 level 27 special elite ranked flame furbolgs that had emerged from within the Mind Flame Furbolg special elite. Level 27. HP 70,000/70,000. Although the massive flame furbolgs were very powerful, the members of Overwhelming Smile fought with organization, continuously draining their enemies' HP. Boss Oriental, Zero Wing's party killed Monkey and the others. A level 23 gray-clothed ranger reported as he walked up to the level 24 swordsman who currently commanded the team. This level 24 swordsman was fully geared with level 20 secret silver equipment. The snake bone sword that hung on his back was even a level 20 fine gold weapon. Currently, in God's domain, his items were definitely top tier. There was 2 parties of elite assassins. A single party from Zero Wing actually wiped them out? Did Zero Wing receive help from someone else? The level 24 swordsman, Oriental Sword, asked, although the assassin named Monkey was not an expert. He was a PvP veteran. He sported a promising battle record, and even experts would find him difficult to take down in a short amount of time. If he focused solely on his escape, it would be even more difficult to kill him. Oriental Sword had not expected that not even one assassin would return. The only possibility he could think of was that Monkey and the others had been outnumbered and surrounded. No, there was only a single party from Zero Wing. However, the assassin leading the team was a level 26 expert, the ranger said, shaking his head. Was it that fire dance from Zero Wing? Oriental Sword grinned. Before I reached White River City, I had heard rumors of Fire Dance's prowess. Some are even calling her the Flaming Rose. Originally, I thought she was merely one of Black Flame's decorations. I expected as much from the team leader of Zero Wing's core team. Not bad. She isn't the one who killed Monkey. That assassin was a man called Flying Shadow. Monkey had only lasted 5 moves against him. Of the 12 players in the 2 parties, 8 had died at that man's hands. There was no mention of a person named Flying Shadow in any of the reports we had received. The ranger was very familiar with Oriental Sword's personality. Oriental Sword was absolutely confident of his own strength, and he would never consider anyone a worthy opponent. He loved PvPing more than anything, especially against experts. He was a complete battle maniac. However, he was also one of Overwhelming Smile's top experts, which was why he had been sent to White River City. If not for the higher-ups prohibiting anyone from challenging Zero Wing, Oriental Sword might have been the first to launch an assault against the guild Flying Shadow. This seems intriguing. Oriental Sword's interest grew. Ignore Zero Wing's party. Since Monkey and the others had failed to kill them, they would definitely report back to their superiors. There's only one thing we need to focus on, and that is mining the ores inside this cave. Boss Oriental, will our skirmish with Zero Wing cause an all-out war between our guilds? Haven't the higher-ups warned us not to create any friction with them? The ranger asked strangely recently. Zero Wing has been mining ores in White Fog Canyon. Their movements are unusual. In addition, they have somehow managed to obtain a lot of level 25 equipment. There might be a relation between these incidents. Our superiors agree. It doesn't matter if a small conflict occurs. So what if we ambush those cowards from Zero Wing? What will they do to us? Do you think they will start a war? Don't be a fool. Since Zero Wing had not declared war on us when Overwhelming Smile started investing in White River City, they missed their best chance. If they start a war now, they will only gamble their lives. However, I, on the other hand, hope that Zero Wing takes action. Unfortunately, they don't have the guts. Oriental Sword laughed as he resumed commanding his team, wiping out the flame furbolgs inside the mine. Before anyone noticed, however, a party of 6 had appeared in the misty forest a short distance from the mine. This party disregarded the team of over 100 elite players under Oriental Sword's leadership, walking leisurely towards the mine guild leader. I've discovered the mine after using a treasure hunting scroll. I've even used stealth and scouted its interior. It is full of starfire or deposits. If we excavate them all, we can get at least 300 to 400 starfire or Flying Shadow said as he pointed towards the cave that Oriental Sword and his men guarded. However, after I left, we were ambushed by assassins from Overwhelming Smile. Although I tried to rescue them, I was too late, resulting in 2 of my party members dying. Overwhelming Smile has since occupied the cave. Feng nodded before commanding, Violet, go and revive the 2 who died. Everyone else, let's take a look. Following which, Violet Cloud ran over to where the 2 players had died as Feng led Aqua Rose, Blackie, Fire Dance, and Flying Shadow towards Oriental Sword. Feng's movements had undoubtedly attracted the attention of Overwhelming Smiles. Team the fellows from Zero Wing are kind of interesting. Oriental Sword grinned upon seeing Feng and the others' boss Oriental. That level 24 swordsman is Black Flame. The 2 beauties by his side are the Elementalist Aqua Rose and the Assassin Fire Dance. The Cursemancer is Zero Wing's famous expert, Blackie, and that male assassin is the person who killed Monkey and the others, Flying Shadow, The ranger beside Oriental Sword briefly introduced the members of Sure Fang's group Black Flame's arrival, surprised every member of Overwhelming Smile Black Flame's fame was truly too immense. He was the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of Starmoon Kingdom. There was nobody in White River City who had not witnessed Black Flame's battle videos. Killing every player with a single hit, he had massacred over 100 Dark Star members. He suppressed more than 10,000 players with his aura alone, causing all of them to freeze. In the end, he even escaped unharmed guild leader Black Flame. What brings you here today, I wonder? Oriental Sword asked playfully as he smirked at Sure Fang. A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. Today, you sent your men to ambush members of our guild. Now, you've occupied the mine that we found after much difficulty. Don't you think that you've gone a little overboard? Sure Fang asked calmly, although Sure Fang's voice had been soft. His overbearing tone intimidated the crowd from Overwhelming Smile overboard. Oriental Sword laughed madly. 12 of my men died. I have not even asked for compensation, yet you come here to denounce me. Since you're here, we can use this opportunity to discuss compensation. I don't want much. Just pay me 100 gold per person for a total of 1,200 gold. How about it? Mockery filled Oriental Sword's expression. He believed that Sure Fang was a complete fool. With just 5 players, Sure Fang had dared come into his territory looking for trouble at this stage of the game. Players' levels were no longer insignificantly low. Their equipment was decent quality, and they had learned many skills. It was not possible to kill a player with a single hit anymore currently. He had close to 150 players on his side, and they were all elite members of the guild. They were also level 22 or higher, and they possessed impressive combat power. They could easily take out 50 players, much less 5. Chapter 432, One-Hit Extermination. Upon listening to Oriental Sword's words, a cold glint flashed across Sure Fang's eyes suddenly. The surrounding atmosphere froze. What? Want to fight? Although Oriental Sword could feel a heavy pressure enveloping him, his confidence did not waver. He then unsheathed the long sword hung on his back, provocatively saying, "Come if you can, then. Seeing as everyone out there is calling you a god, I really wish to see just what kind of ability you possess." When Oriental Sword spoke in such a way, everyone from Overwhelming Smile sneered, secretly making preparations for battle with 150 players on their side. It would be a piece of cake for them to take care of just 5 players. They were different from those noobs Black Flame had massacred before. They would not easily be defeated just because their skills were silenced after learning and training in God's domain for such a long time. They had long since familiarized themselves with the combat styles of the game. Right now, they had no problems fighting solo with an elite monster. Although a handful of them might not be a match for Black Flame, if all 150 of them stood sparsely apart from each other and attacked together, they did not believe that Black Flame could walk out of this place alive. However, before the crowd from Overwhelming Smile could react, Sure Fang, who stood 10 yards away, suddenly disappeared. Where is he? Oriental Sword's eyes were filled with disbelief when he suddenly lost sight of Sure Fang. A swordsman could actually suddenly vanish from thin air. Even assassins required some time to enter stealth, not to mention Oriental Sword. Even Aqua Rose and the others were stunned. Sure Fang had just suddenly disappeared. Did he log off? The only reasoning Aqua Rose could come up with was that Sure Fang had logged out of the game. However, when she checked the list of party members, Sure Fang's status showed that he was still online. His name did not turn gray, however. Before 1 second had passed, Sure Fang suddenly reappeared beside Oriental Sword, following which blades of light slashed apart the air, silently cutting up Oriental Sword's body. Before Oriental Sword knew what was going on, he suddenly felt pain bloom in his body. In the next moment, he saw blood gushing out like a waterfall in front of him. What's going on? Oriental Sword touched the wounds covering his body, confused. Suddenly, his body lost all strength as it slumped down onto the ground. Laying on the ground, Oriental Sword saw Sure Fang through his grade vision. He also saw the abyssal blade grasped in Sure Fang's hand. fresh blood slowly dripping off the weapon. The blood dripped to the ground, as if it were a countdown to death. How? Even at his moment of death, Oriental Sword still could not believe what had just happened. He, a top-tier expert of overwhelming smile, had actually died without a chance to respond. After Oriental Sword died, everyone from Overwhelming Smile, who was originally feeling confident, halted. They simply could not comprehend what had just happened. Sherfong had just suddenly disappeared before reappearing once again beside Oriental Sword. Immediately after, blood gushed out from Oriental Sword's body. Simultaneously, a damage of minus 4,368 points appeared above the man's head, the damage completely exceeding the swordsman's total. Each Oriental Sword's sudden death had struck fear into the crowd from Overwhelming Smile. The gaze they used to look at Sherfong was as if looking at a ferocious beast when Sherfang's eyes landed on them. They felt as if they had lost control of their own body's bug. This must be a bug. A player from Overwhelming Smile suddenly shouted in fright. He must have grasped a loophole in the system. Let's send feedback to the main god system right now. We'll see what he can do then. Everyone present felt that those words sounded logical. Otherwise, how were they supposed to explain this unbelievable incident? Hence, everyone started sending reports to the main god system. Only by doing so would they possess a chance for survival. Guild leader couldn't have abused a bug, right? Aqua Rose could not make sense of the situation either. She was similarly shocked by the scene she had just witnessed. The main god system control God's domain. It was simply impossible for such a glaring loophole to exist in the game. Yet if it was not a loophole, how could they explain the situation before them? Of course it is not a loophole in the system. Guild leader is the #1 expert of Starmoon Kingdom. Previously, he had simply used an advanced combat technique. These people are simply too ignorant, Fire Dance said proudly, a faint smile on her face. She spoke as if she were the one who had personally finished off Oriental Sword. Within the ruined shrine in the inner region of White Fog Canyon, a large number of guild players had gathered. Among them, members of Overwhelming Smile numbered the most. With over 5,000 members present, there were a large number of monsters inside the ruined shrine. Moreover, a majority of these monsters were special elites. Among them were plenty of chieftains. The monsters here range from level 24 to level 27. To the current elite members of guilds, it was a level that they could barely handle. If not for the fact that they had the advantage in numbers, they would have long since been wiped out by the monsters inside the ruined shrine dam. The monsters here are endless. They're even more troublesome than the battle monkeys before. Lone Tyrant said, somewhat exhausted. Currently, he was going up against a level 27 chieftain, a goblin warrior. Despite the goblin warrior being twice as large as an ordinary player, it was quite agile. In addition, the hammer it wielded contained frightening, destructive power. Even a tier 1 Metroton of the same level would find it difficult to endure its series of violent assaults, much less Lone Tyrant, who was only a level 25 tier 0 Guardian Knight. Although Lone Tyrant possessed impressive techniques, his dodging capabilities being first-rate, the Goblin Warrior also possessed powerful combat techniques. Whenever the Goblin Warrior attacked Lone Tyrant, it would always predict where Lone Tyrant would dodge and take that into account in its attack, forcing Lone Tyrant to accept the damage. Moreover, every time he received an attack from the Goblin Warrior's hammer, his defensive posture would always fail. This resulted in him being unable to use his shield to block the next attack, and instead he received the attack with his body from just a single strike of its hammer. Lone Tyrant received close to minus 1,300 damage. Lone Tyrant only possessed 4,520 HP. He could endure 4 hits. At most, if he were only dealing with a single Goblin Warrior, Lone Tyrant would not end up in such a miserable state. However, aside from the Goblin Warrior, there were also many Goblin Mages at the sides. These Goblin Mages were all level 26 special elites. They bombarded players with ice and fire, and any players struck by their spells would instantly lose around 1,700 HP. Other than MTs, nobody else could survive 2 hits within the ruined shrine. Aside from the members of Overwhelming Smile having a hard time, the other guilds were similarly facing great difficulties. The monsters inside the ruined shrine were simply endless. No matter how many they killed, the monsters just kept coming. Without sufficient strength, they simply had no way of reaching the level 25 Great Lord in a short amount of time, let alone raiding it before Overwhelming Smile had finished off the monsters at hand. Another wave of goblins charged over suddenly. Everyone from Overwhelming Smile felt a headache overcome them. Cursemancers cripple them. Elementalists use ice walls and separate the incoming monsters. Rangers lure some away and kite them. Do not let the pressure on the MTs increase. Yulan immediately shouted in the team chat immediately. The elites of Overwhelming Smile started taking action, luring the goblins away and letting the MTs take a breather. Lone Tyrant could not help but send a glance at the charming and graceful Yulan. Inwardly, he felt displeasure towards the woman. He was actually required to listen to her commands. However, he also had no choice but to admit that Yulan was indeed amazing. They were only able to reach their current location thanks to Yulan. Otherwise, they would not have been able to pass through the battle monkeys. Even if they could, they would have had to suffer immense losses. Take Emperor's Light and the Assassin's Alliance, for example. Since entering White Fog Canyon, their total numbers had already decreased by a quarter. Meanwhile, under Yulan's command, Overwhelming Smile was able to advance through White Fog Canyon easily. Along their way to the ruined shrine, they had only lost a small number of players shortly after Overwhelming Smile cleared out all the goblins. Yulan received a message. After reading the message, her expression turned grim. Lone Tyrant could feel Yulan's mood suddenly changing, and he could not help but ask, what happened? After spending some time together, Lone Tyrant had a general grasp on this woman. She was always calm and collected. Even in the face of several Lord-ranked monsters, she would remain unfazed. Yet, now, after seeing a single message, her expression had turned solemn. How could Lone Tyrant not grow curious at this situation? Chapter 433, Evil Rakshasa. Hearing Lone Tyrant's question, Yulan, who had originally planned to explain, suddenly received another message notification. When she read the contents of the message, her frown deepened. Oriental Sword. That fool. I told him to investigate the secret Zero Wing had used to obtain their stock of level 25 high-end equipment. Yet, he brazenly killed Zero Wing's members. He has even provoked Black Flame. Yulan was furious after reading the message. Yulan had previously investigated Black Flame. However, the more she looked into the man, the more creeped out she felt. Black Flame had appeared silently, and like a rising comet, he shocked everyone with every action in White River City. Not only had he massacred so many players, but he had also been able to move about freely. This strength alone was sufficient to strike fear into others. After all, if such a powerful person ambushed someone out in the field, and the victim was not strong enough to survive, they would still meet tragedy. If they were dealing with an ordinary expert, they could simply form larger teams when leaving the city. That way, those experts would not dare attack them. However, Black Flame was different. He was too powerful. Even if they formed teams, Black Flame could still slaughter them with little effort, and they could only helplessly watch as he did so. The only real solution was to form a team of several hundred players. However, they could not do that every time they left the city. Not only would this be detrimental to the guild's development, but it would also make them the laughingstock of God's domain. However, if Black Flame constantly hunted and ambushed their members, his growth would stagnate. Moreover, such ambushes would not significantly impact the guild if they only occurred 1 or 2 days. Black Flame needed to ambush them over a long period of time to wound Overwhelming Smile. Meanwhile, it would be detrimental if Black Flame neither leveled up nor upgraded his equipment for a long time. There were countless experts in God's domain. If one did not continuously improve their strength, others would quickly surpass them. Zero Wing's success today was largely due to Black Flame's strength. If Black Flame let himself go, it would damage Zero Wing. Hence, Yulan had prohibited the members of Overwhelming Smile from crossing any lines, maintaining the balance between both parties. She was worried that if angered, Black Flame would disregard all consequences and act so roguishly now. However, Oriental Sword had broken the balance that they had maintained. At this point, Yulan wanted to hunt Oriental Sword down personally and strangle him. After Yulan received the message, Feng began to annihilate Overwhelming Smiles members with Aqua Rose, and the others by his side. Feng's Void Steps had long since petrified his opponents. Later, they even reported to the main god system, stating that Feng had abused a loophole in the system to kill players. They all hoped that the main god system would bring them justice, giving Feng his deserved punishment. Yet, the reply they had received stated that there were no issues. Feng's every action had been within the rules of the system. Overwhelming Smiles members had been even more shocked upon receiving this reply that ghost-like method Feng had used to kill Oriental Sword wasn't actually a bug. For a time, the crowd from Overwhelming Smile despaired. In the face of Feng's merciless slaughter, their previous confidence was nothing but a joke. The only thing they could do was escape. As for battling Feng, that was a fool's errand. Just how were they supposed to fight an enemy that they could not see? Moreover, said enemy could kill them instantly upon reappearing. You guys wish to escape? Try it. Without hesitation, Feng activated Skywheel Sword previously to kill Oriental Sword in one hit. Feng had specially activated Aura of Fire and Purgatory Power, holding nothing back. Now, after activating Skywheel Sword, countless swords of light appeared in the sky above the mine's entrance. When the swords descended, not only did they deal over -2,400 damage to all enemies within an area of 20 by 20 yards, but it also sealed all enemies within range, preventing them from leaving the region for 4 seconds. Instantly, the members of Overwhelming Smile were trapped within the mine. When everyone from Overwhelming Smile saw that there was no longer hope for escape, they tried to resist. Unfortunately, Feng did not give them a chance. Feng then used the skill of the Aura of Fire, Firestorm. Suddenly, flames filled the interior of the mine. A damage of close to -10,000 points appeared above every player and monster within. After Firestorm's duration of 5 seconds, only ash remained. Since Feng began his assault, the whole process only lasted a few seconds. Just like that, over 100 elites from Overwhelming Smile had been exterminated. Moreover, Feng had collected the immortal souls of every player that he killed. Within a short time, all of these players have been locked out of God's domain. If Feng had been a wild beast that gave other guilds massive headaches before he had become a Blade Saint, now, he was an evil Rakshasa that others would avoid at all costs. Meanwhile, inside the ruined shrine. So what if it's Black Flame? We have the advantage of numbers. We can easily get rid of him. A wrathful flame immediately blossomed within Lone Tyrant's eyes when he heard Black Flame's name. Hurriedly, he said, "Why don't I take some men to assist Oriental Sword and kill Black Flame?" Ever since dying by Feng's hands, Lone Tyrant had toughened his heart and trained arduously every night and day. He had done so to exact his revenge. He was no longer the same as he had been in the past. If not for Yulan restraining him, he would have long since avenged his deaths. Now that Oriental Sword had provoked Black Flame, it was only natural that he go and help out. Yulan could not possibly sit by and watch as more than 100 elite members fell under Black Flame swords, right? Ultimately, these elite members were the backbone of the guild. If the guild did nothing as over 100 of these elites were slaughtered, not only would it damage the guild's reputation, but it would also affect the hearts of those within the guild known need. Black Flame killed Oriental Sword with a single hit. As for the others, they're most likely dead by now, Yulan said, revealing a bitter smile. Yulan had a clear understanding of Black Flame's strength. None of the titled experts on the God's Domain experts list were for show. Furthermore, Black Flame currently had several experts by his side. Those 100-plus elite members had zero chance of surviving. Only a top-tier expert might have a chance of walking away. Upon hearing Yulan's statement, Lone Tyrant was stunned. He said, "I am very familiar with Oriental Sword's strength. Moreover, he has so many people with him. How could Black Flame kill him with one hit? I do not know how exactly he died, but according to the reports sent from above, Oriental Sword had not managed to respond before dying," Yulan said. "It seems that after not encountering Black Flame for a while, he has grown even stronger. We need to hurry and take down this great lord." Are we just going to let this go? Lone Tyrant had yet to give up on the idea of killing Black Flame. Staring at Yulan, he asked, if others find out that, despite Black Flame having killed so many Overwhelming Smiles elites, we are indifferent, we will become a laughingstock. What will we do if our inaction angers those above us? Yulan frowned. Just as Lone Tyrant had said, if they did not take any sort of action now, they would become a joke to the public. Yulan, what's going on with you? You shouldn't wear such an ugly expression. Do you need Big Brother's help? Just as Yulan struggled with her indecision, a lean man walked over. Smiling, this man was a level 26 assassin, his level surpassing everyone in Overwhelming Smile. Yet, despite there being no guild emblem on his person, everyone from Overwhelming Smile treated him with respect and reverence. Even Lone Tyrant was no exception. He was deeply afraid of provoking this young master. The reason they were behaving in such a way was not only this young man's high level. More importantly, this man was the key to their operation of killing the Great Lord back then. Young Master Feng had repeatedly instructed them to treat this youth before them with respect. If they provoked this youth, they would be responsible for their own actions. Chapter 434, Free Combat System. Big Brother Summer, it's great that you are willing to help, but the opponent is very hard to take down. We might even miss out on our chance to kill the Great Lord. I'm worried that it will affect Big Brother Summer's task. Yulan was familiar with the lean man's strength, and she appreciated his assistance. The lean man was Summer Sunshine. Not only was he unrelated to Underworld, but he was also an independent player. However, due to his backing and his overwhelming strength, even Feng Xianyang attempted to build a strong relationship with him. Yulan had once witnessed a fraction of Summer Sunshine's strength before entering White Fog Canyon. Summer Sunshine had fought Underworld's pride, the leader of the Underworld Guards, Ming Sha, in a PvP. In the end, however, Ming Sha lasted only 5 moves against Summer Sunshine. Moreover, Summer Sunshine had not used any skills, relying on basic attacks to defeat his opponent. The results of that fight had surprised everyone. As a member of Underworld, Yulan knew full well how strong Ming Sha was. He was one of the few great experts in Underworld. General Snow of Ouroboros was only slightly stronger than him, however. Such an expert was nothing more than a child. As Summer Sunshine one could just imagine how powerful the assassin was. If Summer Sunshine was willing to lend a hand, they had a fairly good chance of defeating one-hit Azura Black Flame. It won't take long to deal with the Great Lord. I don't mind delaying our attack for a little bit. In any case, I am bored. If you need help with something, just ask. Summer Sunshine laughed. Zero Wings guild leader, Black Flame, has killed many of our elite members. We want to return the favor and kill him. Would you be interested in helping us with this, I wonder? Yulan asked softly as she stared at Summer Sunshine Black Flame. Summer Sunshine nodded, saying, all right. I've heard many rumors about him when I was in White River City. I hear that he's pretty amazing and has the title of one-hit Azura. He is even Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert. I'd love to exchange a few moves with him. If I kill him, won't I become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert? Of course. If you kill Black Flame, you will officially become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert. However, don't underestimate him. He once killed Ming Sha with one hit. We need to plan carefully to avoid Black Flame escaping. When Yulan received Summer Sunshine's answer, the tension between her brows loosened. A few ideas of how to deal with Black Flame already brewing. He killed Ming Sha with one hit. Not bad. My last fight with Ming Sha wasn't even a warm-up. I wonder if Black Flame is strong enough to take seriously? Summer Sunshine licked his lips, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. As for your plans, forget about them. As long as we find him, I have my own ways to prevent him from escaping. Big Brother Summer, Black Flame has a large-scale silencing skill. If he discovers us and activates the skill, trapping him will be very difficult. It is best if we have a plan to silence Black Flame. Yulan reminded, don't worry. I have something better than that. When I see him, I'll trap him like a bug in a jar. Summer Sunshine laughed. Confidently, he said, let's hunt down Black Flame. Since he has provoked and angered you, you can watch as I take care of him. Following which, Yulan immediately sent a large number of players to search for Black Flame. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile's army also slowly withdrew from the ruined shrine. At the entrance of Starfire Mine, Shurfeng and the others tidied up the loot scattered across the ground when Shurfeng had activated Firestorm. Not only had he wiped out the players, but he had also dealt with all of the level 27 special elite ranked Flame Furbolgs that had emerged from the mine with the Flame Furbolgs drops, accompanying the items from players, weapons, equipment, and materials littered the area in front of the mine that elite members of Overwhelming Smile Sure are poor. The majority of their weapons and equipment are level 20 bronze and mysterious iron ranked. There are only 2 pieces of secret silver equipment. The Flame Furbolgs dropped more secret silver equipment than those elites, Blackie commented after they had finished collecting the items. He could not help but sympathize with the elites of Overwhelming Smile. The loot from the players versus the Flame Furbolgs was easy to differentiate, as one group had only dropped level 20 items, while the other had only dropped level 25 items. The Flame Furbolgs had dropped 4 pieces of level 25 secret silver equipment alone, which was the equivalent of 4 pieces of level 20 fine gold equipment. To God's Domain's players currently, fine gold equipment was top-tier equipment, whereas dark gold equipment was the cream of the crop. As for epic items, they were the stuff of legends. Meanwhile, if an ordinary player joined Zero Wing around level 10 and completed their guild quests each day, they could trade their guild points in for a piece of mysterious iron equipment by the time they reached level 20. If they were lucky and managed to join a party to complete advanced guild quests, they might even have enough points for 3 or 4 pieces of secret silver equipment. More than half an elite's equipment would be secret silver rank at the very least. On the other hand, the equipment Overwhelming Smile's elite members wore was mostly a mix of bronze and mysterious iron rank. Practically none of them had any secret silver equipment. They could not compare with Zero Wing's members. Furthermore, level 25 weapons and equipment were now available for Zero Wing members. This was unheard of in any other guild. Any level 25 equipment obtained by the other guilds would be prioritized to their core members. These items would never be available for their ordinary members compared to level 25 secret silver and fine gold equipment. The benefits that Overwhelming Smile offered were a joke. After organizing the loot, Shurfeng had the 2 recently resurrected members take the dropped weapons and equipment back to the guild. As for Aqua Rose and the others, they all entered the Starfire Mine and started mining. The Starfire Mine was a naturally occurring maze. Moreover, when wandering inside the mine, the players were often ambushed by groups of 3 to 5 Flame Furbolgs. As a result, Shurfeng's team progressed slowly. The Flame Furbolgs were level 27 special elites. Their strength was frighteningly high, and they could send a berserker of the same level flying with a single hit. Although they were somewhat slow, the Flame Furbolgs also had an AoE control skill called War Stomp. When activated, all enemies within a radius of 8 yards would be placed in a fainted state for 4 seconds. In this narrow cave, avoiding this skill was not easy. Normally, a party had no chance against these Flame Furbolgs. At the very least, they needed a larger team and a willingness to make sacrifices to get rid of these special elites. Unfortunately for the Flame Furbolgs, the opponent was Shurfeng. Moreover, there were also the Tier 1 assassins, Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, and the unpredictable Astromancer, Violet Cloud before Shurfeng and the others. The Flame Furbolg's 70,000 HP was only decoration. Shurfeng and the others were Tier 1 classes. They were only slightly inferior to the special elites. After activating the aura of fire, Shurfeng could easily deal over -1,000 damage with every attack. When he used the Tier 1 chop, he could deal over -6,000 damage, over -10,000 damage if he achieved a critical hit. As for the Flame Furbolg's War Stomp, the skill was child's play to an expert faced with groups of 3 to 5 Flame Furbolgs. Shurfeng's party of 6 could either incapacitate the monsters throughout the altercation or kill them swiftly with brute force, preventing them from activating War Stomp. Either way, Shurfeng's group continued to delve into the mine, their experience bars rising quickly. The EXP earned from killing a level 27 special elite was already abundant. There was also the bonus EXP due to the level difference and the fact that there were only 6 players in the party to share the EXP. Most importantly, there were a lot of flame furbolgs, and no matter how many the party killed, more awaited them further in the mine. They leveled faster here than when they had killed Lord-ranked monsters in a team of 500 players. On top of everything else, they also obtained plenty of level 25 equipment after Sherfone and the others had killed flame furbolgs in the Starfire mine for over 3 hours. The group arrived at a wide and beautiful crystal cavern. A gigantic flaming star took up the center of this cavern the moment Sherfone set foot in the crystal cavern. A system notification suddenly rang out. System: you have entered the land of the fallen star. Activating free combat system. Chapter 435, Land of the Fallen Star. After entering the crystal cavern, Sherfone had not been the only one to receive a system notification. His party members also received one activating free combat system. Sherfone was stunned. The free combat system was an unfamiliar term to the current players of God's Domain. Sherfone, however, could not be more familiar with it. This was a mechanic that would only exist after the second evolution of God's Domain in order to make combat in God's Domain more realistic. Friendly fire was now active originally. If two players were in a party together, their attacks would not damage each other. However, after activating the free combat system, if one were not careful and struck a party member, said party member would receive damage from the attack. Players could also damage themselves with their own skills. For example, if a player used an AoE skill and they were within the skill's effective range, they would receive damage. In the past, after the free combat system had activated, many players had ended up in the graveyard because of either themselves or each other as a result. When attacking, players needed sufficient control of their attacks. Otherwise, no one would be willing to join their party regardless of the benefits guild leader. What just happened? Aqua Rose could not contain her curiosity when she saw Sherfang's surprise. We have activated the free combat system. From now on, our attacks will not differentiate from friend and foe, so we need to be careful in the battle. Don't mistakenly injure yourselves or your teammates. Sherfang explained. However, before the others could respond, a deep purple barrier sealed off the cavern's entrance. When Blackie accidentally touched the barrier, he suddenly lost 1,000 HP. Frightened, Blackie hurriedly backed away from the barrier when he had fallen into a trap. Be careful of your surroundings and don't take action casually. Sherfang considered the purple barrier at the cavern's entrance before observing his surroundings. Suddenly, a large group of Wolfman warriors appeared in the land of the fallen star, which had originally been void of any monsters. The Wolfman warriors each carried a shield and a weapon, and they stared at Sherfang's group with fangs bared and smelly drool leaking from their mouths. They treated Sherfang and the others like a meal. Wolfman warrior, elite rank. Level 27. HP 42,000/42000. Although the Wolfman warriors were much weaker than the flame furbolgs, there were many of them. They moved in groups of a dozen or so, making them far more difficult to deal than the groups of 3 to 5 furbolgs guild leader. What should we do now? Blackie said, his heart wavering as he watched the hundreds of Wolfman warriors slowly walk towards them. Fight as we look for an exit. Sherfang could not think of any better ideas. With the entrance sealed off and the sudden appearance of so many Wolfman warriors, the only plan he had was to fight as they ran. I'll open a path. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow cover me. Aqua, focus on controlling those Wolfman warriors. Based on Sherfang's experience, all traps in God's Domain gave players a chance of survival. As long as they found the trick to unlock the trap, they could escape with their lives. Meanwhile, the trap before them was clearly directed towards those who were unfamiliar with the free combat system. If everyone randomly used their skills, they would kill themselves before laying a scratch on the monsters before them. Hence, it was safer if only he took action, following which Sherfang led the party and charged towards the area with the least number of Wolfman warriors. Even so, there were still over a dozen elites ahead of him. Seeing Sherfang's group barreling towards them, these Wolfman warriors opened their mouths and howled. They raised their weapons and charged at Sherfang. At this moment, the other Wolfman warriors had similarly started to surround Sherfang and the others. Don't fight. Just lure them to a single location and then kill them. With that order, Shifeng took the fight to these Wolfman warriors, leading his own band of elites. He then unsheathed the Abyssal Blade and the Purgatory Shadow, brandishing his swords and sending over a dozen swords of light to strike the Wolfman warriors' vital points. Shifeng's attack speed was extremely fast. Although the Wolfman warriors tried to defend themselves, Shifeng's swords of light reached the monsters first. A single sword strike sent a Wolfman warrior that was over 2 meters tall flying backward, a damage of over -1,000 points appearing above its head. Shifeng had no desire to continue fighting. After having sent the dozen or so Wolfman warriors flying, he led the party and moved past the Wolfman warriors if possible. Shifeng wanted to finish off these Wolfmen. If he did, however, they would end up surrounded by more of these elite monsters. If that happened, they wouldn't escape despite their efforts in such a way. Shifeng, Fire Dance, and Flying Shadow opened a path for the party, the six continuously advancing regarding the Wolfman warriors chasing them relentlessly. Aqua Rose continuously cast ice walls and ice spheres behind her, using the spells to reduce the monster's speed, although the Wolfman warriors could not catch up. The number of monsters chasing after Shifeng's party had increased past 1,000. If Shifeng and the others made a single mistake, they would most likely lose their lives. We can use the terrain ahead. Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, and I will block the Wolfman warriors behind us. Blackie, use Stars of Light. It doesn't matter even how far you cast it. Just remember not to include us in the spell's effective area. Shifeng had constantly observed the surrounding terrain as he ran, and he caught sight of an elevated area. The path there was also very narrow. 2 or 3 people would be sufficient to block it completely. Hence, he hastened towards that elevated ground. Leave it to me. Watch me get rid of these wolf pups. Blackie nodded when the party entered the narrow path. Shifeng and the 2 assassins spun around, facing the oncoming Wolfman warriors. 20 yards. 15 yards. 10 yards. Watching the Wolfman warriors come closer and closer. Release! Shifeng shouted, having prepared. Blackie waved his staff, and in the next moment, a star of light descended from the sky. One after another, the stars of light bombarded the 1,000+ of Wolfman warriors. Those near the epicenter of the crash received over -7,000 damage, while the others in the spell's vicinity received over -3,000 damage. The Wolfman warriors had 42,000 HP. They could only endure a few waves of stars of light before dying, however. The Wolfman warriors outside of Blackie's spell were intelligent. They had not foolishly charged into the range of the stars of light. Instead, they stood in place, waiting for the spell to end. Although the effect of stars of light was frightening, the spell only took the lives of slightly over 200 Wolfman warriors. To an army of over 1,000, that was nothing. However, after stars of light ended, the experience bars of Shifeng's party skyrocketed. If they could repeat this process, they could easily reach level 30 in a few hours before anyone could catch a breather. Dozens of Wolfman warriors charged into the small path, howling as they brandished their weapons due to the free combat system. Blackie had not had a perfect grasp of his skills coverage area. As a result, the Wolfman warriors that had been at the very forefront of the charge had not been caught in the effective area of stars of light. Fortunately, the small path only allowed for 5 or 6 Wolfman warriors. Without hesitation, Shifeng sent a Tier 1 Thundering Flash at the incoming elite monsters compared to the Tier 0 Thundering Flash. The Tier 1 skill was far more agile. Whether it was in terms of speed, power, distance, or number of attacks, all had massively improved. Most importantly, Shifeng could now use it to attack horizontally, increasing its attack area. A blue arc of lightning tore through the path in the blink of an eye, splitting the path in 2, following which another arc of blue lightning streaked towards its target. After 5 consecutive arcs of lightning, astonishing damages appeared above the dozens of Wolfman warriors. 624, -2,240, -3,136, -4,394, -6, 152. Thundering Flash's effect stacked, and each consecutive hit would have its damage increased by 40%. If a target were struck by all 5 lightning strikes, The total damage would be terrifying, however. The might of Thundering Flash could not deter these crazed Wolfman warriors. They still threw themselves forward with little regard for their lives. Aqua Rose waved her staff, and suddenly, 3 ice walls appearing on the small path, reducing the Wolfman warrior's speed. Blackie also cast Hell Flame, dark green flames emerging from the ground. Immediately after, Shifeng used the Tier 1 Earth Splitter before these Wolfman warriors could reach Shifeng. They all died with the perfect combination of the 6 and the advantageous terrain. They had only spent a short amount of time finishing off the 1,000-plus Wolfman warriors after decimating the last wave of warriors. A golden glow illuminated Shifeng's body. He was finally level 25. Chapter 436, Combat Power Source. Guild Leader, you're finally level 25. Blackie sighed with relief when he saw the golden brilliance illuminate Shifeng's body. That's right, Shifeng laughed bitterly. After choosing this Blade Saint class, I'm doomed to level up slowly. Guild Leader, here's the level 25 Swordsman Fine Gold and Secret Silver equipment we saved for you, Fire Dance said, retrieving a few pieces of equipment from her bag. She had deliberately held on to these items for Shifeng. As for the other level 25 equipment, she had sent them to the guild's warehouse. Shifeng's hidden class was no secret among the core members of Zero Wing. This included Violet Cloud's Astromancer class as well. Originally, everyone had envied and admired hidden classes, searching desperately for a legacy that would give them the chance to obtain a hidden class. However, they could now see both Shifeng's and Violet Cloud's leveling speed for themselves. Their progression could only be described with one word: slow. Some of the team members who were originally a lower level than Shifeng and Violet Cloud had even surpassed the two over these past few days in White Fog Canyon. More importantly, their levels were currently in the 20s. When they reached the 30s, 50s, or even 100s, the two's leveling speed would most likely slow to a crawl. When the others thought about how they would level far slower than other players, they promptly dismissed their intentions of searching for a hidden class. If they encountered an advanced legacy in the future, they would change classes then. If not, so be it. Levels were very important in God's domain. Moreover, everyone paled at the thought of dying just once as a hidden class. Thanks. Shifeng accepted Fire Dance's offer. His current equipment mostly consisted of random level 20 pieces. If he switched them out for level 25 Fine Gold and Secret Silver equipment, his attributes would increase significantly. Shifeng also retrieved a fiery red pair of boots from his bag. The delicate boots each had 3 beautiful flame crystals embedded in them, and a bright red glow circled the footwear. These were super top-tier boots that Shifeng had obtained after killing the scorching Lamia Flame boots. Plate boots, dark gold rank. Level 25. Defense plus 175. Strength plus 21. Agility plus 30. Endurance plus 15. Movement speed plus 8. Fire resistance plus 5. Additional skill dash. Flame Rush. Increases movement speed by 100% for 10 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. The boots were worth at least 30 gold. As Shifeng had not met the level requirement for the boots when he had first obtained them, he had kept them in his bag until now. After equipping the flame boots, Shifeng's attributes soared once more. He had even obtained a new skill, Flame Rush. This was a must-have skill for both escape and pursuit. Undoubtedly, the flame boots had significantly increased Shifeng's mobility. Guild Leader, what kind of boots are those? They're so beautiful. Aqua Rose asked excitedly upon seeing the flame boots on Shifeng's feet. Aqua Rose wasn't the only person with this opinion, as both Fire Dance and Violet Cloud similarly eyed the flame boots. Women always loved beautiful things. I got these boots from killing a High Lord in the Flame God's cave. However, you guys are mages, so you can't equip them. If you could, we'd go back and farm more High Lords. Even with his experience in countless battles, Shifeng squirmed under the intense stares of the 3 beauties. In the end, he had no choice but to display the flame boots data. When everyone saw the boots' attributes, they were stunned. Guild Leader, is this a level 25 dark gold item? Flying Shadow's eyes nearly popped out of his sockets in shock. Originally, he had thought the flame boots were level 25 fine gold equipment. After all, ever since they started killing level 25 and above Lord rank monsters, the best equipment they had obtained was level 25 fine gold equipment. These attributes are amazing, Blackie said enviously. He was not particularly surprised that the flame boots were dark gold ranked guild leader. When did you kill a level 25 or above High Lord? Aqua Rose asked with disbelief when Fire Dance and the others heard Aqua Rose's question. They suddenly realized the weight of Sure Fang's words. Wing had only recently entered White Fog Canyon. Based on Sure Fang's behavior, he had obtained the flame boots long before entering the canyon. However, only High Lords had a chance of dropping dark gold equipment. Moreover, as the flame boots had a level 25 requirement, Sure Fang would have had to kill a level 25 High Lord at the very minimum. Meanwhile, since Sure Fang always acted independently, it meant that he had most likely killed a level 25 High Lord by himself. Was something like that really possible in God's domain? If I remember correctly, I think it was around the time when I was level 15, Sure Fang said after giving it some thought. However, I used some special methods to defeat that scorching Lamia. If it were a direct confrontation, she would have killed me instantly. Amazing. Inhuman. Guild leader, you're too insincere. We are all in the same boat, yet you still keep so many secrets to yourself. Due to their shock and surprise, Aqua Rose and the others were utterly speechless. They all knew full well how powerful a High Lord was. They also knew how inconceivable it was to kill a High Lord. A team of 50 players stood no chance against one, much less a solo player. Even if Sure Fang had used some particular method to kill one, it was still an amazing feat. It turns out that guild leader has hidden his strength all along. It seems that I'll need to work harder from now on. Aside from her shock, Fire Dance was also disappointed. She inwardly lamented over her lack of strength. Originally, she had thought that she was only a short distance from catching up with Sure Fang. She now realized that not only had the gap not shortened in the slightest, but it had even grown wider. However, this revelation had not discouraged Fire Dance. At the very least, she could see how wide the gap was now. Shortly after Aqua Rose and the others had renewed their opinion of Sure Fang's strength, a terrifying roar echoed throughout the land of the fallen star. This is a wolf's howl. The sound seems to be moving closer. Is the boss coming for revenge because we killed the wolf pups? Aqua Rose and the others were no ordinary players. Their 5 senses were very acute. By sound alone, they could feel danger approaching. Meanwhile, anything that could instill that kind of feeling was not a typical monster. Immediately, everyone went on high alert, searching for any movement. The monster heading for us is at least Lord ranked. All of you stand back. Sure Fang could feel the threat of death when one had reached his standards. They could determine an enemy's strength through the degree of danger they instinctively felt without even seeing their enemy. If it were a chieftain, although Sure Fang would feel danger, he would not sense the threat of death. For him to feel such a threat meant that the approaching monster was at least a lord. While everyone waited quietly for the enemy's arrival, Sure Fang retrieved the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath from his bag. Previously, Sure Fang's intelligence had been below the required 120 points, so he had not been able to equip the fragmented legendary item. Now, however, he finally possessed enough points in his intelligence as he had a Tier 1 class. He received 8 free attribute points each time he leveled up. In addition, the Abyssal Blade also gave him 2 points for each level. The Golden Stigmata also gave him 10 free attribute points and raised all attributes by 5 points every 5 levels. When Sure Fang reached level 25, he had received a total of 20 free attribute points. After increasing his intelligence to 120 points, he added the remaining points in his strength. The equipment requirement of the Heavenly Dragon's Breath was 200 strength, 200 agility, and 120 intelligence. Both Sure Fang's strength and agility had long since exceeded 200 points. They had even exceeded 300. Now that his intelligence had reached the minimum requirement, he could equip the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. Such power. After equipping the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, Sure Fang could feel an immeasurable strength flow into him from the fragmented legendary ring. Although this was not his first time equipping the item, The ring still gave his mind a clarity that he had never had before. He also felt warm and fuzzy, power leaking from his body. It felt as if he was capable of destroying anything and everything in his path. Chapter 437, Tier 2 Combat Power. As the howls approached, everyone became more focused. They kept their eyes glued on the numerous stone pillars in front of the small path. None of them spared even a glance for the loot that the 1,000+ Wolfman warriors had dropped. It was not because Shurfeng and the others did not want to, but because they couldn't afford it. They had all experienced just how powerful and cunning a Lord-ranked monster was. Even elites knew how to ambush players, much less Lords. The frightening aspect of Lords was that they knew how to strike a player's blind spots, landing a fatal blow. Previously, Zero Wing's chief MT, Kola, had very nearly died several times in a Lord's ambush. If not for the Arc-Light Guard's heaven-defying skill, Time Arc, Kola would have died at least half a dozen times currently. None of Shurfeng's party had such an overpowered skill. They would only taunt death if they moved forward to pick up the loot after a short moment. The howling stopped. Instantly, an aura of death washed over the party, and the air surrounding them seemed to freeze. "Where's the monster?" Blackie asked, confused when nothing appeared. "It has probably hidden itself. The stone pillars ahead are perfect cover, and it is highly likely that the monster is looking for a chance to strike." Flying Shadow, who was in stealth, answered. "Guild leader, should I scout ahead and investigate?" "No, it's already heading towards us," Shurfeng said, shaking his head as he unsheathed the Abyssal Blade and the Purgatory Shadow. With a grim expression, he said, "Everyone, prepare for battle. Flying Shadow and Fire Dance, cover me. Violet, you focus on healing. Aqua and Blackie, use your control skills, but don't pull too much aggro. This monster is far more powerful than any of you can imagine." "It's coming, but I don't see it." Aqua Rose scanned the area ahead of her, failing to detect any traces of a monster. "It's normal that you can't see it. It's in stealth right now. Even I can barely see its blurred figure." Due to the Heavenly Dragon's breath, Shurfeng had massively improved in all areas. Even so, he had almost missed his opponent's present stealth. "It can't be possible, right?" When the others heard Shurfeng's words and saw his solemn expression, they immediately grew anxious as they examined their surroundings. A Lord that could use stealth. It was a player's worst nightmare. A single careless moment could result in their deaths, not daring to take any risks. Shurfeng immediately activated Omniscient Eyes. He immediately discovered a small-sized, red-furred wolfman. This red wolfman wielded 2 pitch-black sawtooth daggers in each hand. The Lord had already reached the small path and was less than 30 yards away, slowly approaching the party. Crimson Shadow Wolf, Rare Lord. Level 28. HP 1-000/1-000-000. Rare Lords were not as powerful as High Lords, and in terms of attributes, they were the same as ordinary Lords. However, Rare Lords possessed an additional innate skill. It was just like how a player with a hidden class possessed legacy skills unique to their class. Hence, Rare Lords were significantly more powerful than ordinary Lords, and to certain players, that difference might even be fatal. If Shurfeng had a team of 500 players, he could kill the Crimson Shadow Wolf with absolute certainty. However, not only did his party only consist of 6 players, but they also did not have an MT. Facing this Rare Lord would prove quite difficult. Shurfeng saw the Red Wolfman's information. Distress filled his heart. Fortunately, after equipping the Heavenly Dragon's breath, his mind could remain extraordinarily calm. His attributes had also significantly increased: strength increased by 40%, agility increased by 40%, intelligence increased by 30%, endurance increased by 50%, movement speed increased by 20%, attack speed increased by 30%. The improvement that the fragmented legendary item had provided to his attributes was much higher than the growth he had received when he became a Tier 1 Blade Saint. Furthermore, he also had 3 new skills: Dragon's Authority, Dragon's Breath, and Heavenly Dragon's Power. With these new skills, he could easily contend with a Lord of the same level. If Shurfeng had not equipped the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, he would most likely have given a single command escape. In God's domain, a Tier 1 class could compete with a special elite, whereas a Tier 2 class was on the same level as a Lord. This was why Feng could not face a Lord in direct combat. However, now that he had the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, although it was not as impressive as a legendary item, it could still allow a player to transcend tiers. Granting Feng the combat power of a Tier 2 player, it was the equivalent of crossing the threshold to a Tier 2 class. Right now, Feng's attributes approached that of a Tier 2 class. He only lacked Tier 2 skills. Simply put, Feng was fully capable of contending with a Lord of the same level. He also had the skill, Heavenly Dragon's Power. This skill was even more powerful than the Tier 1 skill, Blade Liberation. Previously, when Feng had activated Heavenly Dragon's Power, he had been able to suppress the final boss in the Demon's Castle. When Feng activated Omniscient Eyes, the Crimson Shadow Wolf knew that it had been discovered. It dashed towards Feng with astonishing speed. Before Feng could react, the Crimson Shadow Wolf had closed the distance by more than 20 yards and stood before him. Without hesitation, it slashed its sawtooth daggers towards Feng's neck. Startled, Feng hurriedly activated Defensive Blade. The two sawtooth daggers froze just before they struck him, unable to proceed by even an inch. So fast. Feng was shocked. If anyone else stood in his place right now, they would have been a dead. Feng had activated Defensive Blade the instant he discovered the Crimson Shadow Wolf, yet he had nearly been decapitated. Not only could decapitate silence players, but it could also inflict a massive bleeding and significant damage if players were silenced. They would only be able to defend themselves by relying on their basic attributes. However, not even an MT of the same level could fend off a Lord for more 10 seconds. Realizing that its first attack had been unsuccessful, the Crimson Shadow Wolf spun backward and vanished right before Feng's eyes. In an instant, it appeared behind Feng and used Backstab. Fortunately, Defensive Blade deflected that attack as well. Standing in the back, Aqua Rose and the others were stupefied by this scene. They had only seen the Crimson Shadow Wolf when it first launched its attack. Then, in the blink of an eye, it had appeared behind Feng and launched another attack. However, the Rare Lord was far from done. Within 1 second, it had launched no less than 6 attacks. Just as Defensive Blade was about to run out, the Crimson Shadow Wolf sent a flying knee kick towards Feng's abdomen. A flying knee kick could easily break an enemy's combat stance and send them flying through the air, making it difficult for them to dodge or attack. Just before the Crimson Shadow Wolf's flying knee kick struck Feng, the Rare Lord revealed a human-like sneer. Suddenly, it reversed its grip on one of its daggers and sent an eviscerate at Feng's chest, intending to end Feng's life with one strike. Guild leader. Everyone watched anxiously. However, they were helpless. The Crimson Shadow Wolf was simply too fast. This was the first time they had witnessed such speed since they started playing God's Domain. However, just as the sawtooth daggers were about to slide into Feng's heart, the screech of metal against metal reached the team's ears. The Crimson Shadow Wolf was confused when it heard this sound. Looking at his adversary carefully, the Wolfman's cold smile suddenly vanished. Now, it wore a grim expression as it bared its fangs and growled. Chapter 438, Twofold Liberation. Aqua Rose and the others noticed the Crimson Shadow Wolf's sudden change immediately. However, the Zero Wing team was more focused on Feng than they were on the Rare Lord's reaction. Despite having been struck by the Crimson Shadow Wolf's flying knee kick, not only had the wolf failed to throw his prey into the air, but Feng also managed to block the Rare Lord. How did Guild Leader manage to do that? Flying Shadow was thoroughly confused when he saw the gray abyssal blade block the sawtooth dagger, halting its advance. Was there really a person capable of defending against that kind of speed? The rest of the team was similarly tongue-tied. He should have used some sort of special skill. I think, Fire Dance said with uncertainty. Fire Dance had barely seen the Crimson Shadow Wolf's attack. Although she knew that Feng was astonishingly fast, he was still much slower than the Rare Lord. The Crimson Shadow Wolf's attack was just like Feng's Void Steps, extremely elusive. However, in the Crimson Shadow Wolf's case, it had not incorporated any techniques into its attack. It had relied solely on its speed compared to Void Steps. where its user would momentarily disappear and reappear shortly after. The Crimson Shadow Wolf's disappearance and reappearance occurred simultaneously. There had been no time between the two occurrences at all. It was like a mage's instantaneous movement skill. However, no mage could use the skill frequently. Moreover, the Crimson Shadow Wolf's attack speed was much faster than its movement speed in martial arts. Only speed was unbreakable. This saying was not baseless. If players could not even see or sense an attack, how were they supposed to block it? Yet, Shifeng had detected such the strike and promptly blocked it. Fire Dance considered herself to be an expert among assassins, and she was slightly more insightful than others. However, she did not understand how Shifeng had managed to block the Crimson Shadow Wolf's attack, however. Before anyone could figure it out, the Crimson Shadow Wolf continued its assault shadow strike. Suddenly, the rare lord transformed into a streak of black light that pierced through Shifeng's body. "Look out!" Fire Dance shouted a warning. But she was too late. Shadow Strike was one of the most lethal moves an assassin possessed. It could devour almost half the HP of an MT of the same level with a single hit. The attack could even drop a berserker's HP to a critical level. Shadow Strike was also the fastest skill in an assassin's repertoire. One could only defend themselves against this skill with a skill. Fire Dance had never expected that the Crimson Shadow Wolf would know it as well, however. Even after the rare lord struck Shifeng, its intense expression had not relaxed in the slightest. On the contrary, it had grown even more solemn as it glowered at Shifeng, emitting a low, angry growl. It turned out that the skill had not struck Shifeng, but his afterimage. The Crimson Shadow Wolf was furious. Suddenly, it launched a series of violent attacks at Shifeng, disappearing in one moment and appearing in the next. The pitch-black daggers transformed into countless streaks of light that bombarded the formidable blade saint. However, Shifeng also vanished and reappeared repeatedly, and the Abyssal Blade and the Purgatory Shadow responded with their own streaks of light, blocking every attack sent at their owner. The one-sided situation had suddenly become a stalemate as both sides clashed. Sparks flew into the air around them. The storm that rolled in with every collision frightened Aqua Rose and the other spectators. "Just what is this?" Fire Dance's eyes widened, her mind unable to keep up with the battle before her. Since when had Shifeng become so fast? "Blackie, you know our guild leader better than any of us. Speak. Just how much of his strength is he hiding?" Aqua Rose demanded, frustration filling the gaze that pinned Blackie originally. When Shifeng had said he had used special methods to solo a High Lord, Aqua Rose could still understand. Even so, she already considered Shifeng inhuman for being capable of achieving such a feat now. However, they watched as he contended with a terrifyingly fast lord. By this point, she had even begun to suspect that Shifeng was not a player at all, but the main god system's son or the system itself. How else could they explain his speed? Not even a High Lord could compete with the Crimson Shadow Wolf's speed, yet Shifeng matched it. Moreover, the player and monster were also matched in terms of strength. Even after exchanging so many attacks, Shifeng had not lost any HP. How was it possible for a player to become so powerful? Even if it were possible, it could not happen at this stage of the game. Very innocently, Blackie said, "I really don't know." If he had not known Shifeng, as a brother no less, he might not believe that Shifeng was human at all, but a monster wearing Shifeng's skin. As both parties fought on, Shifeng's HP began to decrease rapidly. Even though Shifeng currently had 8,460 HP, far surpassing Zero Wings number 1 MT, Cola, he could not outlast the Crimson Shadow Wolf. Against the Rare Lord's 1 million HP, Shifeng would grossly overestimate himself if he tried to do so. After roughly 20 seconds, Shifeng's HP fell to around 3,000. "Violet, why aren't you healing me yet?" Shifeng asked, concerned through the team chat. Violet Cloud was so mesmerized by Shifeng and the Crimson Shadow Wolf's battle that she had forgotten her responsibilities. She immediately began to wave her staff, sending one heal after another at Shifeng. She also cast a sacred shield on him, granting him some damage mitigation. Violet Cloud's heals were very powerful. Her recover healed close to 600 HP every 2 seconds, whereas her rapid healing recovered over 1,600 HP every second. Her greater healing replenished close to 3,000 HP instantly. In a short moment, Shifeng's 8,460 HP was back to full. However, Violet Cloud's heals paled in comparison to the Crimson Shadow Wolf's. With 1 million HP, the Rare Lord's battle recovery restored 10,000 HP every 5 seconds. However, Shifeng could not deplete its HP by that much in that short time. Aqua attack. Focus on using Ice-type spells. Blackie, restrict the Shadow Wolf with your curses. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow. Stand at a distance and use your flying daggers. Shifeng commanded as he fought. There was a limit to Violet Cloud's mana. If they dragged this battle on, the Crimson Shadow Wolf would slaughter them all. Hence, they needed to increase their damage output. However, the Rare Lord was simply too fast. With Fire Dance and Flying Shadow's melee attacks, they would only be easy targets for the Crimson Shadow Wolf. The team leaped into action as they received their orders, casting one skill after another at the Rare Lord and continuously depleting its HP. Compared to lords like the Flame Guards, the Crimson Shadow Wolf had a weaker defense. Hence, although the Crimson Shadow Wolf dodged most of the attacks effortlessly, those that landed still inflicted significant bursts of damage. Aqua Rose's Frost Arrow dealt over -1,000 damage, and her Flame Barrage dealt around -3,000 damage. As for Blackie, his Dark Arrow achieved over -1,300 damage, over -2,000 damage if it was a critical hit. His Unstable Affliction also dealt close to -1,000 damage every 2 seconds. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow could deal around -300 damage with each of their throwing attacks. In addition, Shifeng would occasionally deal over -2,000 damage with his attacks. As a result, everyone's total damage within 5 seconds easily exceeded 10,000 points after an hour or so. The Crimson Shadow Wolf only had 43% of its HP remaining. As long as they continued to wear it down for another few hours, they would kill the Rare Lord with the hope of killing the Crimson War Wolf in sight. Everyone sighed relief. Previously, the Rare Lord had been terrifying, causing everyone to despair. They had been certain that they would die. Guild leader, why are you so good at hiding yourself? You must have been lying when you said you defeated the level 25 High Lord using special methods before, right? In reality, you must have relied on your own strength to kill it. Aqua Rose grumbled, "You guys misunderstand me," Shifeng suddenly said while he continued to face off against the Rare Lord. Misunderstand? Everyone was confused. I don't have the ability to defend against such an astonishing speed. Shifeng explained, previously I too was afraid of the Shadow Wolf. Against its speed, I'm not a match for it even if I go all out. However, while the Shadow Wolf was attacking me, I took a look at the system time. Afterward, I realized why the Shadow Wolf was so fast. It's not because the Shadow Wolf is fast. It's because the Shadow Wolf's innate skill slows our reaction time, altering our perception to think that it's fast and unstoppable. Upon hearing Shifeng's explanation, everyone did what Shifeng had said. Sure enough, they understood at the beginning of the fight. Shifeng was similarly frightened. However, when he had glanced at the time displayed by the system, he realized that something was off. Originally, Shifeng believed that the Crimson Shadow Wolf's attack had happened instantaneously. Yet, the system had indicated that a short moment had passed. In particular, when the Crimson Shadow Wolf had charged at him, Shifeng saw the Rare Lord cross the 20-yard distance in an instant. But according to the system clock, 2 seconds had passed as Crimson Shadow Wolf was about to land the finishing blow. Shifeng activated the Aura of Space, becoming immune to all control effects. Since the Crimson Shadow Wolf's innate skill no longer had an impact, he had no problems defending against the Rare Lord's normal attack speed. After all, he too possessed the combat power of a Tier 2 class. If anyone else had stood in his place, they would have fallen to the Crimson Shadow Wolf's innate skill. However, after engaging in the battle for such a long time, Violet Cloud's mana was almost depleted. Although she used mana recovery potions constantly, with her current consumption rate, she would last another 10 minutes or so at most. Unfortunately, the Crimson Shadow Wolf still had 43% of its HP remaining. I can only give it a shot. Feng gritted his teeth as he glared at the Crimson Shadow Wolf's HP Purgatory Power. Activate. Heavenly Dragon's Power. Activate. Suddenly, Feng's body released a dazzling golden glow. The glow this time was far more impressive than it had been in the demon's castle. His aura was more intense, forming the faint figure of a gigantic dragon. In the next moment, the dragon released a roar that made one's eardrums tremble simultaneously. Feng's attributes underwent a massive transformation. Feng's HP instantly rose to 25,380, and his strength slammed past the 800-point threshold. His defense had also improved with a wave of his sword. Feng forced the Rare Lord back, dealing over -400 damage with the strike. He then took a step forward and used a Tier 1 chop. Due to the attack speed and damage buffs of Purgatory Power, critical double damages of -4,920, -7,312, and -7,324 appeared above the wolf's head before it could react. The Crimson Shadow Wolf was sent crashing into a stone pillar by the side of the small path. The Rare Lord and swordsman strengths were no longer on the same level. Suddenly, Feng's furious roar echoed throughout the cavern. Dragon's authority. Dragon's authority. Suppress all enemies in the surroundings with the might of the Heavenly Dragon, inflicting the fierce status onto enemies within a 30-yard distance, reducing their attack power by 20%, attack speed by 20%, and movement speed by 20% for 1 minute. After the Crimson Shadow Wolf speed fell, the Rare Lord was even less of a match for Feng within seconds. The Crimson Shadow Wolf's HP plummeted to 30% as it reached this threshold. The Crimson Shadow Wolf began a change, growing larger. It also tossed its daggers to the side. It was now 4 times larger than it had been, as tall as a 2-story building. The ground trembled as it took a step. By appearances alone, the Zero Wing team understood how terrifying this monster had just become. However, Feng couldn't care less. Gritting his teeth, he activated Blade Liberation. Suddenly, the Abyssal Blade released a dazzling silver light, its power flowing into Feng. Chapter 439, Overpowered Strength. The angry roar of the berserk Crimson Shadow Wolf shook the very space around them. The pressure it emitted was far heavier and more powerful than before. With a light step, cracks formed on the solid ground beneath its feet, and its claws gouged deep furrows into the solid ground. The strength and sharpness of its claws shocked all who saw them without a doubt. An attack from the wolf's claws could even destroy a secret silver weapon. Even a fine gold weapon would only last a few hits. Only dark gold weapons might endure a long beating. The Crimson Shadow Wolf abruptly leaped forward and brandished its sharp claws at Feng guild leader. Everyone worried for Feng upon seeing the ferocious Crimson Shadow Wolf. The Rare Lord's strength had more than doubled. If a Tier 1 metric ton of the same level did not activate a life-saving skill, they would most likely die from one hit. Although Feng had over 25,000 HP after activating Heavenly Dragon's power, and his defense had significantly improved, he most likely would not last more than a few hits to the gigantic Crimson Shadow Wolf. Attacking Feng with its claws was no different than slapping an ant boom. The ground shattered and fist-sized gravel erupted into the surroundings. Initially, everyone had believed that it was game over. However, the Crimson Shadow Wolf's claws had actually stopped a few centimeters above Feng's head, and no matter how hard the Rare Lord tried, it could not move its claws any further. Instead, the ground beneath Feng's feet had begun to fracture. At this moment, doubt began to seep into the Crimson Shadow Wolf's eyes. Despite its increased strength, it was still useless standing at a distance. Aqua rose, and the others were similarly slack-jawed. Overcome with shock by the time they noticed it, waves of red gas had surrounded Feng's body. Meanwhile, the silvery gray abyssal blade in his hand had actually stopped the claws that had contained frightening power. Moreover, Feng had not lost even a single HP from the collision. The Crimson Shadow Wolf bellowed angrily and began a brutal assault. 1 swipe. 3 swipes. 6 swipes. However, each successive attack only caused the ground beneath Xianxia to fracture further, filling the air with dust and debris. Seeing this, the Crimson Shadow Wolf's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets just as the Rare Lord sent another subsequent attack. Xianxia finally swung his arm, slashing his sword at the incoming Papa. The Crimson Shadow Wolf's body was suddenly pinned flat against a stone pillar like a picture on a wall. In addition, a damage of over -1,000 points appeared above the Rare Lord's headcrab. Blackie shouted in surprise. A monster as tall as a 2-story building had been thrown into the stone pillar with just 1 hit. The watching team was stupefied. However, Xianxia was not done. Moving his feet, he instantly appeared before the Crimson Shadow Wolf. Although the Rare Lord tried to retaliate, Xianxia immediately launched a series of attacks, striking at its 4 limbs, breaking them. Unsatisfied, Xianxia continued to wield his 2 swords, sending a storm of blades at the Crimson Shadow Wolf. Xianxia's every attack inflicted over -2,800 damage on the Crimson Shadow Wolf, whereas a double critical hit dealt over -5,700 damage, and a triple critical hit dealt over -8,500 damage. Rapidly obliterating the Rare Lord's HP, Xianxia's strength had suppressed the Crimson Shadow Wolf, rendering it helpless. From beginning to end, the Rare Lord remained pinned to the stone pillar, never falling from its high position. However, this was only the beginning. Xianxia then began to use his skills chop. 3 swords of light converged at a single point, striking the Crimson Shadow Wolf. 4, 3, 10, -6,440, -6, for 60. Although Xianxia's damage was lower than his previous use of chop, this attack had not achieved a critical hit after chop. Xianxia followed up with Phantom Kill. Xianxia's doppelganger possessed 70% of his attributes. Even so, it was still extremely powerful, and each of his attacks dealt close to -2,000 damage, following which Xianxia activated 9 Dragon Slash. 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms devoured the Crimson Shadow Wolf, each phantom dealing over -1,000 damage. However, Xianxia was still not satisfied. Both Xianxia and his doppelganger then used Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, Wind Blade, Thunder Flame Explosion, and every other damaging skill they possessed. Watching the battle unfold from a distance, Aqua Rose and the others were dumbfounded. They had even forgotten to help Xianxia attack. How was this still a battle against a level 28 Rare Lord? Xianxia was practically bullying a weak little monster. The pitiful Crimson Shadow Wolf could do nothing but howl with pain. It could not even move its 4 limbs, as Xianxia would immediately follow up with a slash the moment it tried. The Crimson Shadow Wolf's remaining 300,000 HP could not withstand Xianxia's brutal assault. Xianxia only needed 10 seconds to eliminate the Rare Lord's remaining 300,000 HP. Soon, Xianxia abruptly stopped his frenzied assault. The Crimson Shadow Wolf also stopped its tragic howling. At this moment, its blood-red eyes revealed its fear and shock as it stared at Xianxia as the Crimson Shadow Wolf slowly tumbled from the cracked stone pillar. Xianxia revealed a calm smile as he activated Divine Providence, his luck instantly increasing by 20 points. Xianxia then used his sure kill skill, Flame Burst. Both the Abyssal Blade and Purgatory Shadow suddenly released a blazing, white glow, transforming into streaks of light that struck the Crimson Shadow Wolf's body. 21, 415, -43,024, -21,389, -21, 425. Instantly, the Crimson Shadow Wolf's remaining HP fell to 0. Meanwhile, Xianxia's attacks had left multiple scorch marks on the stone pillar behind the Rare Lord. When the Crimson Shadow Wolf died, perhaps due to Xianxia's 25 points in luck, the Rare Lord dropped close to 20 items, scattering them across the ground. Rare Lords dropped the same quality of items as a High Lord, maybe better, which was why players in God's domain loved to hunt them. However, as the name suggested, Rare Lords were extremely difficult to find. Upon seeing the dropped items of the Crimson Shadow Wolf, Xianxia heaved a deep sigh of relief as he sheathed the Abyssal Blade and the Purgatory Shadow originally. Shifeng had not intended to use Blade Liberation. The first reason was that the skill possessed a detrimental side effect, and a long cooldown. The second reason was that the skill duration was too short, lasting only 20 seconds. If Shifeng could not finish off his enemy within that time, it would be game over. The third reason was that, after killing the Crimson Shadow Wolf, he did not know if another enemy would appear. If he saved Blade Liberation, he could still use the skill should the need arise. However, after seeing the Crimson Shadow Wolf transformation, Shifeng knew that he had no chance against it if he relied on Heavenly Dragon's power. If he could not defeat the Crimson Shadow Wolf, he wouldn't have to worry about monsters appearing after it. When Shifeng looked down at the Crimson Shadow Wolf's corpse on the ground, he was overcome with emotion. A Twofold Berserk was simply too powerful. If it had lasted slightly longer, he could definitely solo a Lord. He might even be able to challenge a high Lord Guild leader. Just what is that Berserk skill of yours? It was amazing. You killed Berserk Lord by yourself. How are people like us even supposed to play the game with any dignity now? Blackie joked as he walked up to Shifeng. If we release the video of this battle, no one will believe it is real. Of course, slamming a Berserk Lord into the wall with a single hit. Who would believe that something like that is possible? Everyone nodded in agreement. They were immensely excited. It was obvious that Shifeng had used a Berserk skill. Only, this Berserk skill was too frightening, and not even a Berserk Rare Lord stood a chance against him originally. No one had paid any attention to Berserk skills, however. They had never expected that such a skill could play such a significant role during a crucial moment. At this moment, a yearning for Berserk skills grew in everyone's hearts. They all swore to gain one for themselves after returning. All right, let's hurry up and collect the loot. We don't know what kind of danger awaits us. Shifeng laughed. While everyone collected the loot, Blade Liberation's duration ended suddenly. Like a deflated balloon, Shifeng's body shrunk. His attributes fell by 80% as well. What's going on? Shifeng was surprised when he saw the duration of the weakened debuff originally. The weakened state imposed by Blade Liberation only lasted for 3 minutes. Now, however, the debuff would last for 3 whole hours. Chapter 440, Truefire Blade. Shifeng's sudden change immediately attracted everyone's attention. Guild leader, why do you seem smaller? Even your aura has diminished significantly. With her refined observation skills, Fire Dance instantly noticed Shifeng's transformation. The rest of the team was also curious. When they took a look at Shifeng's HP bar, they were suddenly very afraid. Shifeng, who had originally possessed over 8,400 HP, now had a maximum HP of 1,700. He could not even compare to a level 20 ordinary player. Right? No, it's nothing. Just the weakened debuff I got after going Berserk. Many Lord ranked monsters deal with the same thing. I'll be fine after some time has passed. Shifeng laughed, giving it some thought. Everyone understood the logic behind the mechanics. Say skill that could render a rare Lord helpless. If there were no side effects to it, it would be far too overpowered. Following which, everyone finished collecting the loot scattered across the ground. The 1,000+ Wolfman warriors before had dropped a ton of items. Although it was only the loot of elite monsters, the quantity was more valuable than even the loot from a Lord. Meanwhile, Shifeng stored the loot the Crimson Shadow Wolf had dropped as for weakened state's extension to 3 hours. Shifeng had some idea of why this had occurred. Dragon's power significantly increased one's attributes. Coupled with Blade Liberation Sword's power, his body could not bear the fusion of the two buffs, which resulted in his extended weakened state. It seems that Twofold Berserk should only be used as a last resort in the future. Shifeng could only smile bitterly at his 3-hour weakened state. If nothing special happened during these 3 hours, all would be fine. However, he did not know what sort of trouble they would encounter as they moved on. With his attributes reduced by 80%, even if his original attributes were overwhelming, he would not be a match for an ordinary player. If they encountered danger, he could only helplessly watch from the sidelines. Fortunately, they were safe for now. Guild leader, the monsters here are stingier than the monsters outside. The Wolfman warriors rarely drop weapons or equipment. Moreover, the majority of the items are common rank with a small amount of bronze equipment. Blackie was already used to grinding Lord-ranked monsters. Now, he could only feel contempt when he saw the loot of elite monsters. It's actually quite good. Previously, I had never carried more than 1 gold coin. Now, I pick up more than 2 gold. There are also 37 pieces of level 25 bronze equipment and over 100 common items. If we sell them, each item could fetch at least 6 or 7 silver coins. 100 pieces is worth 6 or 7 gold coins. This was the first time Flying Shadow had joined Shifeng's party on an excursion. When he saw that the money inside his bag had exceeded 3 gold, he was elated. If he grinded monsters outside of White Fog Canyon, at most he would obtain a little EXP. Very rarely would the monsters drop weapons or equipment. Even if they did, 95% of the time the items would be common ranked guild leader. What did that Crimson Shadow Wolf drop? Let's have a look. Aqua Rose held little interest in the loot of the Wolfman warriors. At this point, she was only interested in the loot from Lords Not Bad. We have a total of 12 weapons and pieces of equipment, 1 intermediate strength potion recipe, and the rest are materials. Shifeng had just finished appraising the drops. Smiling, he said, among the 12 weapons and equipment, 5 are dark gold rank, 3 of which are weapons, 1 is cloth armor, and 1 is leather armor. The remaining 7 items are all fine gold rank. Have a look for yourselves. Saying so, Shifeng displayed the data of all the dropped weapons and equipment. Damn. This rare lord is awesome. It even dropped such top-tier weapons. Blackie immediately grew excited upon seeing dropped items information guild leader. Are you blessed by God? Even such weapons managed to drop. Flying Shadow's eyes bulged upon seeing the weapons of the 3 dark gold weapons. 1 was a 2-handed battle axe, and 2 were short swords unlike the battle axe, which had a silvery gray color. The 2 short swords were blood red. There was even a spark circulating the blades of each sword, the spark resembling a fairy of fire. Truefire blade. Short sword main hand, dark gold rank. Level 25, level 30. Attack power plus 376, level 25. Strength plus 29. Agility plus 36. Endurance plus 20. Attack speed plus 3. Ignore levels plus 5. 25% chance to deal double damage. 15% chance to awaken flame state, ignoring all defensive and block skills, causing 220% damage set effect. When both main and sub-Truefire blades are equipped, damage increased by 15%. Obtain Truefire dance skill. Strength increased by 30%. Agility increased by 40%. Attack speed increased by 60%. And damage received increased by 20% for 20 seconds. Cooldown. 5 minutes. Truefire blade. Short sword subhand. Dark gold rank. Level 25. Level 30. Attack power plus 352, level 25. Strength plus 25, agility plus 40, endurance plus 21. Attack speed plus 3. Ignore levels plus 5. When attacking, 20% chance to activate Swift State, increasing user's attack speed by 30% for 6 seconds, 10% chance to activate Flame Guard, absorbing 1000 damage set effect. When both main and sub-Truefire blades are equipped, damage increased by 15%. Obtain Truefire dance skill. Strength increased by 30%. Agility increased by 40%. Attack speed increased by 60%. And damage received increased by 20% for 20 seconds. Cooldown. 5 minutes. Level 25 weapons were extremely rare in God's domain currently. Equipping a level 25 fine gold weapon was already incredibly impressive. Meanwhile, the Truefire blades were both dark gold rank, and they were set in God's domain. Sets of weapons or equipment were usually half a rank higher than their stated rank as a dark gold set weapon. The Truefire blades are the best quality weapons below epic rank. Moreover, the set effect of the Truefire blades as intensely powerful. They did not seem the slightest bit inferior to epic weapons. The short swords only had somewhat weaker basic attributes, although swordsmen, rangers, and assassins can use the Truefire blades. These short swords are most suited for assassins. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow. The 2 of you will roll for them, then. In truth, Even Sure Feng was surprised that the Crimson Shadow Wolf had dropped such top-tier short swords. One was lucky if even one Truefire blade dropped. Now, the Rare Lord had dropped both of the set weapons. Sure enough, the 25 points of luck was incredible. After Sure Feng said so, Flying Shadow shook his head, saying, "Guild leader, forget about me. Let Sister Fire Dance have the Truefire blades." Although the Truefire blades were very attractive, he knew that he was not worthy of them. Moreover, he had done almost nothing during the battle with the Crimson Shadow Wolf. Such weapons were only suited to the number 1 assassin of Zero Wing. Only in Fire Dance could wield these weapons to their full potential. The party had killed the Crimson Shadow Wolf, resulting in these items dropping. If more than one player can use them, we will roll. Don't be shy. They're just dark gold weapons, Sure Feng laughed, having long since understood Flying Shadow's personality. There is also a leather armor shirt among the dark gold equipment. The winner gets the weapons, while the loser gets the shirt. Guild leader has already told us to roll. Let's just do it, Fire Dance said as she chose to roll after a moment of hesitation. Flying Shadow decided to roll as well in the end. Fire Dance rolled a 91, while Flying Shadow rolled an 86. The system automatically distributed the Truefire blades to Fire Dance, whereas the level 25 dark gold ranked leather shirt went to Flying Shadow after equipping the Truefire blades. Fire Dance's combat power abruptly soared. Moreover, the streams of light on the Truefire blades further enhanced her beauty. At this moment, Fire Dance looked like an elf, standing in Fire Blackie, successfully rolled for the level 25 dark gold cloth armor, while Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud both obtained a piece of level 25 fine gold equipment. Sure Feng gained 2 pieces of level 25 fine gold plate armor. One was a pair of gauntlets, while the other was a set of leg guards. Now, the majority of his equipment consisted of level 25 fine gold equipment. After happily distributing the equipment, everyone returned to their search for the exit. Time passed quickly, and unknowingly, Sure Feng's party had made a full circle around the land of the Fallen Star. Although they had not encountered a single monster, they had mined plenty of starfire, or over 1,000 pieces in total. Just as Sure Feng began to grumble about the exit's mysterious location, the system suddenly announced an emergency notification before Sure Feng could react. He was thrown out of God's domain. Moreover, Sure Feng had not been the only one. Aqua Rose and the others had also been expelled from the game. Chapter 441, Second Evolution. When the system had expelled the Zero Wing party from God's domain, Sure Feng had been automatically sent into his sleep space. He had not completely logged out and could still browse the internet. He could also communicate with his friends, calling out his system friends list. Sure Feng discovered that every one of his friends was in a leave state, not in God's domain. They were all in their respective sleep spaces. Nobody's on God's domain. What's going on here? Sure Feng was puzzled, as this was the first time he had encountered something like this. He had been kicked out of the game before he had a chance to read the emergency notification. Now, he couldn't log into God's domain and could not contact anyone to ask about the previous notification, following which Sure Feng contacted Aqua Rose and the others, hoping to gather some information. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose and the others were in a similar situation. The system had logged them out of the game upon receiving the notification. As well, I guess I can only check the official forums. Sure Feng sighed normally. Crucial information was not available on the official forums. However, something big must have happened in God's domain if they had been forcefully expelled from the game. Sure enough, after logging into the official forums, he discovered that everyone was having a heated discussion over their expulsion for some reason. However, everyone else had received their notification 2 hours ago, whereas Sure Feng's party had only received theirs a few seconds before the main God system started logging players out of the game 2 hours ago. Wasn't that around the time I killed the Crimson Shadow Wolf? Sure Feng calculated the time, and it matched almost perfectly. Did killing the Shadow Wolf cause the main God system to start the second evolution of God's domain? Giving it some thought, Sure Feng felt that it was highly possible. Previously, when his party had entered into the land of the Fallen Star, they just happened to activate the free combat system. It was likely that the main God system had used their party as an experiment. After seeing that they had easily defeated the rare Lord-ranked Crimson Shadow Wolf, the main god system must have decided to initiate the second evolution of God's domain. Considering the situation, Shurfeng really did not know how to express the emotions running through his heart now that God's domain began the process of the second system upgrade. Players would have to wait until the next day to log in. Many players on the forums had expressed their frustration with the new system upgrade after the system underwent its first upgrade. The system gave its players a true taste of combat. The overall difficulty of the game had made a massive leap, affecting adventuring, grinding, and leveling for those in God's domain. Yet, just a short time after the first upgrade, the second system upgrade had already begun. After this upgrade, the difficulty of the game might shock most players. This upgrade also gave Shurfeng a headache that his second evolution of God's domain had occurred too quickly. Based on the original timeline, it shouldn't have happened for another several months. He was not prepared for it right now. Indeed, just as he had guessed, after the second system upgrade, the free combat system would be introduced into the game. In future battles, the requirement of a player's control over their skills would become extremely demanding, and mistakes might very well lead to friendly fire. It was especially true for AoE skills after the second evolution of God's domain. Rather than dying at the hands of monsters, many players would send themselves to the graveyards with their own abilities. Due to this, many players would act conservatively when fighting in groups long after the upgrade. In addition, after the second evolution, the difficulty of dungeons had also significantly increased. However, although the second evolution had made the game more challenging and realistic, the system upgrade had also added a benefit for players, and that was the improvement to skill proficiency. After the second evolution, the combat style of players also undergone a major transformation. Players no longer needed to chant incantations or shout the name of their skills to use them. No, players would activate their skills with movement. Every skill possessed a standard set of movements. As long as players performed the corresponding movements, they could activate their desired skills. After the second evolution, players were no longer required to damage a monster with their skills to raise skill proficiency now. When players achieved a 50% completion rate with skills, they would gain 1 point to their skill proficiency. In addition, the awarded skill proficiency would increase with the percentage of their completion rate. That way, even if players fought monsters of the same level or 2 or 3 levels lower, they could still improve their skill proficiency. As players gained skill proficiency, their skill levels would also grow. With high-leveled skills, players would have a much easier time killing monsters. Players would undoubtedly find it challenging to adapt to such a combat style in the beginning. After adapting to the free combat system, however, players would discover that the new style allowed them to display more of their combat power. However, it would not be easy for players to adapt to this realistic combat style. Normally, one had to undergo a long period of special training to familiarize themselves with their skills. If one were not up to snuff, the skill's power would suffer. I need to hurry with the training center. Shurfeng sighed softly shortly after the second evolution of God's domain. The training centers and martial arts dojos, which are currently declining, would become instantly popular. Having some time, Shurfeng browsed the God's domain news other than news regarding Starmoon Kingdom. Shurfeng also looked up information on the several surrounding kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire. None of the empires in God's domain were to be underestimated. The competition within an empire was far more intense than the competition in a kingdom. A kingdom such as Starmoon only had around 4 or 5 competing first-rate guilds at the moment. Some smaller kingdoms might only have 1 or 2 first-rate guilds. However, empires were different. Not only did they govern massive areas, but there were also far more resident players. They also had an abundance of resources. The number of first-rate guilds residing in an empire was not something a single kingdom could compare with statistically. There were at least 7 first-rate guilds in an empire. There were also many second-rate guilds that rose to become first-rate guilds due to the investments of major corporations in the past. There had been a total of 9 first-rate guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. The empire was many times stronger than the neighboring Starmoon Kingdom in the future. If Shurfeng wanted to carve a place for himself in God's domain, dominating Starmoon Kingdom would not be nearly good enough. After a casual glance at today's God's domain news, Shifeng felt an immense weight on his shoulders. Zero Wing had only obtained its guild residence after much difficulty. Yet, several first-rate guilds in the Black Dragon Empire had already established their own guild residences. In terms of development speed, these guilds were not far behind Zero Wing. Aside from these guilds establishing their own guild residences, the various large guilds had also begun purchasing prime real estate in multiple cities. These purchases included auction houses, virtual trading centers, banks, high-class restaurants, and the like. In the future, they would become a guild's main source of income after God's domain had spent a few years developing. The world had considered it a second home for mankind. Most people around the world spent close to half their days in God's domain. Moreover, time passed slower inside God's domain than in the real world. 1 hour in reality equaled 2 hours in God's domain. Based on the amount of time one experienced, people's lives in God's domain might be even longer than their lives in the real world. In the setting of God's domain, NPC cities and player-established cities were different. If players lived in NPC cities, they would never have to fear becoming embroiled in the struggles between major powers. Player-established cities, on the other hand, could be destroyed. Hence, this had resulted in the real estate in NPC cities becoming extremely valuable. Nothing was more valuable than the real estate in NPC cities. The more Shifeng read this information, the more he realized the necessity of earning a large number of gold coins. Otherwise, how could he compete with these well-funded first-rate guilds? Inadvertently, Shifeng had spent over half a day researching the various large guilds in God's domain. Suddenly, as he exited the virtual gaming cabin, his doorbell rang. Chapter 442, New Style Combat. Shifeng was somewhat surprised when he heard his doorbell ring. He had only recently moved into this new apartment, so not many people knew where he lived. Normally, Blackie and the others would only contact him by calling, not hunting him down so early in the morning. Who is it? Shifeng wondered as he tapped his quantum watch to display the view outside his door. Taking a close look, Shifeng jumped with fright when he saw who it was. The person currently standing outside his door was none other than the female class monitor, Xianxia. She currently wore sportswear, and her hair was pulled back in a ponytail. She radiated a youthful aura and looked absolutely mesmerizing. Why is she here? Shifeng recalled that Xianxia's birthday was next month. Even if she had come to deliver an invitation, wasn't it a little too early? However, since she had already arrived, Shifeng could not pretend he wasn't home. Helpless, he quickly tidied himself up and went to the door. As soon as Shifeng opened the door, Xianxia's almond eyes widened. With a concerned gaze, she asked, "Shifeng, did you really agree with Uncle Xiao to participate in a match?" Hearing Xianxia's question, Shifeng understood the gist of the situation. Xiao, Yin, and Xiao, you were strongly connected to the Zhao family. How could the Zhaos not have heard of such a dramatic incident at the Big Dipper Training Center? Yeah, I agreed to an exhibition match. Shifeng nodded. You really are laid back. Do you even know who your opponent is? Xianxia sighed helplessly as she examined Shifeng's leisurely appearance. No, I don't. However, Big Dipper will contact me about it ahead of time, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Do you even know how to be nervous? Xianxia grumbled. Shifeng's behavior left her speechless. A fighting competition was not a small matter. It was especially true for this match. To recover from his decline, Big Dipper has attempted to invite many well-known fighters to participate in this match. There are even martial arts masters among them. Even though Big Dipper has offered an impressive appearance fee, they all have their own itinerary. None of them have the time. That's especially the case for the high-ranked martial arts experts. Originally, your opponent was supposed to be last year's champion of Jinhai City's fighting competition, but what's wrong? Shifeng asked. Suddenly curious, Shifeng had some memory of Fang Qinghua, last year's champion of Jinhai City's fighting tournament. The man had participated in a provincial-level competition and earned a relatively impressive rank. He had become famous throughout Jinhai City. However, Shifeng doubted that he would lose to Fang Qinghua. After all, there is a fundamental difference between those who knew internal force and those who did not. Furthermore, Shifeng's current physique was better than ever, but your opponent was suddenly changed because someone had defeated Fang Qinghua. That someone is now your opponent. I heard that when he fought Fang Qinghua was defeated with a single punch. If it had been a normal defeat, that would not have mattered. However, when that person sent out his final punch, he had used internal force. He has even expressed great interest in becoming the head instructor at the Big Dipper Training Center, hence why he wanted to replace Fang Qinghua in this match with you. Although Zhao Ruoshi knew Shifeng was proficient with internal force, the opponent was similarly an internal force expert. Moreover, the other party was very powerful. If the two really fought each other, no one knew what kind of result to expect an internal force expert. Interest suddenly sparked within Shifeng. Internal force experts were not cabbages easily found in the streets. Even after a decade, such experts were extremely hard to find. Shifeng had only mastered internal force due to luck, and he had never fought another internal force expert in the real world. However, before this, Shifeng had never heard of there being an internal force expert in Jinhai City, let alone an internal force expert at the Big Dipper Training Center in the past. There was no head instructor at Big Dipper, however. Such a person had suddenly appeared. It was truly unexpected. Is history changing because of my reincarnation? Shifeng pondered slightly. When he thought about the changes in God's domain, his certainty grew. After Zhao Ruoshi lectured Shifeng for some time, she had noticed that her classmate did not seem particularly concerned about his opponent. Hence, she intensified her lecturing, hoping to dissuade Shifeng from participating in the competition. A match between internal force experts was no laughing matter. One mistake could lead to serious injuries and could possibly have future repercussions. Shifeng was an internal force expert. His future prospects were boundless. There was no need to risk his life for the position of Big Dipper's head instructor in the end. However, Shifeng refused Zhao Ruoshi's kind suggestions. He wasn't just doing it to become Big Dipper's head instructor. For the most part, he was doing this for Zero Wing's future development. The 5 virtual gaming cabins and the 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids were too important to Zero Wing. If Zero Wing could nurture more experts, Shifeng would not have to exhaust himself running left and right for the guild. He could focus on his own desires, following which Shifeng chatted with Zhao Ruoshi for some time. After Zhao Ruoshi left, Shifeng started his daily training. Ever since he came into possession of a virtual gaming cabin, Shifeng's training yielded far better results. Moreover, for reasons unknown, his mind had also become more active. If he could pair these effects with S-rank nutrient fluids, he might improve further in these areas without him realizing it. A day had passed. At 8 p.m., the system upgrade of God's domain was completed. When Shifeng entered God's domain, his virtual body felt particularly loose. His 5 senses had also grown sharper. Guild leader, I can't use any of my skills, Flying Shadow exclaimed. Initially, he had intended to rush off to investigate what had changed with the system upgrade. However, he suddenly discovered that he could not use any of his skills. Nothing wrong here, Blackie said as he shot a dark arrow at a distant stone pillar. But after his spell struck the stone pillar, Blackie frowned. That's weird. That wasn't where I had aimed for. Everyone became flustered shortly after logging back into the game. Melee classes could not use any of their skills, whereas mage's skills had weakened and become less accurate. Shifeng did not immediately reveal the reason for this situation. Instead, he conducted a few experiments. Sun sheathing the abyssal blade, Shifeng swung the sword, his actions resembling the movements one would use when activating chop, following which a blade of light shot forward, slicing apart the stone pillar ahead of him, just as I thought. Shifeng was quite satisfied with his attack. He could feel his improved control over his body. As for using only movement to activate skills, he was not the slightest bit surprised by it. On the contrary, he adapted to the change smoothly, following which he used Earth Splitter, Thundering Flash, Thunder Flame Explosion, and most of his other skills, Stupefying Aqua Rose and the other observers. Guild leader, how did you do that? Fire Dance had already tried to use her skills many times. However, regardless of whether she shouted or chanted the name of her skills silently, nothing worked. How is an assassin without skills supposed to kill monsters? Yeah, let us in on the secret. Guild leader. Flying Shadow was equally anxious. It's very simple. After this evolution of God's domain, You no longer activate skills with speech or incantation. Now, you have to perform the proper movements to use your skills. Go ahead and give it a try. In the skill menu, there are clips of the movements relating to the skills. Phone could not help but smile when he saw anticipation filling everyone's eyes in reality. Even if he had not revealed the change, everyone would have discovered it for themselves after some time. It was especially true for the players who had frequently changed their skill menus. There had not originally been video tutorials to explain how to use a skill in the skill menu. Now, however, there were. The videos were specifically meant to serve as a standard for players, teaching them how to use their skills more efficiently. After listening to Feng's explanation, everyone began their own experiments. In such a way, Feng's party of 6 tested the new mechanics as they searched for an exit in the land of the fallen star. While Feng's group explored, they were unaware that players throughout God's domain had descended into madness. Chapter 443, Completion Rate. After God's domain's second evolution, skill use demanded far more of players. Even experts needed a relatively long period to adapt to this new system as Feng's party searched for the exit in the land of the fallen star. Battles against the cavern's inhabitants were unavoidable. Fortunately, Feng did not have to endure this adaptation process like everyone else. Activating most of his skills was second nature to him. He had no problems dealing with a few elites and special elites. As for Aqua Rose and the others, they used these monsters to practice. It was especially true for melee classes like Fire Dance and Flying Shadow. Currently, they each faced a level 27 elite ranked Wolfman warrior, both of them activating their skills continuously as they fought. Fire Dance brandished the Truefire blades, drawing a red arc that cut across the Wolfman warrior's body. A flower of blood bloomed, and immediately a damage of -2,749 appeared above the elite monster's head. However, to the Wolfman warrior, which possessed 42,000 HP, this damage was nothing. System Eviscerate completion rate 56%, resulting in 69% of skills effect. Skill proficiency +1. Glancing at the combat notification window, Fire Dance frowned. Feeling unsatisfied with her completion rate, the Wolfman warrior bellowed angrily. Lifting its war hammer, it slammed the weapon down on the assassin before it. Turning her feet slightly, Fire Dance easily evaded the war hammer. Reversing the grip on one of the Truefire blades, she spun around and shoved the blade into the Wolfman warrior's back. Her movements as smooth as flowing water. Backstab -2,523. AO. The Wolfman warrior howled with pain. System Backstab completion rate 69%, resulting in 83% of skills effect. Skill proficiency +2. Fire Dance was far more proficient with Backstab's movements than she was with Eviscerates, the completion rate of the skill reaching a whole new level. However, Fire Dance was still unsatisfied. If this were the past, even without weapons such as the Truefire blades, she could easily dish out such high damage. After practicing a few times on the Wolfman warriors, Fire Dance understood how difficult it would be to adapt to the new combat system. There were simply too many variables. The might of a player's skill depended on the player's completion rate. It was nothing like the previous system, where players could display 100% of the skill's effect with every use. Now, however, that was not possible. If one did not perform the skill's movements appropriately, the damage would be negligible. Moreover, it was even more difficult to move successfully during battle. Overall, combat was now 3 times as difficult as it had been. Fire Dance had previously been able to solo 1 or 2 special elites, and she even considered challenging a chieftain. Now, however, a special elite was too strong for her, much less a chieftain elsewhere. Flying Shadow was also sporting a serious frown. The more he fought, the more frustrated he became. After some effort, Fire Dance had managed to raise her completion rate past 50%. Her backstab had even reached a 70% completion rate. Flying Shadow, on the other hand, could only achieve 50% with backstab, one of the simplest skills he possessed, and he had just barely earned the 1 skill proficiency point for the skill. As for his other skills, their completion rates were all below 50% compared to Fire Dance and Flying Shadow. After spending some time practicing, the mages of the party could achieve relatively high completion rates. They had all reached 60% or higher with their skills. However, this was because the two had different methods of activation. When mages used a skill, they chanted incantations and traced runes. Some skills only needed a few hand gestures and simple incantations, so they were relatively easy to cast. Only, their current casting time was much longer than it had been. It was especially true for advanced spells. While everyone practiced their skills, Feng, who stood ahead of the party, conducted a massacre faced with dozens of Wolfman warriors. Feng dashed forward and activated Thundering, Flash 1 arc, 2 arcs, 3 arcs. A total of 5 arcs of blue lightning tore through the elite monsters, a series of frightening damages appearing above their heads. Instantly, the dozens of Wolfman warriors lost close to half their HP. Some that had received critical hits fell to critical lows. In addition, due to the damage amplification debuff of Thundering Flash, they would receive an additional 30% damage from future attacks, and yet, the damages were nothing compared to Thundering Flash's completion rate system. Thundering Flash completion rate 83%, resulting in 97% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency plus 3 immediately after his attack. Feng leaped into the air. As he raised the abyssal blade high, the power of lightning and fire emerged from the sword. He then slammed the weapon down towards the gathering of Wolfman warriors. Boom. All of the warriors within an area of 10 by 10 yards fell into a fainted state instantly and received over minus 7,000 damage. Those that had received a critical hit suffered over minus 14,000 damage. The Wolfman warriors with low HP's crumbled system. Thunderflame explosion completion rate 74%, resulting in 89% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency plus 2 the moment Feng landed. He followed up with Chop, striking 3 Wolfman warriors and dealing over minus 2,800 damage to each system. Chop completion rate 85%, resulting in 100% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency plus 3 inches just a moment. Feng had exterminated dozens of wolfmen standing at a distance. Aqua Rose and the others were tongue-tied. After watching Feng's battle, every member of the party had personally experienced how difficult it was to achieve a high skill completion rate. However, when they saw Feng's success, they felt nothing but shock as for Feng's feat of killing dozens of Wolfman warriors. None of them really had anything to say about it. The Wolfman warriors were merely elite monsters. Everyone present could easily destroy them. Although they had trouble using their skills, their basic attacks were still very powerful thanks to their equipment. Dealing with these elites was only a matter of time. The reason for their shock was Feng's ability to reach a completion rate above 80%, yet after training arduously for the past 4 hours or so, they had only achieved above 50% moreover. Even when using Thunderflame Explosion, the skill Feng was least proficient with, he could perform a completion rate above 70%. However, this was still not the most noteworthy aspect. Feng's casual use and chaining of his skills were what impressed them the most. How could they not be shocked? Guild leader, can't you just teach us how we can improve our skill completion rates? Aqua Rose envied and admired Feng's super high completion rate. That's right. It's not like we're demanding much. I will be satisfied if I can reach a 70% completion rate. Blackie's completion rate had given him a headache in the beginning. Their completion rates had improved relatively quickly. Within half an hour, they had managed to achieve 50%. However, it had taken them over 3 hours to rise from 50% to 60%. Moreover, it only became more challenging to raise their completion rates the higher they went. By now, their completion rates had basically plateaued. At around 60%, they could only display roughly 60% to 70% of their skill's potential. If they could stabilize their completion rates at 70%, they could almost display their previous strength only when a skill achieved an 85% completion rate. Could it manifest 100% of its effects? If the completion rate could rise past 85%, then the skill's effect would exceed 100%. If they could raise the completion rate of all of their skills past 85%, The combat power would surpass their previous selves. Everyone eagerly looked forward to such a day. Unfortunately, they had no idea how to overcome the challenge of the new system. Do you guys really wish to know how to improve your completion rates quickly? Shifeng asked after tidying up the loot. He could not help but laugh as he looked towards his party members. Chapter 444, Path of an Expert. Aqua Rose and the rest of the Zero Wing party nodded passionately in response to Shifeng's question if they could quickly raise their skill completion rates. Their strength would also rise to the next level. Naturally, this was the goal. It's really simple, actually. Think more. Train more. Shifeng said frankly, think more. Train more? The team rolled their eyes at their guild leader. They had been doing exactly that all this time. However, they had almost reached their limit. That's right. Think more. Train more. There's no other way. In God's domain, every skill movement has its own purpose. First, figure out why such movements are required, then carry them out. You guys have been trying to draw a tiger by looking at a cat. You cannot improve if all you're doing is mimicking the tutorial videos. Shifeng was aware of the enthusiasm filling his companions' hearts. However, one could not become more proficient overnight. After the second evolution of God's domain, players would experience a slump for a relatively long period. Experts were no exception. Many players struggled with the sudden weakness. Falling from glory, however, it was precisely because of God's domain's second evolution that the difference between ordinary players and experts had become more distinct. Previously, a player's strength relied on their equipment and techniques. After the second evolution, however, a player's strength mainly relied on their skill completion rates. With this new system, one could immediately tell whether a player was a dragon or a worm. Ordinary players' skill completion rates usually range between 50% and 60%, and players at this standard were considered beginners. Players with 61% to 70% completion rates were elites. Meanwhile, those who achieved 71% to 80% were experts, and 80% to 90% was the domain of top-tier experts. Players who could reach completion rates above 90% were as rare as a phoenix's feather in the past. Shifeng's best record had been 87%. Although he was only 3% away from surpassing a top-tier expert, it was the difference between heaven and earth. The fact that Fire Dance and the others could achieve such results with just a few hours of practice was already impressive. After the second evolution of God's domain, many players had not dared to solo monsters. Many players had spent several days practicing their skills just to reach a 50% completion rate. Only players who had achieved a 50% skill completion rate were strong enough to solo. Otherwise, with inadequate completion rates, their damage was negligible. In addition, a majority of the players in God's domain relied on their skills to kill monsters. Hence, without sufficient completion rates, players would only find death if they grinded alone. Contemplate the importance of the required movements. Fire Dance pondered, must I do that to manifest the techniques of the skill? Fire Dance recalled her previous uses of backstab in battle in the past. She would always think of ways to strike her opponent from behind, never considering how she could use backstab more efficiently. However, in the tutorial video of backstab, the player would first dodge the opponent's attack, reverse the grip on his weapon, then circle behind the opponent with a spin and stab his weapon into his opponent's back. The entire process was smooth and efficient, and was much faster, more vicious, and more difficult to dodge than her previous attack method. Thinking up to this point, Fire Dance searched impatiently for another Wolfman warrior to experiment on this time. However, Fire Dance did not enter stealth. Instead, she waltzed up to the elite monster. When the Wolfman warrior noticed Fire Dance, it howled and slashed its greatsword at the assassin. Fire Dance did not immediately try to dodge the oncoming attack. Instead, she waited until the Wolfman warrior's greatsword reached its maximum speed before moving. Fire Dance took a step forward before sidestepping, dodging the greatsword at the last possible moment. Reversing her grip on the Truefire blade, she then spun and shoved the blade into the Wolfman warrior's back. Due to her body's rotational power, the Radiant Sword's speed had increased. Even Shifeng could not avoid such a fast attack, much less the Wolfman warrior Hua. The Truefire blade pierced the Wolfman warrior's back, a damage of minus 2,736 appearing above its head system. Backstab completion rate 76%, resulting in 90% of skill's effect. Skill proficiency plus 2 fire dances, eyes, shown upon seeing this system notification. As if she had found a path through the darkness, her confidence suddenly skyrocketed hence. She continued practicing backstab on the Wolfman warrior. When the skill's cooldown finished, she would begin again. In the end, the poor Wolfman warrior died after Fire Dance toyed with it for 5 minutes. Sister Fire Dance is amazing. That last one even reached 78%. Flying Shadow's admiration intensified when he saw the final backstab Fire Dance had used on the Wolfman warrior after watching Fire Dance's performance. As if realization had dawned upon them, everyone hunted down their own targets to practice with. Meanwhile, Feng continued to search for the exit in silence. Not bothering to come in excessive guidance would lead to Fire Dance and the others to believe that his way was the only way. However, everyone had their own paths and unique fighting habits. Different habits and body types would lead to different skill techniques. If they followed him blindly, although they could improve massively in a short time, it would be detrimental to their future development. Thus, he wanted them to figure things out for themselves in the past. Feng had tried mimicking other experts, copying their every move in the hopes of improving his technique. Unfortunately, nobody had warned him about his actions' downsides, although his strength had soared in a short time. In the end, he had been stuck as a top-tier expert. No matter what he did, he could not overcome that final hurdle. In the past, he had never been able to use void steps. However, after reincarnating, Feng discovered that only the path that suited him most was the best path. He was not other people, so how could he achieve any results if he followed a path meant for someone else? In the end, this revelation had allowed him to master void steps in this life, becoming significantly stronger. However, learning void steps was nothing more than the first step away from mimicry. He still had a long way to go and many aspects to explore before he could forge his own way. For a time, the land of the Fallen Star became a testing ground for Feng and his party members without realizing it. They had spent over 7 hours in the land of the Fallen Star, and during this period, they had killed numerous level 27 elite ranked Wolfman warriors. Everyone's skill completion rates had constantly improved during this time. Although they could not consistently achieve 70%, they could still manage above 60%. The party had also mined over 1,300 pieces of Starfire, or their mining far more efficient than when they were outside this crystal cavern. Now, they had accumulated over 20,000 pieces of Starfire, or such a large stock of Starfire, or was worth over 200 gold. Once Feng refined the ore into Starfire essence using the Philosopher's Stone, the total value would be over 800 gold, even for first-rate guilds. 800 gold was a massive sum of money. If they obtained several hundred more gold, they could purchase relatively valuable real estate. If used for forging, the value of the Starfire essences would rise by several folds. The thought alone excited Feng guild leader. "I've discovered a hidden door," Fire Dance suddenly reported. Chapter 445, Golden Stone Tablet. Silver flames engulfed a stone pillar. Everything within 10 yards of this flame had been incinerated, transformed into a field of white ash guild leader. "The hidden door is inside this flame," Fire Dance said as she pointed toward the silver fire. Just before Feng moved closer to have a better look, Fire Dance held him back, saying, "Guild leader, be careful. The silver fire is extremely hot. When I stepped into that scorched region, I immediately lost 2,000 HP. Such high flame damage." Although Feng could tell that the silver flame was something extraordinary, he had not expected it to be so powerful. If it could deal minus 2,000 damage to players every second, he would take significant damage even with his 70 points in fire resistance. Even he would die if he occupied the region too long. "Violet, heal me. I'll go in and take a closer look." After giving the order, Feng entered the silver flame's effective area suddenly. A damage close to minus 500 points appeared above Feng's head. Feng felt as if he had dipped his feet into a hot spring the moment his boots touched the gray-white land. He was even wearing the flame boots, which lowered the temperature his feet felt. If he had equipped some other shoes, he would probably have had to skip and hop constantly while inside this scorched region following, which Shifeng approached the burning stone pillar. The closer he got to the stone pillar, the higher the temperature became. Similarly, the damage he received also increased. When Shifeng was roughly 2 yards from the pillar, he lost over 1,000 HP every second. Even though Shifeng had long since recovered from his weakened state, his HP returning to over 8,400, he would only last 9 seconds at most. Fortunately, he had a powerful healer, Violet Cloud, supporting him. After Violet Cloud cast a sacred shield on him, he could just barely cope with the high duty. Sure enough, there's a hidden door here. Shifeng noticed that there was a tightly shut door on the burning stone pillar. There was also a blue chain not far from the door. Shifeng grabbed the blue chain, searching for a connection with the door. However, the instant he touched the chain, Shifeng suddenly felt a chill wash over him. The fire damage he received suddenly reduced from over -1,000 damage to just around -600 damage. This chain really is special. I wonder what it is made of. It could be useful if I could find a way to take it. Shifeng examined the blue chain, sorely tempted if he could claim this chain. Raiding flame-type dungeons or facing fire-type bosses would become much easier. Just holding the chain increased his fire resistance by at least 40 to 50 points. It was even more impressive than an intermediate fire resistance potion. Moreover, the latter only had a duration of 1 hour, whereas one only needed to hold the former to gain the buff. Just how much money could he save on fire resistance potions? As Shifeng pulled the blue chain, the stone door in the middle of the massive pillar opened slowly. A dark passage with 0 visibility lay beyond the threshold. After the stone door opened, the silver flames diminished gradually until they had been extinguished. Shortly after, the scorched earth also began to cool, allowing players to transverse through the region freely. Guild leader, you're amazing. Your fire resistance is so high. No one else could reach and open the door, even if they knew about it. Blackie laughed. Although they had obtained a bounty from this land of the fallen star, it would mean nothing if they could not find their way out. Let's go. Shifeng unsheathed the abyssal blade and the purgatory shadow. As he crossed the threshold cautiously, the passage beyond the stone door was cramped, and engravings of ancient texts and drawings decorated the walls on either side. From the looks of them, these texts and drawings seemed to originate from an ancient era, and not even Shifeng, someone who was very familiar with God's domain, recognized them. The passage allowed, at most, 3 people to walk abreast, so it would be extremely challenging to coordinate their attacks. Fortunately, the party did not encounter a single monster along their entire journey. After wandering down the passage for over half an hour, the party arrived at a towering altar. Massive statues of wolf-headed men guarded each side of the altar, and the silver flame dancing on the altar was the same flame Shifeng and the others had seen outside the stone door. A short distance to the right of the altar, there was a teleportation magic array. A stone tablet emitting a golden glow sat to the left of the altar. Divine runes and drawings covered the tablet, and one could tell with a glance that the tablet was something extraordinary. As the team walked up to the altar, they suddenly felt an extraordinary pressure weighing down on them. It felt as if someone pummeled them repeatedly with a sledgehammer. Guild leader, look, over there, Blackie said as he pointed at the space above the altar. Goosebumps covering his skin, everyone shifted their gaze to where Blackie pointed. A figure hovered above the altar, but due to the poor lighting around the altar, they could not see it clearly. However, they could feel an intense threat of death emanating from this figure. Shifeng could not get a clear view of that figure either. However, he could feel this figure looking down at them. Shifeng then activated omniscient eyes and observed the figure. The results were shocking. Anubis's gatekeeper, Great Lord. Level 30. HP 10, 000, 000, 000/10, 000, 000. Great Lord. Shifeng muttered. Others might not realize how powerful a Great Lord was in God's domain, but Shifeng knew full well what one was capable of. Their party of 6 would not even be enough to fill the gaps between this gatekeeper's teeth. It was especially true for such field Great Lords. Although their HPs were far lower than Great Lords in dungeons, Field Great Lords were more powerful. Even a team of several thousand level 30 players will be no more than cannon fodder before this gatekeeper. He won't attack us, right? Aqua Rose asked, feeling somewhat nervous as she watched Anubis's gatekeeper Aqua. Rose wasn't the only one nervous. Even Shurfeng struggled to keep his cool. Hopefully not, Shurfeng said, uncertainty. However, since he hasn't moved since we've arrived, let's not take any risks. If Anubis's gatekeeper took the initiative to attack, even Shurfeng would be helpless against it. They could only try to escape. They would only throw away their lives if they tried to confront it. Attempting to find some trick against it would also be suicidal. Powerhouses such as Great Lords wouldn't afford players such a chance according to the tiers of God's domain. A Great Lord was the equivalent of a Tier 3 class. A Tier 3 class was as powerful as the city lord of an ordinary city. After Shurfeng and the others silently examined the area, they faintly understood their situation, that Gatekeeper should be a monster tasked with guarding the Golden Stone Tablet. So long as we don't touch that thing, the Gatekeeper won't attack us. Shurfeng had experimented with the Gatekeeper. When he approached the Golden Stone Tablet, the Gatekeeper's killing intent would intensify. As for the teleportation array on the other side, the Gatekeeper had not reacted when he had approached it. Aqua, you guys activate the teleportation array. After some thought, Shurfeng said, I'll grab that tablet. Guild leader, that's a Great Lord. Fire Dance said, horrified. Although none of them had ever seen a Great Lord in action, they could tell that, compared to this Great Lord, the Crimson Shadow Wolf they had previously faced was a joke. If Shurfeng really tried to steal the Golden Stone Tablet, he might die in an instant. Chapter 446, Silver Flame. Everyone promptly agreed with Fire Dance's opposition. They acknowledged that Shurfeng possessed frightening combat power. He was so powerful that he even suppressed the rare Lord-ranked Crimson Shadow Wolf in a direct confrontation. They, too, had previously thought Shurfeng might be able to oppress even a Great Lord by force, and that by the time they arrived at the ruined shrine in White Fog Canyon's core, they would have a chance of defeating the level 25 Great Lord there. After all, a Great Lord's loot was simply too tempting. It was especially true for a level 25 Great Lord, as the level 25 equipment it dropped was precisely what the core strength of the various guilds needed right now. If they could obtain an epic item, both the guild's strength and morale would improve significantly. However, now that they stood before Anubis's Gatekeeper, they suddenly felt very teeny. A Great Lord and a High Lord were from different worlds. Entirely escaping a Great Lord's wrath would be a miracle, much less defeating it. Admittedly, a treasure hidden behind a Great Lord would be precious. However, if Shurfeng tried to snatch the Golden Stone Tablet, there was more than a 99% chance that he would be throwing his life away. This was simply not a worthwhile trade-off. Moreover, Heavens knew if the teleportation array would still work after Shurfeng stole the stone tablet. On the off chance that it didn't work, they would all die here. Guild leader, why don't we come back after we've grown stronger? It's not worth risking your life for an unknown treasure. Aqua Rose advised, you guys leave first. I'll try it by myself. If it really isn't possible, then we'll come back in the future, Shurfeng said, shaking his head. Although what Aqua Rose had said was logical, none of them knew the significance of the Golden Stone Tablet under a Great Lord's protection in his decade of adventuring in God's domain. The treasures he encountered that had been guarded by Great Lords were at least epic rank. Obtaining an epic item was definitely worth dying once. If he came back for it in the future, there was a possibility of someone else claiming the Golden Stone Tablet. After all, the land of the Fallen Star was not particularly hidden. When everyone heard Shurfeng's determination, they had no choice but to obediently head towards the teleportation array and prepare to leave the land of the Fallen Star. However, just as Aqua Rose was about to activate the teleportation array, her hands suddenly froze as cold sweat began to drip down her forehead. Even the others at the teleportation array with her wore grim expressions. It was as if they were preparing to welcome a great enemy. That cold and intense killing intent felt like they had been dunked in ice-cold water, and they suddenly struggled to breathe. Guild leader, if we activate the teleportation array, the Gatekeeper will attack. Fire Dance whispered as she glanced at Anubis's gatekeeper, hovering in the air. "We really have no options." Sherfong laughed bitterly. He currently had omniscient eyes active, so he felt the gatekeeper's chilling gaze as well. As soon as Aqua Rose activated the teleportation array, Anubis's gatekeeper would strike. It usually took close to 20 seconds to activate a teleportation array. If the person activating the array moved during this period, it would automatically shut down 20 seconds. That was enough time for a level 30 Great Lord to kill hundreds of players, much less a measly party of 6, as this place was unique. They could not use return scrolls to leave. Either, in other words, if they wanted to leave, they needed to survive the gatekeeper for 20 seconds. Either that, or they could level here until they died, or simply die now and lose some EXP, skill proficiency, and a piece of equipment. If they did not wish to lose any equipment, they could remove everything they currently wore. That way, none of their equipment would drop. At worst, there was an extremely small chance of an item dropping from their bags. It looks like I can only give it a try. No matter how Sherfong considered the situation, he could not think of a decent solution. He was also unable to utilize the terrain to his advantage. Although the passage they came from was narrow, Anubis's gatekeeper wasn't so large that it could not follow him. Now, the only way the team could leave safely was if he lured the gatekeeper away. Otherwise, with the strength of a Great Lord and his extremely wide splash range, no one would survive Fire Dance. Get ready to activate the teleportation array. If the Great Lord's splash damage affects you, use Vanish or Wind Steps to block it. As long as you do not move, the teleportation array will not shut down. I'll kite the gatekeeper first. Focus on your timing, you guys. With that, Sherfong activated Windwalk and dashed towards the golden stone tablet. Anubis's gatekeeper immediately shifted his sight to Sherfong when Sherfong was only 10 yards away from the stone tablet. The gatekeeper suddenly vanished from above the altar before immediately reappearing in front of the golden stone tablet. Instantaneous movement. Aqua Rose gaped at the gatekeeper, disbelief filling her gaze. A Great Lord that knew instantaneous movement. Could any player escape its slaughter? Such a powerful aura. Fire Dance's expression turned grim. Anubis's gatekeeper had initially been 90 yards from the party. Now that the gatekeeper was less than 40 yards away from everyone, its ferocity was on full display. Trespassers of the Holy Land, The gatekeeper revealed his fury as he glared at Sherfong. Suddenly, the gatekeeper raised his right hand. In the next moment, a pitch-black spear as tall as Sherfong appeared in the gatekeeper's hand. The Great Lord then swung the spear towards Sherfong. A spear of light sliced through the air and arrived before Sherfong, not taking any risks. Sherfong crossed his swords and used parry to block the attack. The instant the spear of light collided with the two swords, the impact forced Sherfang's hands apart and sent him flying over 20 yards away. The group standing at the teleportation array was stunned. Every Zero Wing member present was familiar with Sherfang's strength even in his normal state. He could contend with a lord of the same level. Yet, now, just a touch from the spear of light, which was far weaker than the gatekeeper's black spear, had thrown Sherfong so far. Just how frightening was the gatekeeper? As expected of a Great Lord. Even though I have the combat power of a Tier 2 class, it is not nearly enough. Sherfong smirked as he looked at his thoroughly numb hands. If not for the fact that parry could negate the gatekeeper's damage, he would have lost at least 3,000 to 4,000 HP. However, Sherfong had only received the gatekeeper's attack because he wished to test its strength and evaluate the Great Lord's combat power. Now, Sherfong had a general grasp of the Anubis's gatekeeper's combat power. Tier 3 intermediate combat power. The Great Lord would then beat a Tier 3 player like a dog. However, even after striking Sherfong, the gatekeeper showed no signs of stopping as it turned towards Fire Dance and the other trespassers of the Holy Land. Emitting a low growl, the gatekeeper stretched out its left hand. Suddenly, a silver flame condensed in his palm in the blink of an eye. The originally fist-sized flame grew into a large fire the size of a house, and even Sherfong, who stood over 20 yards away, felt a stinging pain from the temperature. Chapter 447, Contest of Strength. Just as Anubis's gatekeeper was about to unleash its silver fire on Fire Dance, and the others. Suddenly, a black barrier appeared around the gatekeeper, containing the great Lord, following which the flames gradually dispersed. Close one. Violet Cloud released a sigh of relief as she wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Every Zero-Wing party member shifted their gaze to Violet Cloud. Fortunately for them, Violet Cloud had managed to interrupt the gatekeeper's attack, however, before everyone could calm their pounding hearts. The Tier 1 spell, Black Coffin, burst like a popped balloon. Impossible, Violet Cloud said, her voice filled with disbelief. Black Coffin was an advanced Tier 1 spell. Moreover, she was a Tier 1 Astromancer. Black Coffin should be able to trap even a High Lord for a few seconds. Yet the spell had not lasted half a second against Anubis's gatekeeper. Trespassers of the Holy Land, die. The gatekeeper waved his hand once more, collecting a larger and more intense silver flame than before. The silver fire also appeared faster this to me as the gatekeeper was about to bombard Aqua Rose and the others with his fire. A blood-red glow struck the Great Lord, dealing minus 5,021 damage. Although the damage was negligible to the monster, the gatekeeper froze and turned towards the attack's origin. Immediately, he discovered Feng, the ant that he had sent flying earlier. The tear suppression is too powerful. Feng grimaced. The move he had just used was the additional skill of the Blazing Meteor, Flame God's Fury. The skill allowed him to deal 900% damage to the first target the Blazing Meteor struck. Yet, even with such power, his attack had only dealt around minus 5,000 damage to the Great Lord. It was not even one-third of the damage the skill was usually capable of dealing. Although Feng possessed the combat power of a Tier 2 class, his character was still a Tier 1 class. A Great Lord was the equivalent of a Tier 3 class. With a difference of 2 tiers, the damage he could deal to the gatekeeper was significantly reduced. This was also one of the reasons why Feng had not attempted to raid the level 25 Great Lord in the ruined shrine. Not only would tier suppression significantly reduce a skill's effect, but it would also significantly reduce one's potential damage. Moreover, this was in the event that the difference was only a matter of 2 tiers. Currently, Overwhelming Smile didn't have any Tier 1 players' Fire Dance. Activate the teleportation array now. Feng urgently shouted in the party chat as he returned the gatekeeper's chilling gaze, knowing that time was of the essence. Fire Dance did as she was told immediately. The teleportation array Fire Dance and the other stood on shone with a dark blue glow as it started gathering mana from its surroundings. At this moment, Anubis's gatekeeper paid no attention to Fire Dance and the others. Instead, he suddenly disappeared, reappearing in front of Feng. Raising his spear high, he swung the weapon down on Feng. The gatekeeper's attack was different from the spears of light he had casually sent out before. Just the pressure preceding the attack turned Feng's movements sluggish. Feng hurriedly activated Defensive Blade to defend himself. However, Anubis's gatekeeper showed no intention of ending his assault after one strike. In quick succession, his spear darted towards Feng again and again, searching for an opening. Pum, pum, pum. In 2 short seconds, Defensive Blade had been exhausted. Although Feng had tried to counter the gatekeeper's attacks during this period, the pressure from a spear was simply too immense. His sluggish body could not keep up with the black spear speed. Aqua Rose and the others were similarly shocked as they watched Feng fight for his life. Although they had realized that there was a difference between a lord and a Great Lord, they had not realized the gap between the two was this massive. Feng was not nearly strong enough to resist the gatekeeper. Thinking back on how the various guilds of White River City had boasted their plans to raid a Great Lord, the very idea was a joke. Guild leader. Anxiety filled Fire Dance's heart. She struggled with her desire to charge forward to help her guild leader, but the teleportation array was their only hope of leaving this place. If she moved, she would waste all their efforts. The others were similarly anxious. Although they wished to help, they could not. It was highly possible that their aid would lure Anubis's gatekeeper to the array. If that happened, they would all die. Moreover, even if they lent their assistance, it would not change the battle, seeing as the black spear was about to strike at him once again. Feng decided that he was done holding back purgatory power. Heavenly Dragon's power, Blade Liberation. In the blink of an eye, Shurfeng's strength reached an entirely different realm. Purgatory power increased his attack speed by 100% and damage by 30%. Heavenly Dragon's power increased his defense by 300%, HP by 300%, and strength attribute by 100%. Instantly, Shurfeng's strength broke past the 800-point threshold. Blade Liberation increased Shurfeng's strength by 80% and agility by 120%, allowing his strength to reach close to 1,500 points. With close to 1,500 strength, even a rare lord of the same level would be beaten mercilessly at this moment. Shurfeng's body released a faint, bloody glow. Now, the Black Spear's pressure was ineffective against Shurfeng. Immediately, Shurfeng swung the abyssal blade upward, meeting the Gatekeeper's attack head-on. Boom. The collision instantly created a storm in front of the altar. Shurfeng's teammates nearly lost their balance due to the resulting shockwave. This shockwave is so powerful. Blackie exclaimed, "Nothing will happen to Guild Leader, right?" Flying Shadow was thoroughly shocked. Despite standing over 30 yards from the battle, the intense shockwave still reached them, rocking them back. One could just imagine how horrific the combatant strength was. Guild Leader had overpowered a rare lord easily with the strength he's using now. He should be able to hold the Gatekeeper off for some time, Fire Dance said, uncertainty coloring her voice. The others also nodded in agreement. With strength capable of suppressing a rare lord, Shurfeng should have a fighting chance even against a great lord. If not, then a great lord was truly a heaven-defying existence. When the dust settled, everyone could finally see the conclusion of the exchange. They were all stupefied. Cracks spreading out as far as 10 yards away covered the ground beneath Shurfeng's feet. A damage close to minus 600 points had also appeared above Shurfeng's head. On the other hand, the Gatekeeper of Anubis was completely unharmed. The Great Lord had not received a single point of damagites over. The gap between them is just too wide, Fire Dance muttered in despair. Flying Shadow silently agreed with Fire Dance. Shurfeng had received nearly minus 600 damage, doing nothing more than defending himself with his own weapon. Mages might not understand what this meant, but as melee classes, they knew full well the significance of the gap between Shurfeng and Anubis's Gatekeeper. Trespassers of the Holy Land die. The Gatekeeper growled once more as it continued brandishing its black spear. The Great Lord thrust his spear towards Shurfeng in an unending barrage, though Shurfeng tried to avoid the oncoming attacks. Both the spear's speed and angle of attack were extremely precise. He could not dodge the attacks. He could only counter with his swords. However, every time he blocked an attack, the impact would force him backward. The Gatekeeper sent over a dozen strikes at Shurfeng in quick succession, forcing Shurfeng into a constant retreat and disrupting his balance. Meanwhile, Shurfeng had lost close to 10,000 HP during this brief assault. Fortunately, Dragon's power increased his HP by 300%, granting him a total of over 25,000 HP. The 300% increase in defense also allowed him to survive the brutal onslaught. If any other player stood in his place right now, they would have died long ago. Meanwhile, when Anubis's Gatekeeper saw that his opponent had yet to fall despite receiving so many attacks, he suddenly flew into a rage. In the next moment, silver flames emerged around the Gatekeeper's spear, instantly causing the surrounding temperature to soar. The Gatekeeper then jumped into the air, and gripping his spear with both hands, he slammed the weapon down at Shurfeng. The black spear was like a giant flame serpent as it spread its jaws, intending to swallow Shurfeng with a single bite. Chapter 448, Close Call. As the giant flame serpent was about to devour Shurfeng, suddenly, Shurfeng raised his head and glared at the serpent before opening his mouth and activating Dragon's Breath. A dragon's roar resounded throughout the surroundings, and a shockwave slammed into the flame serpent. When the two collided, both attacks dispersed. However, the Gatekeeper was not done. Tightening his grip on the black spear, the Gatekeeper thrust it towards Shurfeng's heart. Shurfeng immediately activated Flame Rush, his movement speed increasing by 100% for 10 seconds as a speed sword. Shurfeng launched himself backward, barely avoiding the spear as expected. It really is pushing it too much to challenge a Great Lord with the combat power of a Tier 2 class. After Sure Feng landed, he focused on Anubis's Gatekeeper, having no intention of initiating an attack. Survival was his main priority. He would delay as long as possible despite using his Twofold Berserk technique and pushing his combat power to the max. He had still lost close to half of his HP after a few seconds. If not for the fact that he was a Blade Saint and that he owned a fragmented legendary item, the Gatekeeper's spear would have long since claimed his life. However, Anubis's Gatekeeper clearly had no intention of letting Sure Feng delay for time as he raised a spear and slammed it into the ground. Suddenly, the Great Lord split into 3 copies of himself, each copy having a maximum HP of 6,000,000 crap. Sure Feng could not help but curse, although the Gatekeeper had split his strength by 3. With each copy significantly weaker than the original, they still possessed the combat power of a Tier 3 class. Even if Sure Feng faced one of the copies one-on-one, he would not find his opponent any easier to deal with. On the other hand, Sure Feng now had to deal with 3 Gatekeepers simultaneously. The danger he currently faced was far from just 3 times greater. Having no other option, Sure Feng used Phantom Kill, his doppelganger appearing by his side. Although his doppelganger only possessed 70% of his attributes, it could still relieve some of the pressure. Trespassers of the Holy Land die. The 3 Gatekeepers charged at Sure Feng, launching a barrage of attacks without hesitation. Sure Feng used 9 Dragon's Slash to pin down the middle copy. Both he and his doppelganger then turned and fled in opposite directions. Even if he were a Tier 3 class, he still could not take on 3 Great Lords at once. When the 2 unrestricted Gatekeepers saw the identical Sure Fengs running off in different directions, they split up from each other to chase both the original and the doppelganger. As for the Gatekeeper pinned down by 9 Dragon Slash, he remained where he was for a time. A game of cat and mouse transpired, although the Gatekeeper's ability to split himself into 3 copies had greatly increased the danger Sure Feng faced. The situation had also given Sure Feng a lifeline that 3 Gatekeepers' attributes could not compare with the original Great Lords. Initially, Sure Feng had been far slower than his adversary. Now, however, their speeds were almost equal. Moreover, after Anubis's Gatekeeper split himself, his copies could no longer use instantaneous movement. His copies were only capable of chasing Sure Feng on foot, and this allowed Sure Feng to catch a breather. The seconds ticked by slowly. To Sure Feng, the seconds felt like hours. Both Sure Feng and his doppelganger lost HP rapidly as time passed. As for Violet Cloud at the teleportation array, she refrained from healing her guild leader even once. It was not because she did not want to or that she couldn't, but because it was likely that she would pull the aggro of one of the Gatekeepers if she did. If that happened, none of them would leave this place alive. Hence, Sure Feng had to rely on regeneration potions to recover his HP 15 seconds into channeling the teleportation array. Sure Feng's doppelganger died. Now, Sure Feng had to deal with 2 Gatekeepers alone. Realizing that the situation had become unfavorable, Sure Feng immediately retrieved a speed scroll from his bag. After using the scroll, he dashed into the narrow passage their party had come from. All 3 Gatekeepers instantly took up the chase. In less than 3 seconds, the Gatekeepers had caught with to Sure Feng. However, Sure Feng suddenly turned to smirk at the 3 Great Lords goodbye. Sure Feng smiled faintly as he activated space movement. He then jumped into the black hole that appeared before him and disappeared from the narrow passage, leaving behind 3 dumbfounded Gatekeepers. Although the Land of the Fallen Star prohibited the use of return scrolls, he could still use space movement. Only, the skill's range was limited to the area within the Land of the Fallen Star. He could not use the skill to leave. When Sure Feng had approached the Golden Stone Tablet for the first time, he had marked its coordinates. Now that he had lured the Gatekeepers away, he used space movement to arrive before the Golden Stone Tablet. Sure Feng dashed up to the Golden Stone Tablet and stored in his bag space. Meanwhile, Fire Dance had channeled the teleportation array for 18 seconds. Sure Feng was currently close to 30 yards from the array. Just as he was about to rush over to his party, Anubis's Gatekeeper suddenly appeared in front of Sure Feng, an extraordinarily grim expression on the Great Lord's face. At this moment, silver flames surrounded the gatekeeper's entire body. They even encased the black spear he carried. The instant he appeared, the gatekeeper used Thousand Sweep against Shi Fengshui. In the face of the gatekeeper's spear, even space toward the black spear was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. The weapon slammed into Shi Fengshui. An explosion shook the altar trespassers of the Holy Land. Although the gatekeeper of Anubis had struck Shi Fengshui with his spear, the rage in his heart had only grown, not lessened. The gatekeeper had struck only Shi Feng's Afterimage Guild leader. Fire Dance called out with surprise when she saw Shi Fengshui appear beside her. Everyone had lost hope the moment they saw the Great Lord attack. That final strike had simply been too fast. Blocking the attack would have been impossible, much less dodging it. Yet, Shi Fengshui had successfully avoided the attack. Moreover, he even appeared right beside them. It was astonishing, however. Only Shi Fengshui had known how much danger he had been in just now. The instant the gatekeeper appeared before him, he had immediately used silent steps on Fire Dance. Had he hesitated in the slightest, he would have definitely lost his life. "All of you shall die," Anubis's gatekeeper bellowed as he glared at Shi Fengshui. He then threw his black spear towards Shi Feng's group. The weapon was extremely fast. None of them had time to respond to the oncoming attack. Meanwhile, there was still slightly over 1 second before the teleportation array would activate. That 1 second was more than enough time for the spear to annihilate them all. Suddenly, Shi Fengshui moved and stood in front of everyone, prepared to receive the attack. Just as the black spear covered in silver flames was about to reach its target, Shi Fengshui switched the aura of space for the aura of illusion, instantly increasing all of his attributes by 30%. He also activated Fantasy World, immunity to all magic damage, and 15% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover players' HP for 20 seconds cooldown, 3 minutes. The instant the black spear collided with its target, Shi Fengshui instantly recovered close to 5,000 HP. However, before Shi Fengshui could celebrate, the immense impact from the collision between the black spear and his two swords eliminated 7,000 HP. As a result, he had still lost 2,000 HP. What a powerful skill. Although Shi Fengshui had blocked the black spear, both of his hands were completely numb. He couldn't move them at all now. If he had not activated Fantasy World, the flames surrounding the black spear would have extinguished his life in an instant. The might of the spear itself was even more frightening. After switching to the aura of illusion, all his attributes had increased by 30%. His strength had exceeded the 1,900-point threshold. Yet, when defending against the black spear's physical attack, Shi Fengshui had received minus 7,000 damage. Despicable trespassers, I will not let you off. You will receive the punishment you deserve. The gatekeeper bellowed as he snarled at Shi Fengshui. However, no matter how angry the gatekeeper was, he could not change the fact that the teleportation array had activated. The Great Lord did not have enough time to launch another attack, and it could only watch helplessly as Shi Fengshui and the others transformed into a streak of flowing light, vanishing from the land of the fallen star. Chapter 449, Changes in White Fog Canyon. After its discovery, only a few elite players had willingly explored White Fog Canyon's outer region. At this moment, however, players had flooded the area. The Warfire set equipment's appearance had even attracted players from other countries, and they all had rushed to the canyon to grind for the set, causing a sharp decrease in Battle Monkey's numbers in the outer region. As a result, the danger had also greatly decreased. Moreover, the crimson-eyed Battle Monkeys in the outer area were only level 22. By now, many players in White River City had already reached level 20, while elite players had reached level 22 or higher. Hence, White River City's players had also come to the canyon to grind for the Warfire set equipment. Although the Warfire set equipment had an extremely low drop rate, to the degree that only a few pieces had dropped thus far, everyone was still determined to grind in White Fog Canyon. Their first reason was that of the high EXP from the canyon's monsters. As a result, they leveled much faster in the canyon than if they grinded monsters elsewhere. The second reason was that all monsters within the canyon possessed a fixed chance to drop the Warfire set equipment. Both the high EXP, and the top-tier set equipment were sorely tempting to players. Even though the risk of grinding in White Fog Canyon was very high, players still rushed to the canyon in droves. Cloud, you really have a lucky touch. Other parties have not obtained anything over these past few days. Yet, we have 2 Warfire set pieces, a thinly built male ranger said as he looked at the red-haired beauty beside him. Laughing, he continued, I heard that the set's price has increased again. Now, someone's offering to buy individual pieces for 8 gold per piece. We can get 16 gold with the 2 we have. If we trade that for credits, that'll be 170,000 to 180,000. If we sell the set pieces for 180,000, we could get 30,000 each. That's more than 6 months of my salary. God's Domain really is the best place to make money. Another middle-aged cleric wearing mage robes exclaimed, you guys. All you can think of is credits. God's Domain only launched recently. Things will get even more intense later on. If we convert the gold coins into credits, we will suffer a huge loss. Even if we plan to convert them into credits, haven't you guys seen the messages on the forums? There are people who are willing to buy each Warfire set piece for 100,000 credits. 2 pieces mean 200,000. The Shield Warrior, Virtuous Cloud, laughed faintly. At this moment, she, too, was excited. During this period, many parties spent their time grinding monsters in White Fog Canyon. Even so, the Warfire set equipment rarely dropped. From the news they had heard, only 1 or 2 pieces dropped each day originally. Their party was on the brink of despair. However, after killing a level 24 special elite ranked armored battle monkey, a Warfire set piece dropped. The following day, after killing a group of crimson-eyed battle monkeys, another piece dropped. Instantly, they rose from the pits of hell to heaven. 1 piece was sufficient to recover their initial costs. With 2 pieces, they could make a fortune. With the gold coins they could earn, they could upgrade equipment. They could replace what they currently wore with some secret silver equipment. At that time, they could grind for the Warfire set equipment more efficiently. The new system upgrade is really a bastard. If the new combat system had not reduced our strength, we might have had a chance of claiming another set piece, given a little time. The middle-aged cleric said that other party members nodded, agreeing with the man's words. It was extremely difficult to use combat skills at the moment. Moreover, the newly implemented skill completion rate had left them speechless. Other than 1 or 2, their skills were all below 50%. They could only display less than 60% of their previous strength. Fortunately, White Fog Canyon was not as dangerous as it had been. Otherwise, they would have been in a lot of trouble. We can't do anything about the game system upgrade. Moreover, everyone else is in a similar situation. Virtuous Cloud consoled. Now that we have obtained 2 Warfire set pieces, as long as we sell them, we can replace our equipment with a few pieces of secret silver equipment. Everything will be fine once we upgrade our combat power. That's right. White River City is a good place to do that. Compared to our city, there is more high-quality equipment available here. I heard that the Star Street trading firm is even selling secret silver equipment. There are also the mana armor kits that can raise one's attributes significantly. While Virtuous Cloud's party chatted with each other, a team of roughly 20 to 30 players appeared on the small path leading to White Fog Canyon's entrance. These players all wore sneers, and the IDs they displayed were crimson, proof they had already killed many players. Seeing your joy, you guys must have had a bountiful harvest, right? Why not share it with us? The level 24 berserker leading this team of red names asked mockingly. The man was cold laughter, and he sported a wide grin as he focused on Virtuous Cloud's party. Virtuous Cloud and her party members immediately readied their weapons, their expressions turning grave due to their previous excitement. They had forgotten about the horrors in White Fog Canyon, although the danger of monsters had decreased. The danger from other players had skyrocketed. Monsters' drop rates in White Fog Canyon were a lot higher than the outside world. Even if players did not obtain the Warfire set equipment, they could still make a hefty profit from selling the other equipment that dropped. Hence, many elite players had come to grind. As elite players, their equipment was definitely high quality compared to grinding monsters. It was far more profitable to kill elite players. If one were lucky, high-quality equipment might even drop from the dead player's bog as a result. The number of players dying in White Fog Canyon was terrifying just as Virtuous Cloud's party thought about turning to escape. Another several dozen players emerged from behind them. Virtuous Cloud's team was immediately flustered. If the other side only had a dozen or so players, they could attempt to take them on. After all, they, too, were elite players. However, their enemies had over 50 players on their side. With just the 6 of them, they were outmatched. It isn't easy for us to guard this road. I won't mince words. I will let you guys pass if each of you hand over the best piece of equipment you have and 20 silver coins. If not, you will all die here. Cold Laughter grinned as he fiddled with the greatsword in his hand. After Cold Laughter spoke, the red names blocking the road promptly unsheathed their weapons. If Virtuous Cloud's party refused, they would burst into action currently. Most players were around level 20. Elite players, in particular, had higher levels. If they died, not only would they lose a piece of equipment, but they would also have to spend several days recovering their losses. Nobody wanted to deal with that, hence Cold Laughter had proposed a suitable condition. Although you outnumber us, don't forget that you are all red names. Even if you wipe us out with our strength, we will take 1 or 2 down with us, Virtuous Cloud said, unfazed. At most, we will lose 1 level and 1 piece of equipment. However, if a red name dies, they will lose 2 or 3 levels, maybe even 3 or 4, and a majority of the equipment they are wearing. Virtuous Cloud's words had undoubtedly generated some hesitation among the red names. After all, nobody could guarantee that they wouldn't be the pitiful player who Virtuous Cloud's party killed. However, none of the red names were shaken. On the contrary, they smirked arrogantly at the smaller party. Their expressions somewhat surprised Virtuous Cloud. Before Virtuous Cloud could figure out what was going on, Cold Laughter sneered and said, "Stop trying to play tricks. I'll count to 5. If you don't hand over the equipment and money, we'll take it ourselves. Everyone be careful. In a moment, I'll clear a path towards the forest to our left. If we can reach the forest, we should be able to shake them off once inside," Virtuous Cloud hurriedly said just as both sides prepared to take action. A black hole suddenly appeared in the air. In the next moment, 6 people fell from the black hole, landing between Virtuous Cloud's and Cold Laughter's groups. Chapter 450, Don't Fight. Virtuous Cloud's and Cold Laughter's groups were both stunned by the 6 who suddenly fell out of thin air. Boss Cold, check out their levels. The lowest among them is level 25. It doesn't seem like a good idea to provoke them, a level 23 ranger said. Slightly breathless elite players at this stage of the game were mostly around level 22, while experts were around level 24 inches. Virtuous Cloud's party. Only she was level 23, while the others were level 22. As for the red names, the highest level player was Cold Laughter, who is currently level 24, while everyone else ranged between level 21 and level 23. On the other hand, the 6 players that had suddenly appeared ranged between 25 and 27. It was common knowledge that each level demanded more EXP than the last. Disregarding their equipment, just the fact that some of them were level 27 was terrifying enough. Why do these people seem somewhat familiar? Cold Laughter was no fool. After taking a careful look at the newcomers, he used an identification skill. Suddenly, his lips curled into a smile. Sure enough, it's him. Boss Cold. Who is it? The ranger asked. Don't you remember the bounty? Overwhelming smile is offered. Cold Laughter said excitedly as he grinned at the level 25 swordsman wearing a black cloak. The ranger then followed Cold Laughter's gaze and used an identification skill on that level 25 swordsman as well. Immediately, he discovered that the swordsman's name was Black Flame. Black Flame? That's right. He's the same Black Flame who has the title of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert. A few days ago, Overwhelming Smile posted a bounty on his head. If we report his location, they will reward us with 10,000 credits. If he's still here when they arrive, they will give us another 300,000 credits. If we kill Black Flame, Overwhelming Smile is willing to pay 2 million credits. Many experts have found the offer tempting, and everyone's been looking for him. I never thought that I would find him here. But, Boss Cold, I heard that Black Flame is ridiculously powerful. With our numbers, I'm afraid. What's there to be afraid of? Now that God's domain has undergone its second system upgrade, everyone's strength has decreased significantly. Even if Black Flame is the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom, he is a tiger that has lost its claws and fangs. Does he think he can do whatever he wants on my turf? Contact Overwhelming Smile immediately. Tell them that we have found Black Flame and to prepare the money for his corpse. Saying so, Cold Laughter waved his hand. Suddenly, all 50 red names closed in on both Virtuous Cloud's and Black Flame's parties, leaving no opportunities for escape. Why are you here? Virtuous Cloud asked Shurfeng, surprised to see him. Shurfeng was a godlike tycoon. She had initially prepared to sell the 2 Warfire set pieces to Shurfeng after they returned to White River City. She never expected to meet Shurfeng here, and in such a predicament you are. Shurfeng looked at Virtuous Cloud. Suddenly, the figure of the red-haired beauty he met a few days ago popped into his mind. Unable to help his laughter, he said, "How's your luck been these last few days?" "Not bad. We were just about to head back to the city and look for you." Laughing bitterly, Virtuous Cloud continued, "However, now that we have encountered them, I'm not sure whether we will profit or suffer from our trip to White Fog Canyon." "Enemies?" Shurfeng asked as he examined his surroundings. These red names all had relatively high levels and good equipment, especially the level 24 Berserker standing in the lead. They were all independent players. Anyone who could reach level 24 at this stage of the game was definitely an expert. Virtuous Cloud was left speechless by Shurfeng's leisurely behavior. However, when she looked at the other 5 players beside Shurfeng, they too did not seem particularly concerned about the 50 red names surrounding them. This situation only served to surprise Virtuous Cloud. Further, were all of these players godlike tycoons as well? Have none of them ever encountered a player interception before? They were actually able to remain calm in such a situation. Sighing, Virtuous Cloud chose to explain patiently, saying, "No, they're red names who are blocking the road and are trying to rob us. Judging by their expressions, it doesn't seem that they intend to let you guys go, either. I suggest we join hands. If we face their 50 with our 12, some of us might get out of here alive. So it's a robbery. Seems that quite a lot of players have come to White Fog Canyon recently." Although Shurfeng had anticipated such a situation, he had not expected PvP to begin so soon in the past. White Fog Canyon had become a gruesome war zone because everyone had discovered the value of Starfire Oregon teams of several hundred players, even some with over 1,000, would gang up on innocent players to steal what they could. 50? Blackie looked at the 50 red names surrounding them before excitedly saying, "I claim half of them. You guys can share the rest." "Oh, that level 24 Berserker looks like fun. I want him as well." "Don't even think about it. I still need to practice skills on someone," Fire Dance said, shaking her head. "Brother Black, how can you claim half for yourself? If Sister Fire Dance and Sister Aqua split the remainder, there won't be anyone left for me." Flying Shadow complained, "I also disagree." Aqua Rose nodded. Since the update, they had only practiced their skills on monsters. At the end of the day, monsters were only AI. They were far inferior to players. It was especially true for experts. However, as the land of the Fallen Star was such a dangerous location, they didn't dare duel each other now. A perfect opportunity for them to test their skills against players had arrived. Moreover, these 50 red names were elite players watching Fire Dance and the others argue. Shurfeng stepped forward and said, "Don't fight. Use your strength to compete. You will only have yourself to blame if you're not strong enough." Contempt filled Virtuous Cloud's heart as she watched the team bicker. What did these people consider the surrounding red names? Monsters to be easily slaughtered. In such a crucial moment, they still had the gall to joke around. As for the party members standing beside Virtuous Cloud, they became increasingly nervous under the red names' gazes, which grew colder with each passing second. Previously, these red names had expressed their ridicule. Now, however, there was only rage. Before Shurfeng's party had arrived, these red names would have held back. After all, nobody wanted to die. It was especially true for red names. Now, however, this situation was all thanks to Shurfeng and his party successfully angering these red names. How are they supposed to deal with these enraged red names now? You guys sure have guts. Even in the face of death, you still have the heart to joke around. Cold Laughter's expression turned grim as his eyebrows twitched. Throughout the many days he had hunted players in White Fog Canyon, this was the first time he had met anyone who dared to look down on them brothers. Get rid of them. Chapter 451, Massacre. At Cold Laughter's command, the other red names exploded into action elementalists, and Curseminsters started chanting. Rangers knocked their arrows, and Shield Warriors, Guardian Knights, and the other melee classes prepared to intercept any escape attempts. Black Flame. Both our parties will open a path to our left. There's a forest in that direction, so it will be easy to lose them once we're inside, Virtuous Cloud hurriedly said as she raised her shield in preparation to take damage. Seeing that Black Flame's party members had such high levels, it was very unlikely that they would be weak, although they were still outnumbered. 12 on 50 was still a lot better than 6 on 50. Not to mention, Black Flame's party was clearly stronger than her party. There was still a chance for them to break through the encirclement, however. Before Virtuous Cloud had finished speaking, Fire Dance had already taken action using Shadow Steps. Fire Dance immediately appeared behind Cold Laughter. In an instant, her blood-red short sword slashed across the back of Cold Laughter's head. Cold Laughter had no hope against Fire Dance's speed. Before he knew it, a damage of minus 1,106 points appeared above his head, his HP instantly falling by 1/3. When Cold Laughter saw the other Truefire blade coming in for another attack, he was instantly afraid. Scram. Cold Laughter urgently used Whirlwind Slash, slashing his greatsword horizontally towards Fire Dance. Berserkers were known for their strength. In addition, Whirlwind Slash greatly increased the might of an attack by utilizing momentum. Even if Fire Dance had a higher strength, she couldn't defend against his attack dang. However, as if his greatsword had struck an immovable wall, the weapon stopped right beside Fire Dance, unable to advance. For a moment, Cold Laughter even felt his hands go numb. How? When Cold Laughter saw the blood-red short sword in Fire Dance's hand block his greatsword effortlessly, he could no longer hide his fear. Was this an assassin? This question echoed through Cold Laughter's mind during Cold Laughter's brief moment of shock. Fire Dance twisted the Truefire blade in her hand, disengaging from Cold Laughter's greatsword and forcing the Berserker to retreat by a few steps. Fire Dance then swung her other arm, sliding the other Truefire blade smoothly into Cold Laughter's chest. Although Berserkers focused on strength, with the difference in equipment, Fire Dance's strength left Cold Laughter's in the dust. Despite her agility-focused class, this was the cruel reality of God's domain. Equipment spoke volumes. Class advantage was meaningless in the face of powerful equipment. Cold Laughter hurriedly tried to defend against Fire Dance's sword. However, the latter gave him no opportunity to do so. Shadow Strike. Suddenly, Fire Dance disappeared, her entire person passing through Cold Laughter and appearing behind the Berserker. Although Cold Laughter tried to turn towards the assassin, the damage of minus 3,426 points that appeared above his head had emptied his remaining HP. Immediately, Cold Laughter's vision began to gray. The battle had ended before it had even started. From beginning to end, Cold Laughter had not known what was happening. Was she just an assassin who was 2 levels higher than him? Yet, he couldn't even put up a fight. Is the gap between players really that intense? Cold Laughter didn't understand. Fire Dance's appearance had shattered his past preconceptions. However, even if doubt filled the Berserker's mind, his body still fell to the ground. Only an instant had passed from the moment Fire Dance had taken action. The surrounding red names had only noticed Fire Dance's disappearance before she suddenly reappeared in front of Cold Laughter. In the next moment, Cold Laughter's body hit the ground. Their boss and the only expert in their team had died, just like that. The consequences of death for a red name spoke for themselves. Not only had Cold Laughter dropped a majority of his equipment, but he would also lose at least 3 levels. Seeing this, the surrounding red names were scared stiff so fast. Admiration filled Virtuous Cloud's gaze as she watched Fire Dance. No matter how one viewed Cold Laughter, he was not an ordinary player. The fact that he was level 24 and the leader of these elite players proved it. His dark red name also spoke of his countless player kills. He could not be underestimated, and she wasn't even confident of defeating the Berserker. Yet, Fire Dance had killed the red name in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, after killing Cold Laughter, Fire Dance had not stopped. Spinning around, she dashed towards the enemy magical classes currently. The stunned crowd was like a herd of frightened sheep. Fire Dance reached the magical classes easily, and killing each with a single hit, she instantly eliminated another 3 players unwilling to fall behind. Blackie also began to wave his staff and cast Hellflame. Green pillars of fire suddenly rose among the crowd, and any players the flames touched received multiple damages of over -2,000 points. Before these players could escape Hellflame's range, they died. In an instant, another dozen or so players had lost their lives. Aqua Rose joined the fray, casting Flame Barrage and downing another 6 players. Flying Shadow had long since charged into the crowd as well, massacring the red names. Even though many tried to resist, Flying Shadow dealt with all of them easily. The male assassin was like a ghost, his movements erratic. None of the red names could even catch sight of the man, let alone damage him. On the contrary, due to friendly fire, they even killed some of their own. By the time the red names realized the situation, they had lost over half of their numbers run. With less than half of their original army remaining, these red names no longer had the confidence to face Fire Dance, and the others. Don't you think that it is a little too late to escape now? Shurfeng could not help but sigh as he watched the scattering red names, even if Shurfeng's party and these red names were on the same level regarding attributes, which they certainly were not. Fire Dance and the others would still have annihilated them easily in a moment's time. Fire Dance's group of 5 had devastated the 50 red names. Equipment and corpses littered the ground with a rough estimate. The red names dropped close to 300 pieces of equipment. Furthermore, the lowest quality was bronze ranked. If sold, they could make a fortune from the loot. Virtuous Cloud, who stood beside Shurfeng all this time, was utterly shocked. Only now did she realize why Black Flame's party members have been so calm, so they weren't putting on an act at all. Virtuous Cloud glanced at Shurfeng, a hint of shame surfacing on her face. Originally, she thought that Shurfeng's group was simply a bunch of rich tycoons who were ignorant about worldly affairs. Now, however, it would seem that she had been greatly mistaken. With such frightening strength, it was no wonder they paid no attention to these red names. Thank you for saving our lives, Virtuous Cloud said as she took out a Warfire set piece from her bag, intending to give it to Shurfeng. I don't have anything else on me that I can offer, so please accept these Warfire bracers. When Virtuous Cloud's party members saw her use a Warfire set piece as payment for their rescue, although their hearts ached at the sight, none of them tried to hinder their party leader's actions. It had not been easy to reach their current levels. If they died, not only would they lose a level, but every one of them would also have to lose a piece of equipment. Losing the Warfire bracers was more affordable. Moreover, Virtuous Cloud's decision could also allow them to forge a connection with an expert. This was a welcomed opportunity for all of the Warfire bracers. Shurfeng had plenty of Warfire set pieces in his bag, enough to form 3 sets and more. He only lacked the Warfire bracers. Thanks, but you don't have to. Why not sell it to me instead? As we had previously agreed, I'll buy it for 10 gold coins. Saying so, Shurfeng traded 10 gold coins to Virtuous Cloud. He then added the Warfire bracers to his bag. Finally, a complete Warfire set equipment. When Shurfeng looked at the completed Warfire set equipment in his bag, an indescribable sense of joy filling his heart. Chapter 452, Warfire. In White Fog Canyon's inner region, a large group of players currently faced a level 27 Lord. Although these players only inflicted around -100 damage with each attack, there were over 2,000 players attacking simultaneously. In the end, the Lord died, unable to withstand the barrage of attacks. Haha. What good luck. A level 25 fine gold weapon dropped. Lone Tyrant laughed after he finished organizing the loot. During this period, aside from searching for Black Flame's whereabouts, they had also searched for and killed Lord-ranked monsters. After such a long time, they had managed to kill over a dozen Lords. However, the drop rate of level 25 fine gold ranked weapons and equipment was very low. They had only obtained 2 pieces. One was a cloth armor, while the other was the weapon that had just dropped. Everything else they obtained was mainly secret silver ranked when the Overwhelming Smile elites saw the level 25 fine gold weapon in Lone Tyrant's hand. They nearly failed to contain their Drula. A level 25 fine gold weapon was the equivalent of a level 20 dark gold weapon. The former's attributes were even slightly better than the latter. One could even say that level 25 fine gold weapons were the best weapons currently available in God's domain aside from Zero Wing. There was no news of other guilds in White River City possessing level 25 fine gold weapons. Now, however, Overwhelming Smile had finally obtained one of their very own, although they possessed far fewer level 25 fine gold weapons than Zero Wing. It was still proof of Overwhelming Smile's strength. Unfortunately, the elite members of Overwhelming Smile could only look at the level 25 fine gold weapon. They would have to wait a long time before they could obtain one for themselves in order to kill the dozen or so lords. Overwhelming Smile had sacrificed many members. The price they had paid was simply unimaginable at this moment. However, Lone Tyrant handed the level 25 fine gold dagger to Summer Sunshine. Everyone's hearts ached when they saw the exchange. They had only obtained this level 25 fine gold dagger after killing over a dozen lords with great difficulty. Yet they actually gave it to an outsider without batting an eye. This dagger is quite good. It's slightly better than my level 20 dark gold dagger, Summer Sunshine said after he gave the level 25 fine gold dagger a few swings. Nodding with satisfaction, he said, "All right, let's search for another lord then." "Wait a minute. Yu'lon suddenly Sadie's there a problem?" Summer Sunshine asked as he turned to Yu'lon. "Big Brother Summer, I've just received information that someone has spotted Black Flame. He is currently in the outer region of White Fog Canyon. If we hurry, we can still catch him," Yu'lon said after Black Flame had killed Overwhelming Smile's expert, Oriental Sword. All traces of the man had vanished to avoid letting Black Flame escape. Yu'lon had prohibited Overwhelming Smile's members from acting rashly and alerting the enemy, giving Black Flame the chance to take preventive measures. All this time, they had searched for Black Flame in secret and had posted a bounty for the man. Unfortunately, even after so much time, nobody had seen the swordsman now that they had received news of Black Flame. They could not let him go. Black Flame was too famous. At this rate, Zero Wing would become increasingly difficult to deal with, and it would become very difficult for Overwhelming Smile to take control of White River City. He has finally shown himself. Good. Let's head over there immediately. I want to see just how strong the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom is, Summer Sunshine said as he sheathed the dagger he had just received. Anticipation filling his eyes. "I'll have to trouble Big Brother Summer then." Yu'lon smiled faintly. Although she had constantly searched for ways to deal with Black Flame, she was still not confident of killing him. Now, however, they had an expert like Summer Sunshine on their side. Moreover, Summer Sunshine had just received a new weapon. Combined with the plan she had prepared, she was 90% certain that they could take Black Flame's life this time. Even if Black Flame were as strong as a lord, he would still die at her hands. Elsewhere, after Feng had obtained the Warfire bracers and completed the Warfire set equipment, he had not equipped the set himself. Instead, he passed it to Fire Dance from the side. Virtuous Cloud and the others widened their eyes in shock when they saw Feng reveal the completed Warfire set equipment. "Cloud, is that the Warfire set equipment?" one of Virtuous Cloud's party members secretly asked through the party chat. For a moment, he had even doubted his own eyes. It should be possible, I think." Even when Virtuous Cloud saw the flowing purple light unique to the Warfire set equipment, she still found it hard to believe what she saw. Someone had actually completed the Warfire set equipment. Just how difficult was it to collect each piece of the set? Since the discovery of the Warfire set equipment in White Fog Canyon, less than 10 pieces of the Warfire set had dropped. Various guilds and tycoons had purchased these pieces. Moreover, based on the information she had obtained, many of the pieces obtained were duplicates. Even with all 10 pieces, a full set had still not dropped. However, Feng had retrieved 7 Warfire set pieces from his back without a single duplicate. Virtuous Cloud could not fathom how Feng had accomplished such a feat. She had grinded for the set pieces for several days now, so she knew full well just how difficult it was to obtain even one. Just how powerful was Sure Feng's backing for him to gather a complete set? Guild leader Fire Dance was astonished when she looked at the Warfire set equipment inside her bag. She had personally seen the Warfire set equipment's attributes before. It was definitely top-tier equipment. Only, the set required a lot of EXP to upgrade. However, if someone upgraded the Warfire set equipment to Fine Gold rank below level 30, it was one of the best sets available in the game yet. Instead of using it himself, Sure Feng had actually given her the first set. Sure Feng's actions confused her Black Flame was famous throughout the Star Moon Kingdom. If Zero Wing wished to continue flourishing, Black Flame needed to continue improving. Hence, all equipment should naturally be prioritized for Black Flame. However, leveling up is my priority right now. Even if I equip the set, the bronze rank set effects are not particularly useful. If I sacrifice my EXP to raise the set's quality, it will do me more harm than good. Moreover, with Zero Wing's current situation, what the guild lacks isn't top-tier experts, but experts with overwhelming might. Don't reject it. I still have Warfire set pieces, so don't worry about it. Sure Feng laughed at him. Fire Dance understood Sure Feng's intention. Zero Wing had no lack of top-tier experts. Facing so many powerful guilds, what Zero Wing needed most was an expert capable of turning the tides of battle by themselves, following which Fire Dance replaced her equipment with the Warfire set equipment immediately. Fire Dance started upgrading the set's quality. After her level fell from level 26 to level 25, the Warfire set equipment had reached Mysterious Iron rank. The basic attributes of the set had increased significantly. Warfire set equipment, Mysterious Iron rank, can be evolved. Level 20, level 30. Can be equipped by any classes. Set consists of 7 parts: head, chest, belt, hands, wrist, legs, and feet. Set effect, Mysterious Iron rank. 2-piece effect, all attributes plus 15. 4-piece effect, ignore levels plus 10. Obtain free will skill, able to remove all control effects for 7 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. 7-piece effect, main attribute increased by 12%. Skill cooldown decreased by 35%. Obtain Warfire Berserk skill, damage increased by 50%, attack speed increased by 50%, and movement speed increased by 30% for 20 seconds. Cooldown for minutes. Chapter 453, Favor. Sister Fire Dance, you look so beautiful in that set. Violet Cloud said enviously. The rest of the party promptly nodded in agreement. One had to admit that the Warfire set equipment was indeed exquisite. The set Fire Dance wore a mix of red and black leather, coupled with the 2 dazzling Truefire blades hanging from her waist. Without a doubt, the set had enhanced the assassin's allure. A hint of awe moved her teammates' hearts after Fire Dance had equipped the Warfire set. Although her attributes had fallen slightly, no one present viewed her as any weaker. It had been some time since God's Domain had launched. Even if one were only an ordinary player, their natural instincts had sharpened previously. No one had felt any particular way when they saw Fire Dance. Now, however, she gave off the same sense as a thorned rose, beautiful and deadly, and any who approached her would very likely pay with their lives. Previously, Fire Dance had a total of 4,960 HP. After equipping the Warfire set equipment, however, her maximum HP had fallen to 4,380. Her other attributes had similarly decreased. One of the main reasons was that the Warfire set was still Mysterious Iron rank right now. The set's basic attributes could not compare to the level 25 Fine Gold and Secret Silver equipment she had worn before, though it did possess set effects that the individual pieces of equipment had not. Among the set effects, the skill, Free Will, was extremely useful. When used against an enemy with powerful control skills, Free Will could instantly turn the tide of battle. Moreover, unlike her other attributes that had decreased, her agility had increased. As a result, she was now far more nimble. The 35% cooldown reduction she received for all her skills also increased the variety of skill combinations she could implement. Most importantly was the Warfire Berserk. A Berserk skill. Although Warfire Berserk was not as powerful as the Berserk skill Sure Feng possessed, a player with a Berserk skill was still superior to a player without one. Because of this, Envy blossomed in Fire Dance's friends when they saw her in her new armor after Virtuous Cloud recovered from her daze. She pulled her gaze from Fire Dance and turned to Surefong. She was no longer as relaxed as she had been, growing far more cautious originally. She had intended to sell the remaining Warfire set piece to Surefong as well. However, she now dismissed this idea. Even a fool could tell that Surefong was a powerful character. Moreover, Fire Dance and the others had referred to Black Flame as their guild leader. Compared to minor existences like themselves, he was in an entirely different world. Not only had Surefong saved their lives, but he had also purchased the Warfire bracers they had for more than a market price. They already owed Surefong a huge favor. If she tried to sell the second Warfire set piece to Surefong at a high price, she would be ashamed herself. Virtuous Cloud disliked owing other people favors. She was not comfortable until she repaid what she owed. Hence, she looked towards Surefong and asked softly, "Guild leader Black Flame, I have something I wish to seek your help with." "Sure," Surefong replied in a carefree manner. It was thanks to Virtuous Cloud that he had been able to complete the Warfire set equipment. He had no issues with helping her with a small request. Our party consists of only independent players, so it isn't easy for us to obtain equipment for ourselves. I still have another Warfire set piece with me. Would it be possible to trade it for 6 pieces of level 20 secret silver equipment?" Virtuous Cloud asked, slightly embarrassed. The market price for the Warfire set was 8 gold per piece. As for level 20 secret silver equipment, a few days ago, each was worth roughly 1 or 2 gold. However, as players' levels increased and teams successfully raided more level 20 team dungeons, the value of secret silver equipment fell sharply. Currently, 1 piece of level 20 secret silver equipment was only worth around 90 silver. 6 pieces would cost around 5 gold at most. Listening to Virtuous Cloud's request, Surefong immediately understood her intentions. She obviously did not wish to owe him a favor. "No problem. However, I don't have that many level 20 secret silver equipment on me, though there are plenty back in our warehouse. I'm just about to head back to the city anyway. Will one of you follow me to pick out the equipment?" Surefong tried not to be a hypocrite. Since Virtuous Cloud wanted to avoid owing him a favor, he would not try to force her to accept his goodwill. "I'll pass you the Warfire set piece first, then," Virtuous Cloud said as she happily traded a pair of Warfire boots to Surefong. When Surefong agreed to her request, she felt like a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. When Surefong saw that it was a pair of boots, he was somewhat disappointed, but in the end, it was still another piece of the Warfire set. He'd rather have duplicates than none at all. After they had concluded their trade, Surefong and the others wandered down the main road, heading towards the exit of White Fog Canyon. Players could not use return scrolls inside White Fog Canyon. Hence, Surefong and the others needed to leave the canyon on foot before they could teleport back to the city. Surefong had reaped a massive harvest from his trip to White Fog Canyon. This time, not only had he obtained a large stock of Starfire ore, but he had also gained many Warfire set pieces. Most importantly, he had managed to snatch the Golden Stone Tablet, seeing as the Golden Stone Tablet warranted even a Great Lord's protection. It had to be incredibly precious. Surefong suspected it was just as valuable as an epic item, if not more. Initially, Surefong had planned to begin researching the Golden Stone Tablet as soon as possible. However, when he thought about how he was still in White Fog Canyon and that Anubis's gatekeeper was still alive, he immediately suppressed his excitement. After all, there was no guarantee that the Great Lord would not follow him. Hence, Surefong intended to return to White River City before studying the stone tablet. Even if the gatekeeper showed up in White River City, it would not be a threat. Surefong might even take advantage of the opportunity to get rid of the gatekeeper. After all, White River City was under Weissman's protection, a Tier 4 Great Wizard. With just the strength of a Tier 3 class, the Anubis's gatekeeper could not run rampant in the city. Just as Surefong and the others were about to reach White Fog Canyon's exit, a group suddenly blocked their way. Virtuous Cloud and her team turned grim at the sight. There sure are a lot of people. Surefong could not help but laugh as he surveyed the surrounding forest. Several thousand players had hidden in the forest on either side of the road. Even with dulled senses, Feng could still detect them guild leader Black Flame. Yulon greeted as she slowly walked out of the forest, smiling faintly at Feng. Since you discovered us, I guess we don't need to hide anymore. Everyone come out. Following which, swarms of players emerged from the surrounding cover, their numbers exceeding 2,000. Every player was an elite of overwhelming smile. These 2,000 elite players had blocked off the road leading out of White Fog Canyon, and they all emitted a cold, killing intent as they glowered at Feng's group. Compared to the red names who had assaulted them previously, these elite players had far better equipment. I wonder what business Overwhelming Smile has with me today. Feng pondered aloud as he observed his surroundings, searching for a gap that he could take advantage of in his current weakened state. It would be somewhat difficult to escape the encirclement of 2,000 elite players. Furthermore, he had his team to consider. Guild leader Black Flame must be joking, Yulon said as she watched her target carefully, finding the man truly interesting. Even against 2,000 Overwhelming Smile elites, his expression had not changed in the slightest. Previously, you killed over 100 of our guild members. If word of that gets out, we'll be a laughingstock. I've specifically sought out Guild Leader Black Flame today to seek reparations. Chapter 454, Bloody Battle. Listening to Yulon's words, even a fool could tell that Overwhelming Smile had come to redeem their reputation. Miss Yulon, are you suggesting that we start an all-out war? Feng blatantly asked regarding the matter with Oriental Sword. If Overwhelming Smile had not been the one to take action first, Feng would not have bothered with killing him. After all, Zero Wing currently wielded a relatively significant advantage in White River City. Although Overwhelming Smile's financial attack had been considerably powerful, it would not last too long. Even if Feng ignored it, Overwhelming Smile would soon self-destruct. The opposing guild understood the situation quite well. Their current goal was only to delay Zero Wing's development and cause some trouble. Their true aim was to consolidate the strength of the 5 cities surrounding White River City. After Underworld secured full control of those 5 cities, taking Zero Wing out would be effortless. Guild leader Black Flame. Why must you put it like that? I have only come to demand justice for our guild's brethren. Why would I start an all-out war between our 2 guilds? Yulon said, chuckling. Demand justice? Feng could not help but laugh. You must think highly of me. You've actually brought 2,000 people to deal with me. Am I really that scary? I don't know about others, but I know full well what you are capable of. If I don't have this many allies around me, how could I possibly stand before you, the #1 expert of Starmoon Kingdom? Yulon said as she shook her head. If Feng had been alone, Yulon would have been certain that Feng could escape. He might even kill her before he fled. After all, he had done just that with Lone Tyrant. Now that so much time had passed, Yulon refused to believe that Feng had not grown stronger since Zero Wing was capable of offering top-tier equipment to even its ordinary members. As the leader of the guild, how could Feng's equipment be inferior? What are your intentions, then? Feng asked. As long as you let us kill you once, we will forget about this matter altogether. How about it? Yulon said. Neither of our guilds stand to benefit from an all-out war. In fact, such a situation will only allow other guilds to take advantage of us. I hope that you will consider your options carefully. Bah, don't even think about it. Even if we die, we will not let our guild leader suffer such humiliation. Blackie and the others stepped forward in retaliation. Facing their current predicament, they had already prepared to fight to the death if news about Zero Wing's guild leader becoming a martyr spread. Zero Wing would become the laughingstock of God's domain. How is Zero Wing supposed to continue developing in God's domain then? I'll open a path in a moment. Escape if you can. Feng ordered his party as he unsheathed the abyssal blade and the purgatory shadow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He then turned to Virtuous Cloud. Apologizing, he said, I really am sorry for dragging you into our guild struggles. However, if you're to clarify things with Overwhelming Smile, they should not touch you. After all, this is a matter between guilds. Independent players are innocent. Currently, Feng was still in a weakened state with all of his attributes reduced by 80%. Although he did not know what the outcome of today's battle would be, He swore that he would repay this debt of blood tenfold, and the future guild leader, Black Flame, don't worry about it. Those red names should have killed us. How can we sit by and do nothing when you've been cornered? Virtuous Cloud stated as she raised her secret silver shield and walked to the forefront of the team. Virtuous Cloud's party members nodded in agreement as they readied their weapons. They were prepared to face the 2,000 elite players alongside Feng, an army of 2,000 elite players. Their silent stance in the distance was enough to frighten any ordinary player, much less the killing intent they emitted when Virtuous Cloud and her party members saw Overwhelming Smile's battle formations. They paled. The pressure they felt from this army was far greater than any they had felt from red names in the past. Virtuous Cloud suddenly thought of the red names they had faced as nothing more than cute dolls. Against 50 players, they still had a chance to flee. However, against 2,000 players, only death awaited them. Since you insist on being stubborn, don't blame us for being rude. Yolan's lips unconsciously curled into a smile when she saw the stern expressions of Feng's team. Immediately, she made a wave with her hand. Kill them. Suddenly, the 2,000 elite players approached Feng and his allies slowly and orderly. Simultaneously, a gigantic black magic array emerged in the sky. Suddenly, the magic array released a black light that covered the sky before enveloping every player on the battlefield. Everyone's vision suddenly turned black, unable to see anything at all. After a brief moment of darkness, however, the players regained their sight and felt no discomfort whatsoever. Feng was suddenly shocked. This is the effect of the Tier 3 magic scroll, Dead Zone. Any life forms exposed to the black light are silenced for 5 minutes. The scroll's effects also prohibit the usage of any tools. The players tensed when they heard the word silence. Although it seemed as if Overwhelming Smile would suffer more from the silent state than Feng, his team still had skills such as Blackie Stars of Light and Feng's Firestorm. With these two skills, they could obliterate waves of enemies. Not to mention, Feng's group also had many AoE attack magic scrolls now. However, they couldn't use any of them. Haha, Black Flame is dead for sure this time. Let's see if he can escape without skills or scrolls. Lone Tyrant rejoiced as he watched his guild mates slowly surround Feng. What a pity. I had originally thought I would get a chance to solo that Black Flame. However, I never expected that you still had such a trump card hidden, Yulan. No wonder you are known as the female Zhuge. It seems that I won't have a chance to take him on. Summer Sunshine sighed as he shook his head. Big brother Summer, Black Flame is not so simple. In a moment, we will still have to rely on you to get rid of him, Yulan said. She was not rash like Lone Tyrant. Before dealing with an enemy, she would always investigate them thoroughly and prepare for the worst possible scenarios. Although the situation seemed in Overwhelming Smile's favor, melee combat experts such as Feng excelled in situations in which both sides were silenced. If not for the fact that Yulan had her own melee genius, Summer Sunshine, she wouldn't have been as certain of Feng's defeat in that case. Let me have a go at him. Hearing Yulan's words, passion and excitement filled Summer Sunshine's gaze as he watched his opponent. Finished speaking, he took a step forward before dashing towards the battlefield. Chapter 455. There isn't only one expert. After everyone had been silenced, only the physical classes could display any considerable combat power. The magical classes could only watch from the sidelines. Yulan had long since prepared for this. Among the 2,000 players from Overwhelming Smile, close to 2/3 were physical classes. Moreover, Overwhelming Smile's attack formation was well organized. Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights led the attack, closely followed by the Berserkers, Swordsmen, and Assassins. Rangers stood the furthest behind, launching a ranged attack. The road leading out of White Fog Canyon had suddenly transformed into an ancient battlefield. Advance towards the left. Feng took the lead and charged towards thinnest concentration of enemies. His and Virtuous Cloud's teams promptly followed, however, before Feng and the others had taken even a few steps. Hundreds of arrows suddenly blotted out the sky. Virtuous Cloud's 3 magical class members were simply too weak in terms of agility and strength. Moreover, Magical classes were usually not adept at dodging attacks, as they usually dealt damage from safe distance. Hence, when the first wave of arrows rained down on them, the 3 party members immediately died and dropped a piece of their equipment stranger. Mouse. Roach. Virtuous Cloud's vision turned red after she watched her party members die. Glaring at the overwhelming Smile members in front of her, she gripped her shield and charged forward. Die. Unfortunately, although Virtuous Cloud's equipment and level were considerably good, she could not hold her own against 5 shield warriors and guardians knights of the same caliber. The overwhelming Smile elites forced Virtuous Cloud back, preventing her from reaching the rear Rangers. Virtuous Cloud's other 2 party members faced a similar situation. No matter how hard they tried to attack, the enemy held them off. In the end, Virtuous Cloud's party was forced into a constant retreat in the next moment. However, 2 figures suddenly brushed past Virtuous Cloud's party, slamming into overwhelming Smile's MTS. Among the 2 figures, the most dazzling was Fire Dance. Brandishing her Truefire blades, she sent a blazing arc smashing into a level 23 MT shield. In the next moment, the assassin forced the MT back by over a dozen steps, and even the players behind said MT had to back up. Immediately after, Fire Dance swung one of her swords at a Guardian Knight beside her. She flung that Guardian Knight back by half a dozen yards as well, his body slamming into his fellow guild members. Her strength was astonishing. With a single attack, Fire Dance had shattered Overwhelming Smile's formation. Her strength was overwhelming. She fought like a war goddess. Everyone from Overwhelming Smile was left utterly speechless, while the crowd from Overwhelming Smile was dazed. Fire Dance continued to brandish her short swords as she weaved her way across the enemy front lines. Every time she swung the Truefire blades, red streaks of light would follow. And wherever those red streaks of light passed, the members of Overwhelming Smile would be blown off their feet. No one could block Fire Dance's swords in a short moment. The assassin had shattered Overwhelming Smile's interception. Although Overwhelming Smile's members had tried to attack Fire Dance, the woman was too fast. Before they even swung their weapons, Fire Dance had already run off. She never focused on a single location, giving Overwhelming Smile no opportunities to surround her. On the other hand, although Overwhelming Smile's members could not attack Fire Dance, she could bombard them easily. Against level 23 MTs, her casual strike could deal close to -1,000 damage. If she was lucky and triggered a critical hit or flame state, one attack could deal over -2,000 damage. The elite MTs of Overwhelming Smile usually had around 4,300 HP, whereas those with better equipment had around 4,500 HP. Fire Dance only needed around 4 or 5 attacks to kill one of them. Flying Shadow also fared quite well. Although his attacks were not as frightening as Fire Dance's, against MTs, he could still deal around -700 damage with each hit, as if they were in a world of their own. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow started a bloodied massacre within Overwhelming Smile's front lines. On the other hand, Overwhelming Smile's players found it difficult to catch either of them, much less deal damage. A Tier 1 class was significantly stronger than a Tier 0 class. Even without skills, a Tier 1 class could still overwhelm and suppress a Tier 0 class with their attributes. Furthermore, Fire Dance and Flying Shadow both possessed equipment that was far superior to the enemy elites by this time. Shifeng had also activated the 7 Luminaries' Rings Aura of Time. Although silence prevented the usage of skills and spells, it did not impact passive effects. Immediately, enemies within a 150-yard radius of Shifeng had their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 30%. This debuff weakened Overwhelming Smile further in close quarters combat. In the meantime, Shifeng was responsible for protecting Aqua Rose and the other magical classes as they slowly advanced realistically. This task should have fallen to Flying Shadow. However, Shifeng's attributes were currently reduced by 80%. He was about on par with a level 20 ordinary player right now. On top of that, he couldn't use any skills. Melee combat was a competition of attributes and techniques. Compared to Fire Dance and Flying Shadow, the The power he could display was significantly inferior. Hence, it was better if he focused on deflecting arrows for the others in a few moments. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow had carved out a path of blood, allowing Sherfone and the others to pass safely. How did that Fire Dance become so strong? Lone Tyrant, who observed the battle from afar, was dumbfounded as he watched the unstoppable assassin, his fists clenching. He refused to believe this scene was real. He had personally witnessed Fire Dance's strength before. Although she was certainly a top-tier expert, she had not been unstoppable. Moreover, Fire Dance was an assassin, not a strength-based class. Yet, her attacks could even overwhelm berserkers. Against MTs, Fire Dance still required 4 or 5 hits to finish them off. Against other assassins, however, one of her attacks devoured their HP. If she achieved a critical hit, they would die instantly. This scene had frightened Overwhelming Smile's assassins to a standstill. Sure enough, Zero Wing is trouble. Yu'lon frowned as she watched Fire Dance's performance. When she had planned this assault, she had not considered Fire Dance and the others as forces to be reckoned with. Facing 2,000 players in a melee battle, a top-tier expert was limited in what they could accomplish. However, Yu'lon never expected such a performance from both Fire Dance and Flying Shadow. Kill them. Those in the back, keep up. Do not let them escape. Yu'lon shouted anxiously. Originally, one black flame was enough trouble. Now, however, there were Fire Dance and the slightly weaker Flying Shadow. If Overwhelming Smile did not kill these 3 people today and hinder their growth, they would only become more dangerous in the future the longer Yu'lon watched Fire Dance and Flying Shadow slaughter her people. The more she felt that God's domain was completely different from past virtual reality games. It was far more beneficial to have individuals with overwhelming combat power than it was to rely on the strength of numbers. Overwhelming Smile members began to converge on Sure Feng's group faster. However, due to the Aura of Time's effect, the army could not keep up with Sure Feng and his team's movement speed. As a result, the distance between them only increased as time passed. Meanwhile, the number of enemies between Sure Feng's group and Freedom continued to decrease just as the Zero Wing members and their surviving allies were about to break free from the encirclement. A dark figure emerged from the crowd and dashed toward Sure Feng. This was none other than the level 26 assassin, Summer Sunshine. Even with the movement speed reduction effect of the Aura of Time, Summer Sunshine was still frighteningly fast. He quickly caught up with Sure Feng, who covered Aqua Rose and the others' retreat. You should just stay behind. Summer Sunshine chuckled as he stood in front of Sure Feng, blocking his path. Chapter 456, Death God. And just who are you, Brad? What a big mouth you have. Believe it or not, if I wasn't silenced right now, I could wipe the floor with you at any given second. Due to having been silenced, Blackie had been disappointed that he could not display his strength. With Summer Sunshine's sudden appearance and his arrogant tone when he spoke to Sure Feng, Blackie was instantly enraged so fast. Looking at the youth in front of them, Aqua Rose discovered that he was actually level 26, the same level as her. She also felt an intensity radiate from this assassin. This intensity was heavier and more chilling than that from a Lord-ranked monster in particular. With confidence and arrogance, he looked at them as if they weren't even the same species, but some lower life forms. He looked down on them like a god. Over mortals, just who is this person? Aqua Rose was stunned and confused. Currently, her intuition warned her to flee from this man. This was the first time since she had begun playing God's Domain that she had ever experienced such a feeling. Standing beside Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud was similarly on high alert. After participating in Ouroboros's internal competition with Sure Feng, she had some understanding of monster-like experts. Compared to Aqua Rose, she knew how frightening these kind of people could be. Immediately, she pulled Blackie, who was prepared to throw himself to Sure Feng's defense, back, warning him, "Brother Blackie, be careful. That man isn't as simple as he looks. He's on an entirely different level than we are." Violet Cloud's caution calmed Blackie immediately. When he examined Summer Sunshine again, cold sweat suddenly dripped down his forehead. Previously, the frustration of being silenced had clouded his mind, So he had failed to detect the powerful aura or the boundless killing intent that emanated from the cocky assassino. You guys aren't too shabby after all. You're only the second group of players that I've met since I arrived in Starmoon Kingdom to possess such sharp senses. White River City really is an interesting place. Summer Sunshine could not help his surprise when he saw Aqua Rose and the others' reactions. Not even Underworld's so-called great expert, Ming Sha, had sensed how powerful he was. Yet, Aqua Rose and the others had managed to do so. At least, this showed that they were slightly stronger than Ming Sha. Unfortunately, they were only slightly stronger. Summer Sunshine then pointed toward Shifeng, saying, "I'm not interested in you guys, so you can leave." He, however, has to stay. You. Though Blackie wanted to sling a flurry of curses, Shifeng quickly stopped him. "You guys can take off," Shifeng said. Blackie understood Shifeng's current situation. To face the Great Lord ranked Anubis's gatekeeper, Shifeng had used a berserk skill. He was still in a weakened state at the moment, and his strength had been significantly reduced. Nothing good would come from soloing Summer Sunshine. Right now, can we not defeat him even though we outnumber him? Virtuous Cloud asked with astonishment. She could not understand the Shifeng's party's current performance. They were experts who were capable of defeating 50 red names single-handedly. Yet, now, a single assassin had stopped them in their tracks. Even if the magical classes could not join the fray, the three of them were still elite players. They could defeat a level 26 assassin easily if they worked with Black Flame. You guys need to get going. If you waste any more time, the enemy will catch up. Shifeng waved his hand, rejecting Virtuous Cloud's proposal. Virtuous Cloud and the others had yet to reach that level, so they did not understand how frightening the youth before them was. Aqua Rose was also helpless. If they had not been silenced, they could have helped in this fight. In their current condition, however, they would be nothing more than cannon fodder to the assassin. Hence, taking the initiative, Aqua Rose said, "Let's go." Following which, Aqua Rose led her party members away. Guild leader, "I'll help you," Fire Dance said through the party chat when she noticed Summer Sunshine. "No need." Led Aqua Rose and the others away from here quickly. If anyone catches up, it will be very difficult to escape. Shifeng immediately rejected the offer. It was not because Shifeng did not believe in Fire Dance's strength. However, the youth named Summer Sunshine was not an ordinary expert. Rather, he was someone who stood at the peak of all assassins in God's domain. Death God Summer Sunshine. The reason he had the title of Death God was that Summer Sunshine had successfully become a Tier 6 class in the past. He was an existence that stood at the peak of God's domain. Summer Sunshine and Violet Cloud were different. Unlike the former, Violet Cloud had only begun to shine during the later stages of God's domain, eventually becoming a god and standing at the peak of God's domain. However, Summer Sunshine had stood at that apex since God's domain had launched. He was one of the few OP players initially. Shifeng had not believed the rumor about Summer Sunshine. Now that he saw the man in person, however, he believed it. Why is he participating in a battle between guilds? Based on the information Shifeng had obtained about Summer Sunshine in the past, the man had always been an independent player. He had never joined any powers and had never participated in struggles between powers. Now, however, he was actually helping Underworld. However, there was no point wasting his thoughts. The thing he needed to do right now was to escape. My attributes have been reduced by too much. Even though he is affected by the movement speed reduction of the Aura of Time, my speed should still be inferior to his. I need to figure out a way to shake him off. Shifeng had no intentions of fighting it out with Summer Sunshine right now. He was simply at too much of a disadvantage. If the fight dragged on for too long, the crowd of players from Overwhelming Smile would catch up. He definitely wouldn't be able to hold back the attacks of Summer Sunshine and the elite players. While Shifeng was thinking up of a plan to escape, Summer Sunshine suddenly asked, "What?" "Trying to think of a way to avoid me in battle. I advise you to give up that idea and focus on our fight. I can tell that you are an expert who has also broken through that level. However, it will not be possible for you to throw me off." Saying so, Summer Sunshine took a step forward before abruptly vanishing. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Shifeng, and before anyone knew it, his snow-bright dagger was just several centimeters away from reaching Shifeng's chest. The entire process was simply too fast. How can he be so fast? Although Fire Dance was currently massacring the members of Overwhelming Smile, she had placed most of her attention on Shifeng's battle. When she saw Summer Sunshine's attack, her heart was filled with an indescribable sense of shock. Summer Sunshine's swiftness was different from ordinary swiftness. He used an attack method that allowed his speed to become extremely fast by abandoning all unnecessary actions. However, when Summer Sunshine's dagger was about to pierce Shifeng's chest, the latter suddenly vanished from everyone's sight. Where is he? Lone Tyrant, who was watching the battle from afar, asked in astonishment when he saw Shifeng suddenly disappear. Shifeng was definitely silenced. Thus, he was unable to use any skills or tools. Yet, he had still vanished from Lone Tyrant's eyes. This was simply inconceivable. What's going on? Yulan similarly widened her eyes, her complexion turning extremely gloomy. Did he get away just like that? In reality, it wasn't just Yulan and Lone Tyrant who were shocked. Everyone on the battlefield was also shocked. While stuck in a situation where neither skills nor tools could be used, a living, breathing human being had actually vanished. No matter how one looked at it, this scene defied all common sense. Chapter 457, Fighting Against an Apex Expert. This, Aqua Rose also could not help her surprise when she saw Shifeng disappear. It wasn't just Aqua Rose who was confused. Even Blackie, who was standing beside her, was stupefied, not to mention Virtuous Cloud and her party, who had little knowledge regarding Shifeng. Everyone present couldn't use any of their skills, and the same went for their tools as well. Just what sort of method did Shifeng use to disappear from everyone's eyes? Moreover, unlike assassins who had to go through a short process before vanishing, Shifeng had taken only an instant to disappear completely. How could I forget that guild leader has this move? At this moment, Fire Dance suddenly recalled that Shifeng knew Void Steps. Aqua Rose and the others had never seen Shifeng use Void Steps before, so they did not know that Shifeng possessed such a card as for Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, and Violet Cloud. They had personally seen Shifeng use Void Steps before, so they knew how powerful this technique was. Even if Summer Sunshine was incredible, he would be rendered helpless in the face of this move. After all, an enemy that one could not see was quite frightening. Moreover, the attack method gave one no time to react at all. Even if Summer Sunshine removed all excess movements and increased his body's speed to the maximum, he still could not block Shifeng's sword. Meanwhile, traces of shock appeared on Summer Sunshine's face as he failed to locate Shifeng's figure. Even after he searched his surroundings, suddenly, Shifeng appeared beside Summer Sunshine. The silvery gray abyssal blade also abruptly appeared at the assassin's waist, cutting across at you. Although Summer Sunshine used everything he had to dodge and block Shifeng's attack, the time the abyssal blade had taken to cut him was simply too short. The abyssal blade had already struck him before he could even dodge or block, and damage of over -400 points subsequently appeared above his head. In just an instant, Summer Sunshine had lost close to 1/10 of his HP. However, Summer Sunshine had quick reactions. After being attacked, he counterattacked, his dagger suddenly striking at Shifeng's back with even greater speed. With the distance between them so close, there was simply not enough time for Shifeng to withdraw his sword and defend himself. In addition, Summer Sunshine's attack had no unnecessary actions, so his dagger moved at an extremely fast speed. Let alone now, even if Shifeng was not in a weakened state, he would still have great difficulty defending against this strike. In Shifeng's desperate attempt at dodging, the dagger missed its mark and only managed to scrape Shifeng's shoulder. Still, this single attack dealt over -800 damage to Shifeng, taking close to half his HP away. Yuri, quite good. You've actually managed to damage me. However, it seems that your attributes have been greatly weakened. I just attacked you once, and you already lost close to half of your HP, Summer Sunshine stated in a carefree manner as he looked at his injured waist. That footwork of yours is amazing. However, you are bound to reveal yourself when you attack. Your one strike took away only around 1/10 of my HP. Even if I just exchange damage for damage, it will still be your loss 3 moves later. But since you were able to harm me, as a reward, I won't suppress you using my attributes. I'll let you see what real strength is. Summer Sunshine spoke in a very casual and overbearing tone. However, Shifeng did not think that Summer Sunshine was bluffing, because the moment the assassin finished speaking, the aura surrounding him underwent a complete change. Previously, he had still leaked out a little killing intent. Now, however, he completely sheathed it. The gaze in his eyes no longer focused on a single point. Instead, it was a gaze that took in everything in the surroundings, looking at everything objectively. This move was none other than omnivision. However, compared to when Soaring Snake and the other amateurs used it, Summer Sunshine had mastered it to the realm of perfection as expected of the death god of God's domain. It seems he won't be that easy to deal with. Shifeng had never fought against such a powerful character in the past. To be precise, he had not had the qualifications to do so. Although a Tier 3 Sword King was similarly very amazing in the eyes of ordinary players, in front of God-tier players, he was no different from an ant in the past. There was a saying that went around in God's domain. Everyone beneath God tier was an ant. Without becoming a Tier 6 class, one would never know how frightening Tier 6 players truly were. The assassin standing before him was an expert that had always stood at the very peak of God domain. Shifeng had never expected to fight such an expert. However, the past and the present were different. First and foremost, the Summer Sunshine before him right now had yet to become a God-tier expert. Meanwhile, Shifeng himself knew void steps and advanced footwork. Defeating Summer Sunshine and escaping was not necessarily impossible. As for escaping, looking at Summer Sunshine's speed, Shifeng knew escaping was not an option unless he defeated the assassin. In reality, there was another method he could use, and that was to execute void steps continuously. However, due to his attributes being reduced, the distance he could move each time was also greatly reduced. Moreover, using void steps multiple times in quick succession was mentally taxing. He would most likely lose consciousness before he could even run 100 or 200 yards away. It seems that I can only try to take care of him by continuously using void steps. Shifeng really could not think of a better idea. Right now, melee combat relied on attributes and techniques. In terms of attributes, Shifeng was no match for Summer Sunshine at all. Hence, he could only try to gain victory through techniques, since using void steps only once was not enough. Then he would use void steps twice in a row, once for attacking and once for dodging. After thinking up to this point, Shifeng immediately used void steps and dashed towards Summer Sunshine. Suddenly, Shifeng disappeared from everyone's eyes once more. A short moment later, Shifeng appeared beside Summer Sunshine once more, and the Abyssal Blade was also sweeping towards the assassins. Abdomen dang. Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing rang out, a dazzling spark appearing around Summer Sunshine's abdomen. Instead of landing on the assassin's abdomen, the Abyssal Blade was actually blocked by his dagger. Immediately after, Summer Sunshine used his other dagger to strike at Shifeng's blind spot. Shifeng was shocked. However, with equally fast speed, he promptly used void steps and just barely dodged the dagger's attack. Everyone's hearts trembled when they saw Shifeng and Summer Sunshine exchanging moves he couldn't have possibly seen through guild leader's footwork, right? Fire Dance could not help but be shocked. Void steps was an advanced technique that allowed Shifeng to easily defeat a chieftain. Yet, Summer Sunshine had seen through it after just 2 uses. Your footwork really is mysterious. Summer Sunshine chuckled lightly as he looked indifferently at Shifeng, standing 4 yards away from him. Originally, when I first saw that footwork, I really did think that you had disappeared. However, when you used it the second time, I can say with certainty that you did not disappear. Only, that footwork of yours forces my eyes to automatically ignore all information relating to your existence, which is why you seem to suddenly disappear from my eyes. Unfortunately, you've met me. If it were anyone else, they would really be rendered utterly helpless against you, without undergoing special training. That's right. Shifeng nodded, having no intention of hiding the mechanics of void steps. Although void steps was an advanced footwork, it was not invincible. In the face of a god-tier expert, it was nothing but a joke. Only, Shifeng had not thought that Summer Sunshine would see through it so quickly. Sure enough, Summer Sunshine's title of Death God was not undeserved. He really was as strong as a monster. Just as Shifeng was thinking of how he should deal with Summer Sunshine, the latter took a step forward, then abruptly dashed toward Shifeng. Chapter 458, Fleeting Sword. Straight-line attacks were very easily seen through. Yet Summer Sunshine did not seem to care about using them at all with Omnivision. Shifeng's every action was being scrutinized by Summer Sunshine. Even if Shifeng thought about his next move, Summer Sunshine could immediately see through it and react appropriately. He was not afraid of his attack being seen through at all. Moreover, unlike Summer Sunshine's previous assault, this time, whether it was his movements or the dagger he was swinging at Shifeng, neither made any noise. His attack was both quick and silent, and it simply gave one no time to react at all. When an ordinary person was moving or attacking, they would always produce some form of sound. A sound would be produced because vibrations would form when an object moved through the air. These vibrations were caused due to energy dispersing from unnecessary actions. And the larger the vibrations, the louder the sound. Although attacks that generated thundering sounds looked very imposing, a lot of energy was wasted. In contrast, the less vibrations one produced when they attacked, the more concentrated the energy behind the attack would be. Naturally, the might of one's attack would also become greater during a battle. Other than sense of sight, a player also heavily relied on their sense of hearing and touch. Through listening to the noise produced by an attack, players could predict the general trajectory of the attack. The vibrations generated when an attack collided with air would also produce an impact, and by feeling this impact with their bodies, players could then take appropriate measures. However, Summer Sunshine's soundless attack was extremely hard to defend against originally. Launching a soundless attack was already beyond the capabilities of ordinary men. However, Summer Sunshine's every single action was actually soundless. His movements dispersed practically no energy at all. This was already a realm that could not be reached by humans. Just who is he? At a distance, Fire Dance, who was battling while watching Shifeng's battle at the same time, was inwardly shocked when she saw Summer Sunshine's attack. She felt that it was simply inconceivable Summer Sunshine fully embodied the class known as Assassin, and this was exactly what Fire Dance had been pursuing all along originally. Fire Dance had thought Shifeng was belittling her strength too much, which was why he had barred her from fighting against Summer Sunshine. Now, however, it would seem that Shifeng's decision was indeed correct. The gap between Fire Dance and Summer Sunshine was simply unimaginable. If they fought, she did not possess even the slightest chance at securing victory. Sure enough, he really is a monster. Shifeng inwardly sighed when he saw Summer Sunshine charging at him. He finally understood why Summer Sunshine was capable of standing at the peak of God's domain after experiencing a decade of battles. Shifeng had only managed to achieve a soundless attack after much difficulty. Even so, not every move of his could achieve such a state of soundlessness. Yet, every single action of the assassin before him was actually soundless. The gap between them was simply unfathomable. Shifeng knew that he was currently not a match for Summer Sunshine at all. If he was not silenced, nor in a weakened state, he might possess a chance of contending against Summer Sunshine. If he had to rely on pure techniques, however, there was simply no chance for him to win. If this fight took place in reality, it was highly possible that Shifeng would have been defeated by Summer Sunshine in just a single move. Although Shifeng knew that he was not a match for Summer Sunshine, for reasons unknown, there was a sense of joy filling Shifeng's heart right now. Shifeng no longer held back. He used Void Steps again and charged at Summer Sunshine. Void Steps placed a severe burden on its user's mental power. At this moment, however, Shifeng couldn't care less. If he did not use Void Steps, then he would only last a few moves against Summer Sunshine. Since he was going to lose either way, he might as well take the final plunge after Shifeng disappeared. Even though Summer Sunshine hesitated for a slight moment, he still responded very quickly. With a twist of his feet, he suddenly swept the dagger in his hand to his side. Everyone was greatly surprised, confused at just what the assassin was trying to do. However, when the dagger was halfway through its course, sparks were generated as the weapon was abruptly stopped in its path. Immediately after, Feng's figure was revealed before anyone could react. Feng used void steps and disappeared from everyone's sight once more for a time. Everyone watched as Summer Sunshine continuously brandished his daggers, creating dazzling sparks with every swing he made. Those who were ill-informed would think that Summer Sunshine had gone insane. However, everyone present knew that the assassin was currently fighting Feng. Moreover, it was obvious that the Summer Sunshine currently held the upper hand in this fight. A battle of such level thoroughly stunned everyone present. Compared to this battle happening right before them, the videos spread on the forums showing the battles of experts were just complete and utter garbage. Presently, everyone had even forgotten about their own battles. All their attention was focused on the battle between Summer Sunshine and Feng. This is bad. Fire Dance grew anxious when she looked at Feng, who was currently in battle. The strain void steps put on its user's mental power was no laughing matter. Previously, when Feng had used void steps multiple times against a chieftain rank monster, his spirit ended up in an exhausted state. Despite his HP still being full back then, he did not have the energy to even move his body as the battle continued to drag on. Feng could feel himself almost reaching his limit. Suddenly, he pulled a distance away from Summer Sunshine. You're really good. You're the first person capable of fighting against me for such a long amount of time. However, that move of yours should be placing a huge burden on your mental power, right? I wonder just how many more moves you can handle. Despite having gone through such an intense battle, Summer Sunshine still displayed a calm and indifferent expression on his face. Feng did not give a reply. At this moment, his complexion was deathly pale, and even speaking had become an extremely exhausting task. It seems that you don't have much energy left. Let's finish things then. Ever since entering God's domain, nobody has ever seen this move of mine, and you will be the first one to do so. Saying so, Summer Sunshine's expression turned serious. The killing intent he had kept hidden all this time suddenly exploded like a volcano, suffocating all those who felt its. Summer Sunshine was like a ferocious beast that had escaped its cage. In the next moment, his figure dashed towards Feng. However, when Summer Sunshine was halfway to reaching Feng, his body suddenly vanished. Immediately after, he reappeared behind Feng, his dagger tightly held in a reverse grip as he swung it down toward Feng's back. Suddenly, the spectators of the battle were stunned. Does he know void steps as well? Fire Dance said in shock. No, Violet Cloud said. That's second acceleration. Violet Cloud had previously witnessed Warwolf using second acceleration to attack many times before. Void steps was a footwork that caused the opponent to ignore the user's very existence. Even if the opponent was able to see the user, their brains would still categorize this information as useless and promptly ignore it. However, second acceleration was a trick used to fool a person's eyes. Overall, it was a technique inferior to void steps. However, Warwolf had used second acceleration on his attack, whereas Summer Sunshine had used second acceleration on his movements. It was clear that Summer Sunshine's technique was several levels above Warwolf. Meanwhile, Feng was feeling extremely weak. He was simply unable to block or dodge Summer Sunshine's soundless attack at this moment. Although Feng had discovered Summer Sunshine's attack, he was already close to exceeding his mental limit. His body felt extraordinarily heavy. Even if he tried to defend using the Abyssal Blade right now, it was simply impossible for him to keep up with Summer Sunshine's speed. Is this the end? The moment before the attack was about to hit him, Feng could not help but have such a thought. No, he definitely could not let it end here. He still needed to reach even greater heights. He definitely could not be defeated here. I need to block it. I must block it. My movements need to be faster. Much faster. At this moment, Feng was wholeheartedly trying to make his movements much faster and more precise. However, he no longer possessed the energy to control the other parts of his body. He could only use the most conservative way he could think of to block Summer Sunshine's attack at this moment. Feng's mind had already forgotten to think, his body forgetting to breathe, when there were only a few centimeters left between Summer Sunshine's dagger and Feng's body. The Abyssal Blade in Feng's hand suddenly slid into the snow-bright dagger dang. The impact of the two weapons caused the snow-bright dagger's trajectory to shift, and as a result, the dagger only brushed past Shifeng's body. Chapter 459, Catastrophic. An astonished expression appeared on Summer Sunshine's face when he saw his attack miss its mark. How did he manage to block it? Summer Sunshine turned to look at Shifeng. At this moment, he had yet to figure out just how Shifeng had blocked his full-powered blow. His attack just now used footwork he had created after entering God's domain, not to mention Shifeng's current weakened state. Even if Shifeng were in peak condition, it still should have been impossible for him to block it at this moment. The spectating crowd was similarly shocked by the outcome of the exchange. The battle between Shifeng and Summer Sunshine had already exceeded everyone's understanding of the battles in God's domain. Meanwhile, the last scene only served to add to the confusion in everyone's minds. No matter how one looked at it, Shifeng was not in a good condition. Originally, Summer Sunshine was suppressing him. Yet, despite being clearly on his last breath, Shifeng actually managed to repel Summer Sunshine's mysterious attack. Is that black flame a monster? He's not dead even after this. Looking at Shifeng's fragile state, Lone Tyrant sucked in a cold breath in order to suppress the trembling of his body. It seems that Summer Sunshine won't be able to deal with Black Flame by himself. Everyone else, surround Black Flame. Don't bother about the other members of Zero Wing. No matter what, we cannot let Black Flame leave this place alive today. Yulan commanded as she squinted her beautiful eyes. Although she had long since considered the possibility that Summer Sunshine might fail, that had only been a scenario of hers. Now that such a situation had actually happened, she still found it somewhat hard to accept. However, since the problem had already occurred, they needed to solve it immediately. After seeing how powerful Black Flame was, they had even more reason not to let him gounder Yolan's command. The dazed elite members of Overwhelming Smile immediately started taking action, slowly moving to surround Shifeng. Even the members pinning down Fire Dance and the others promptly retreated to join the encirclement. Just as Overwhelming Smile's members took action, Summer Sunshine resumed his attack on Shifeng. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs, 5 stabs, 10 stabs. Instantly, Summer Sunshine stabbed at 10 different locations on Shifeng's body. It looked as if the assassin had released 10 blades of light, piercing directly at Shifeng. All 10 attacks were aimed at Shifeng's vital points. If Shifeng failed to block even one of them, his little remaining HP would instantly zero out. Dang. When Summer Sunshine's daggers approached Shifeng's body, a silvery gray glow suddenly flashed across them, deflecting all 10 attacks. However, due to the difference in strength, although Summer Sunshine's attacks were all deflected, they still forced Shifeng to retreat several steps. Fortunately, the difference between him and Summer Sunshine was not too great, so Shifeng did not take any damage from the impact. How do you know? That's swordsmanship. When Summer Sunshine saw Shifeng take action once again, he suddenly recalled a swordsmanship he had seen before. Although Shifeng's mastery of it was still incomplete, having only a few points of semblance, his performance was already very horrifying. Summer Sunshine's question did not receive a reply from Shifeng. At this moment, Shifeng's eyes appeared vacant. He had not heard Summer Sunshine's question at all, doing it unconsciously. Summer Sunshine was left slightly speechless when he noticed Shifeng's fragile state. A strong wind was all that would be needed to send Shifeng crumbling to the ground right now. However, Summer Sunshine couldn't care less at the moment. Since he had been entrusted with the task of getting rid of Shifeng, he still needed to complete it, even with Shifeng's mental state already at its limit. On the other hand, even if he did not take action, the approaching members of Overwhelming Smile could still finish off Shifeng. After all, Shifeng was now on his last legs just as Summer Sunshine was about to charge at Shifeng. A large black hole appeared in the deep blue sky all at once. A wolf-headed, human-bodied monster suddenly emerged from within the black hole, exuding a frightening aura that constricted the hearts of everyone present. Why is he here? Fire Dance's complexion paled as she raised her head to look at the monster in the air. That wolf-headed monster was none other than the Anubis's gatekeeper only. At this moment, the gatekeeper was no longer level 30, but a level 35 Great Lord instead. His HP had also risen from 10 million to 15,000,000. When everyone present looked at the Anubis's gatekeeper, all of them were confused as to why a level 35 Great Lord would suddenly appear at this place. However, Shurfang's party members understood just why the gatekeeper would show up here. The Golden Stone Tablet. The Anubis's gatekeeper had been guarding the Golden Stone Tablet all this time. Now that Shurfang had stolen it, the Great Lord was naturally here for payback. It's over. We're truly finished this time. As if dealing with Overwhelming Smile was not enough, now one more Great Lord is added into the fray. Blackie had seen for himself how powerful a Great Lord was. Even after Shurfang went full berserk, the gatekeeper could still toy around with him as if he were a little boy. Not to mention, the gatekeeper's level had even received an upgrade now. Who knew how much stronger the Great Lord was? Although Blackie and the others sank into despair, the crowd from Overwhelming Smile was on cloud 9. Overwhelming Smile's main goal had been to raid the Great Lord of White Fog Canyon. Only it was simply too difficult to approach the Great Lord inside the ruined shrine. The endless waves of goblins gave them no chance to raid the Great Lord at Ala Great Lord. Lone Tyrant's eyes blazed. A field Great Lord was a fantastic opportunity for them to obtain an epic item. Everyone, retreat for now. Scouting parties, keep an eye on the Great Lord. Have all Overwhelming Smile members inside White Fog Canyon gather at my location. We cannot let anyone else have this Great Lord. Yulan was similarly feeling very excited. Although the Great Lord's level was somewhat high, God's Domain's second system upgrade had significantly weakened the effects of level suppression. It was not like they didn't have a chance at successfully raiding the Great Lord other than assembling the elite members of Overwhelming Smile inside White Fog Canyon. Yulan had also sent for the elite members present at other locations. The Anubis's gatekeeper suddenly howled all at once. A wolf's howl echoed throughout the entire White Fog Canyon, making all who heard it shiver in fear. Even the trees were trembling in the face of this howl. After the gatekeeper released his angry bellow, he turned to look at the crowd from Overwhelming Smile below him. Suddenly, the gatekeeper squinted his eyes, a bone-chilling light flashing in them. In the next moment, a black spear appeared in the gatekeeper's hand. Silver flames abruptly emerged from the spear as the gatekeeper aimed the weapon at the crowd from Overwhelming Smile and threw its shio. The black spear easily rent the obstructing air and landed in the center of the crowd. In the next moment, a fiery inferno erupted into the air high enough to be clearly visible to every player in the outer area of White Fog Canyon. When the spear landed, all players within a radius of 40 yards died. Not a single one survived. Since the Overwhelming Smile members stood very close together, just this single attack resulted in the loss of several hundred elite members. This Lone Tyrant's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. How was this a monster? Even a casual attack possessed such catastrophic power. This was practically a god. Players like them could barely even be considered cannon fodder before Lone Tyrant could finish his words. Another black spear appeared in the gatekeeper's hands. Once more, the gatekeeper threw his weapon into the crowd below, killing hundreds with his attack. Yet again, everyone, retreat. Retreat into the forests. Yulan's expression turned extremely ugly upon seeing these catastrophic attacks. She had never imagined that a Great Lord was actually this powerful. Not to mention 5,000 or 6,000 elite players. Even tens of thousands of elite players would not be enough as warm-up for this monster. If everyone were to continue idling around without taking cover, they would be completely wiped out in only a moment. As for Black Flame, they could only set him aside for now. Upon hearing Yulan's command, everyone promptly charged towards the forest without hesitation. Nobody was foolish enough to stand around and serve as live target practice for the Anubis's gatekeeper. Summer Sunshine looked at Shurfang, then at the gatekeeper in the sky. Heaving a sigh, he turned around and departed. Fire Dance immediately charged up to the nearly unconscious Shurfang and dragged him into the nearby forest to hide. After hiding themselves among the trees, Surephone and the others were freed from their combative state at this moment. Surephone was forcibly logged out of God's domain and put into his sleep space. Chapter 460, All-Out War. During the time Surephone was in deep slumber, White Fog Canyon had become a forbidden land for players. White Fog Canyon was a special region where return scrolls were unusable after the Anubis's gatekeeper came out from the land of the fallen star. He would kill any player he met. As a result, countless players grinding for the Warfire set equipment were massacred, although the various guilds in White River City tried to overwhelm the gatekeeper through sheer numbers. How could a level 35 Great Lord possibly be that easy to deal with? After receiving a few annihilation spears from the gatekeeper, the various guilds in White River City acknowledged their mistake and promptly withdrew from White Fog Canyon, no longer daring to take even half a step inside at this moment. Everyone realized that, compared to the High Lords they had raided before, a Great Lord was on an entirely different level. Although High Lords possessed many AoE skills and could cause players a significant amount of trouble, their usage of such skills was infrequent. They would still give players a little breather. As for a Great Lord, without hesitation, a Great Lord would immediately use spells of mass destruction. Moreover, it would use them repeatedly in quick succession. Even several tens of thousands of players would not suffice to raid a Great Lord. Fortunately, the Anubis's gatekeeper would not leave White Fog Canyon and only roamed inside the canyon itself. As a result, White Fog Canyon was no longer a gold mine for players, but a forbidden land instead. As for the players grinding for the Warfire set equipment, they all gave up on the enterprise. White Fog Canyon was originally a very dangerous place. Now, there was even a roaming Anubis's gatekeeper inside the canyon. Any who met the gatekeeper only had death awaiting them. Moreover, the Warfire set equipment's drop rate was simply too abysmal. Many who were already entertaining thoughts of giving up had their resolves hardened with the appearance of the gatekeeper. However, the matter regarding White Fog Canyon was still insignificant, because after the second system upgrade, it became somewhat easier to increase one's reputation in cities. Hence, the various guilds promptly started grinding for reputation. At the same time, they also began to secretly amass coins. As soon as they possessed sufficient reputation, they could go into high gear, purchasing real estate in the city and paving a path for their own development in the future. Various guilds throughout God's domain started waging a covert war as they all tried to earn coins. There was only a limited number of ways to earn coins in God's domain: obtaining it from the drops of monsters, quest rewards, trading with players, and selling junk to NPCs. A guild's main method of earning coins would be through monster drops and quest rewards. However, for guilds without their own guild residences, the amount of coins they could earn through quest rewards was minimal, so monster drops became the fastest source of income for such guilds. As a result, areas with abundant resources became the competition grounds of guilds, leaving independent players with no opportunity to grind for coins at those locations. However, at this critical juncture, a jaw-dropping incident occurred in White River City. Two of the major guilds in White River City, Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile, actually started an all-out war with each other. They even declared each other as hostile guilds through the system. As long as their members met out in the fields, a battle was bound to occur. Since the two guilds were hostile guilds, members of both guilds would not become red names when killing each other. Hence, the members of both guilds had zero hesitation over starting a battle with members of the opposing guild, while other guilds were silently developing themselves and grinding for coins. Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile had suddenly launched an all-or-nothing war against each other. Of course, the other guilds in White River City could not be more joyful over this development. They all simply chose to sit back and watch from the sidelines, taking advantage of the situation at appropriate times. They could not help but hope that these two guilds would suffer a mutual demise. After all, an all-out war like this would greatly affect both guilds involved. In just the first day since Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile declared war on each other, thousands of members of both guilds had already died to each other out in the field. Since these players were fighting for their respective guilds, both guilds had established a reward system. As long as their members killed a player from the opposing guild, the system would automatically record the achievement. Through these kills, members could receive contribution points. Moreover, the number of contribution points awarded would vary, depending on the position of the hostile guild's member killed. The higher the enemy's position was, the more contribution points awarded. Killing an enemy player who had killed many fellow members would also reward more contribution points. Contribution points could then be exchanged for guild points, and these guild points could be exchanged for items available inside the guild's warehouse. This was undeniably a competition between both guilds' background and financial prowess. Inside a bar in White River City, close to 100 players were drinking and chatting merrily. They discussed their personal harvests, matters regarding the secret pavilion's God's Domain experts list, and such topics at this stage of the game. The bars throughout God's Domain had long since become the place for independent players to exchange information. Do you guys want to know why Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile, two of the most powerful guilds in White River City, suddenly started an all-out war with each other? A level 20 ranger asked the female cleric seated beside him while drinking his beer. Do you know the reason? The cleric girl blinked her eyes, slightly skeptical about the ranger's words. Of course. I have a brother who is an elite member of Overwhelming Smile. He even personally witnessed the reason why both guilds started the war, the ranger youth said proudly. I got a shock when I first heard about this incident from that brother of mine. Can you tell me about it? The female cleric asked with great curiosity. The ranger's voice was quite loud when he spoke, so the players inside the bar heard his words very clearly. At this moment, all of them perked up their ears, as well Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile were the tyrants of White River City. With the two guilds warring with each other, the hostilities would greatly affect White River City as a whole. As inhabitants of White River City, the players were naturally curious about why these two major guilds would wage an all-out war against each other proudly. That ranger youth said, in reality, it was because Overwhelming Smile's members had come into conflict with Zero Wing's members. In the end, Black Flame had slaughtered Overwhelming Smile's 100-man team. In a fit of rage, the higher-ups of Overwhelming Smile secretly set out to kill the guild leader of Zero Wing, Black Flame. Back then, Overwhelming Smile had sent a total of 2,000 elite members. Overwhelming Smile had even invited the help of an extremely powerful expert. If not for the Anubis's gatekeeper showing up, Black Flame might have been killed back then. Having their guild leader encircled was a great humiliation for Zero Wing. Naturally, they would not let matters rest. In the end, they declared an all-out war with Overwhelming Smile. The players inside the bar felt that the ranger's words sounded logical. This was a matter of the guild's reputation. How could Zero Wing possibly concede this matter? Moreover, the hostility present between the two guilds was something long-standing. Obviously, after the encirclement this time, Zero Wing could finally endure Overwhelming Smile's antics. No longer, I wonder which guild will come out victorious in this all-out war. I think that it should be Overwhelming Smile. The guild's main headquarters is based in Maple City. It also possesses massive financial support. Haven't you seen how excellent the benefits offered by Overwhelming Smile are? Just the monthly salary of the elite members is enough to make one drool. How could Zero Wing possibly compare? It should be Zero Wing. After all, this place is White River City. Zero Wing possesses a guild residence here. Moreover, there are plenty of experts in the guild. You can't imagine just how excellent the benefits provided by their guild hall are. Among them, the most welcomed is the private rooms. One can accumulate double EXP buffs by resting inside these private rooms. Moreover, Zero Wing's guild warehouse is the envy of every guild in White River City. There are plenty of level 25 equipment stored inside. Right now, many of the players who had defected to Overwhelming Smile regret leaving in the first place. For a time, everyone in the bar discussed the war between the two major guilds. However, a party of 6, seated at a corner of the bar, smiled contemptuously over this matter. It seems that Black Flame only amounts to this much. Leader, must we really go searching for him? A level 26 swordsman murmured. Search. Only after testing him will we know whether or not he qualifies. Chapter 461, Exceeding Potential. When the sun set, Shurfeng had already been in deep slumber for over a dozen hours. The virtual gaming cabin inside the bedroom continuously let out a warning sound at this moment. The nutrient solution inside the virtual gaming cabin was already depleted after the alarm of the gaming cabin rang for some time. The cover of the cabin suddenly opened so tired. Shifeng opened his eyes and unwillingly climbed out of the virtual gaming cabin. He then took a look at the time. What? I've actually slept for 18 hours. Although he had exceeded his mental limit once again, it was not as severe as the first time. Even so, he had still slept for such a long time. Just what is going on here? After Shifeng woke up, his entire body felt drained. Even a nutrient solution he had refilled just a few days ago was completely exhausted normally. A full tank of nutrient solution could last a player 15 days. The previous time Shifeng had exceeded his limit, some solution still remained. Now, however, the tank was completely emptied. However, compared to the matter of the nutrient solution's depletion, his body's current condition was much more inconceivable for Shifeng. Not only was his body extremely weak, but he also felt a piercing hunger that he had never felt before. He was so hungry that he could eat an entire cow right now, although Shifeng did not understand what was going on. He did know that if he did not replenish his body's nutrients at once, he could very well faint from hunger. He immediately retrieved the 2 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid he had set aside for his parents at this moment. Shifeng could clearly tell that the hunger he was feeling did not come from his stomach. Instead, it was his body that starved of energy. Even eating a meal would not sate this hunger. What he needed to do right now was replenish the energy of the cells inside his body. Meanwhile, the S-rank nutrient fluids were the best solution for this problem after removing the cap. Shifeng directly gulped down a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid when the S-rank nutrient fluid reached Shifeng's intestinal tract. The originally cooling liquid suddenly transformed into a warm current that moved through his blood, re-energizing his entire body 5 minutes after drinking the S-rank nutrient fluid. Shifeng felt much more comfortable than before. His spirit had also recovered significantly, and his body was no longer trembling as it had before. The value of 1 million credits was really not overstated, however. This feeling only lasted for a short while before the feeling of hunger flooded his mind once more. He felt as if he was a wolf that had been starving for 3 consecutive days. A bite of meat was simply not enough to sate him. The hunger he was feeling right now was even more intense than earlier. Is 1 bottle not enough? Shifeng was speechless. A single battle actually required him to sacrifice 2 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. No choice. Shifeng could only remove the cap on the last bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid and empty its contents originally. One had to wait an interval of 3 to 5 days before consuming another bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid, as the energy contained within the liquid was extremely concentrated. A person's body was simply incapable of completely absorbing all that energy. Instead, drinking 2 bottles consecutively would only damage one's body due to overnutrition. When Shifeng drank the second bottle, he felt a little heartache. Each bottle cost 1 million credits. Moreover, one could not simply purchase S-rank nutrient fluids, even if they could afford it in the past. Even though he had been the guild leader of Shadow, he only got to drink 1 bottle a month. Now, he had actually drunk 2 bottles in a single day. If others were to find out about this, they would definitely look down on him as a wastrel. However, S-rank nutrient fluids were indeed amazing. After drinking 2 bottles and resting for a few minutes, Shifeng was already completely rid of his fatigue. His body had also recovered to normal. Following which, Shifeng drank another dozen or so bottles of A-rank nutrient fluid before recovering to his peak condition. Is it my imagination? After recovering completely, Shifeng suddenly discovered that his 5 senses were much more acute than before. Originally, he could never hear the chirping of birds when inside his bedroom. Now, however, he could actually hear it. Besides being able to hear the chirping of birds, when Shifeng looked at his own room, he was also able to see with much greater clarity than before. His mind had also become much faster. Did breaking through my mental limit multiple times allow my brain to become more active? Feng's heart was filled with ecstasy. He had tried fortifying his body many times before to increase the flow of blood into his brain, in addition to providing his body with various nutrients. He had done so to develop his brain's potential and boost its activity level, so that he could create his legacy in God's domain now. He had actually achieved a breakthrough. The human brain had always been a domain filled with mystery. In the past, even the most amazing human could only exhibit 10% of their brain's potential. Advancements in technology had made developing the brain's potential possible, but it was extremely difficult to do so. It was not something one could succeed at just by trying in Feng's previous life. Countless people had tried their best and had spent large sums of money just to raise their brain's potential by a tiny fraction. Yet, even so, these people had felt that slight improvement worth their sacrifice as the activity of the brain increased. A person's control over their body would also improve significantly in God's domain. There were many genius players who possessed extraordinary talents. However, why were these geniuses better than ordinary players? It was because their brain's activity was out of the ordinary. As a result, their control over their game avatar surpassed ordinary players, allowing them to carry out actions that no ordinary player was capable of, just like Soaring Snake, whom Feng had met some time ago. Soaring Snake was a gifted genius who possessed unmatched reflexes. Meanwhile, Feng had broken through that limit by chance, so how could he not grow excited? Although he had only received a slight improvement, Feng could now see a new path opening up for him. Moreover, this was a path that led directly to the peak of God's domain. It seems that I need to prepare many more bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid in the future. Feng felt uneasy when he recalled the piercing hunger that was transmitted to his brain earlier. After breaking past the limit of his mental power, his brain naturally needed a massive amount of energy to recover. This time, he was only fortunate that he had sufficient bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid to allow him to achieve a breakthrough. Otherwise, he would have had to be admitted into the hospital to rest for some time. Moreover, resting at the hospital would not necessarily increase his brain's activity and develop its potential. When Feng thought about improving his brain's activity, his thirst for S-rank nutrient fluids grew even more intense. Only now did Feng understand why the first-rate guilds and super guilds in the past were purchasing S-rank nutrient fluids in bulk. There was an 80% chance that they had done so in order to nurture apex experts. On the other hand, he had been under the misconception all this time that S-rank nutrient fluids were only used to strengthen a person's physique. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, Feng's quantum watch started ringing. Meanwhile, the person calling him was none other than Big Dipper Training Center's chairman, Xiaoyu Master Feng. Our side has already completed the preparations for the fighting competition. As for the exact time of the event, it will be set at 2 days from now at 10 o'clock in the morning. May I know your opinion on this? If you're not free, I can still delay the event by 2 or 3 days. Xiaoyu said, let's go with 2 days from now then. Feng was in a very good mood at the moment. Hearing Xiaoyu's words, he became even more elated. As long as he won the competition, he would obtain not only 5 virtual gaming cabins, but also 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. I have already sent the information regarding your opponent to your quantum space. However, that person is very mysterious, and the information we have collected on him is very limited. We only have the records for a few of his matches. He had ended a majority of his matches in just a single move. Xiaoyu had not expected Feng to remain so calm. He knew that Zhao Ruoshi had long since told Feng every little detail about his opponent's strength, so Feng should know how amazing his opponent was. Yet, now, not only was Feng not anxious, but he was even showing a hint of anticipation. I understand. I'll research it a little. Feng nodded. I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll be hanging up first. After saying so, Feng disconnected the call. Following a period of rest, Feng was already fully recovered. He still had many matters he needed to deal with in God's domain. Since he had slept for so long just now, he naturally could not delay any longer, which was why he had ended the call in such a hurry. After refilling the nutrient solution inside the virtual gaming cabin, he lay down inside the cabin and entered God's domain once more. Chapter 462, War of Attrition. When Feng logged into the game, The location he appeared was still within White Fog Canyon at this moment. The sky in God's domain was dusky. There was still over an hour until dawn. It sure is quiet. Shifeng took a look at his surroundings, failing to notice any players or monsters. There was only the sound of leaves rustling in the cold wind. This was a very abnormal situation in White Fog Canyon, however. Shifeng did not stay in this spot for too long. He dashed towards the exit of the canyon at this moment. Shifeng's weakened state had already ended, having recovered his peak condition. If one were to look at Shifeng's running figure right now, they would not be able to see him clearly at all. They would only see a black figure darting across the map. Shifeng was like a healthy and elegant leopard just as Shifeng was about to leave White Fog Canyon. A group of over 100 crimson-eyed battle monkeys leaped out of the forest and blocked his path. The monsters in White Fog Canyon were very dangerous due to being in a constant berserk state now. That was nighttime. Players would have their vision reduced while monsters would not be affected in the slightest. As a result, players would find it much more difficult to fight at night facing against over 100 elite monsters. Even an elite party would die unavenged. Only a large team of over 100 players could possibly endure the assault of so many crimson-eyed battle monkeys. However, as if he had not seen the monsters in his way, Shifeng dashed into the group of battle monkeys. The crimson-eyed battle monkeys had similarly charged at Shifeng like a group of mad cows. However, just when the sabers held by the battle monkeys were about to land on Shifeng, the weapons struck air and simply brushed past Shifeng's body. It was as if the battle monkey's target was not Shifeng at all. T allowed Shifeng to easily shuttle through them after their first attack failed. The crimson-eyed battle monkeys turned around and attacked Shifeng once more this time. 7 battle monkeys surrounded Shifeng. However, Shifeng was just like flowing water. Just like before, when the battle monkey's sabers were about to reach Shifeng, the weapons simply brushed past his body in just a moment. Shifeng had weaved his way through the group of crimson-eyed battle monkeys. Although the battle monkeys felt enraged by this situation, they could not do anything about it. They could only watch unwillingly as Shifeng exited the canyon. The improvements brought about by an increase in brain activity are significant. Shifeng was full of smiles as he turned back to look at the crimson-eyed battle monkeys. Although he could defeat such a number of battle monkeys by himself, he definitely would not have been able to effortlessly dodge such an encirclement. This achievement was all thanks to his increase in brain activity. Not only did this change improve his brain's perception of danger, but it had also advanced his control over his own body. Whether it was in regard to an enemy's attack or his own ability to dodge, the ability to control his movements had become very precise and refined. He had already entered the refinement realm before. Shifeng could only barely achieve refinement with his actions, and he could not maintain that achievement for long. He could only be considered to have taken half a step into the refinement realm. Even so, half a step was already an amazing feat. Meanwhile, he had now completely entered this realm, becoming much stronger than he had been before. Even if he had to face Summer Sunshine's assault right now, he believed that he would not end up in such a miserable state where he would be required to use void steps to dodge after leaving White Fog Canyon. Shifeng immediately unfurled a return scroll and activated it shortly after returning to White River City. Shifeng discovered that the number of players here were much more numerous than before. The players were all recruiting team members, money farming team, 17 waiting for 3. DDs are welcomed. Must be level 20 or above. Frozen Waterfall Independent Party recruiting, 12 waiting for 8. We welcome all sorts of pros. Must be level 21 or above. Equipment must be at least bronze rank. Twilight Lighthouse Independent Party recruiting. Party is being carried by an expert. Noobs do not disturb. Equipment must be at least bronze rank. Drops will be auctioned among team members. Many players were recruiting for level 20 team dungeons out in the streets. This situation really surprised Shifeng, whether it was Frozen Waterfall or Twilight Lighthouse. Both were challenging 20-man team dungeons. Their difficulty was considered intermediate among level 20 team dungeons. Currently, even a normal guild team would not necessarily succeed when clearing one. Yet, there were actually so many independent teams recruiting for these dungeons. This situation truly confused Shifeng. He had gone offline for just one day. Just when did the independent players of White River City become so powerful? Aside from the shouts of recruitment by independent players, Shifeng also heard news regarding the all-out war between Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile. Up to now, the losses suffered by both guilds had already exceeded 2,000 players. Moreover, the battles between both guilds were growing intenser as time passed. In the beginning, the skirmishes that occurred only involved dozens of players before slowly growing into the hundreds. At this point in time, both guilds were already waging wars involving over 1,000 players. Zero Wing really is amazing. Their total kill count right now has already exceeded 5,000 players. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile has only managed to kill around 2,000 Zero Wing members. I know, right? I heard that Zero Wing's assassin Fire Dance alone has killed more than 300 Overwhelming Smile members. Many players were done in by her, and she has even managed to kill Lone Tyrant, giving Overwhelming Smile a huge headache. Right now, her fame is no longer beneath Black Flame. Other than Fire Dance, there is also Flying Shadow, another assassin of Zero Wing. His kill count is just slightly below Fire Dance's. Right now, he has already killed more than 200 members of Overwhelming Smile. In addition, there are also Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Cola, Blackie, and so on. Every one of them has killed over 100 players already. Other than the core members of Zero Wing, there are also many rising experts in Zero Wing. Among them is a berserker called Shadow Sword. His kill count is over 50. I hear that he has even managed to exchange for a level 25 fine gold equipment with the contribution points he obtained. Even though Overwhelming Smile also has a large number of experts, why aren't they able to fight against multiple enemies by themselves like Zero Wing's experts? Just why are Zero Wing's experts so strong? You don't know? I hear that Zero Wing's core members have completed their class change and have become Tier 1 classes already. In terms of attributes and skills, they are much more powerful than us players who have yet to complete our class change. Even when facing a player with the same attributes and equipment, a Tier 1 player can still easily defeat half a dozen Tier 0 players. Moreover, I hear that Zero Wing has over 50 Tier 1 players. Overwhelming Smile is naturally unable to contend against Zero Wing. It can't be, right? I hear that the class change quest is absurdly difficult. It is practically impossible to complete it without reaching level 27 or 28. Many have tried before, but all of them had failed. Moreover, if one fails their class change quest, they will have to wait a very long time before they can challenge the quest again. Just how have so many players from Zero Wing completed their class change? The players holding discussions on the street marveled at Zero Wing's strength. At the same time, they had also received a glimpse of how powerful a Tier 1 class was. It was not something a Tier 0 class could compare to at all. When Shifeng heard these conversations, a faint smile appeared on his face. After so many days of effort, there were finally some results. Over 50 Tier 1 players could indeed play a huge role in a battle involving thousands of players. Unfortunately, with just two guilds battling against each other, wars involving thousands of players rarely occurred. A majority of the battles fought between the two guilds were merely small skirmishes that involved several dozen players. As a result, the potential of these 50-plus Tier 1 players was less than it could be. Moreover, when comparing the backgrounds and fundings of the two guilds, Overwhelming Smile was leaps and bounds above Zero Wing. Although Overwhelming Smile's death count was more than double Zero Wing's death count, Overwhelming Smile was supported by Underworld from behind. Their financial prowess was definitely more than a dozen times greater than Zero Wing's. Even if the compensation and rewards they gave was triple or quadruple of what Zero Wing gave, they could still afford to grind Zero Wing into dust. This was the reason why Shifeng had been unwilling to start an all-out war all this time, as doing so would be very detrimental to Zero Wing following, which Shifeng contacted Aqua Rose to get a more detailed understanding of the present situation. He then increased the contribution points awarded for killing enemy players, as well as increased the compensation of the guild members who died battling against the enemy. At the same time, he also made preparations to start raiding 50-man team dungeons and 100-man team dungeons. Guild leader Now that we have started an all-out war with Overwhelming Smile, if we increase the compensation and rewards, the expenses of the guild will increase by several times. If the war is extended, this amount will become astronomical. Moreover, the compensation and rewards we are currently giving out are already quite high. Even the guild members feel that they are good. There is simply no need for this extra spending. Aqua Rose knew that Sure Feng was rich, but even so, money should not be wasted in such a way. It was especially true for the rewards given out. If the guild members managed to kill 10,000 enemies, even if the guild only gave one additional contribution point for each kill, the guild would still have to pay for the cost of an additional 10,000 contribution points. Not to mention, as the fighting continued, large wars would occur more frequently. At that time, the contribution points the guild would have to pay out would increase by several times, no problem. I'll figure out a way to deal with the matters regarding money, Sure Feng said, shaking his head. The reason why he was increasing the amount of contribution points awarded was not for the purpose of exciting the guild members. Instead, he was doing so in order to hasten up the consumption speed of both sides. If it had been in the past, Sure Feng definitely would not fight a war of attrition with Overwhelming Smile. Now, however, things were different. He now had a large amount of Starfire in his hands. He would let Overwhelming Smile know what it truly felt like to crumble apart. Chapter 463, Imperial Heirloom. I'll make the adjustments now then. Aqua Rose could only nod her head and reply upon hearing Sure Feng's confident answer. Right. Have you compensated Virtuous Cloud and the others? Sure Feng suddenly asked after all was said and done. Overwhelming Smile had ambushed them because of him. He also still owed Virtuous Cloud 6 pieces of secret silver equipment. However, due to his short hibernation this time, he had not been able to bring them to make their selection. Already brought them to the guild's warehouse to exchange for 10 pieces of level 20 secret silver equipment. However, there is one matter that you definitely won't be able to guess, Aqua Rose said, revealing a mysterious smile. What happened? Sure Feng asked curiously after Virtuous Cloud and her party saw our guild warehouse. They were downright stupefied. Originally, they were planning to return to the Black Dragon Empire to continue their development there. Now, however, the party has joined Zero Wing and should be carrying out some high-level guild quests at the moment. Aqua Rose replied. Aqua Rose was very optimistic about Virtuous Cloud's crew. An independent party attaining such high levels and good equipment was quite an amazing feat. Now that they had entered Zero Wing, it wouldn't be long before they became experts in God's domain. Though elite players were easy to find, experts were not. Now that Zero Wing was in an all-out war with Overwhelming Smile, it would be a long time before things settled down. After all, it was not possible for either side to defeat the other in one fell swoop. Moreover, battles between two warring guilds consisted mostly of small-scale skirmishes. Large-scale engagements occurred very infrequently. As a result, the importance of players with top-tier combat power grew even greater. If a large group of players took action together, they could easily be discovered, as well as easily countered. However, if a party or an individual took action, they would be highly mobile. Hence, they would not be discovered so easily. If Zero Wing could form a party of experts and give a huge blow to Overwhelming Smile from time to time, they could easily force Overwhelming Smile into a passive state guild leader. Why don't we start raiding 50-man team dungeons now? Although the benefits we offer could attract quite a number of players to the guild, it is still not enough of an attraction for many independent experts. The things these experts seek are top-tier equipment and room for growth. Meanwhile, we can use the top-tier equipment we obtain from large-scale dungeons to attract these experts, Aqua Rose suggested after seeing the reactions of Virtuous Cloud's crew yesterday. Aqua Rose came up with this idea previously. She had also tried inviting Virtuous Cloud and her party to join Zero Wing, but they had been reticent. However, after seeing the large number of level 25 fine gold and secret silver equipment, as well as plenty of level 20 dark gold equipment, they made up their minds right away at that time. Aqua Rose had even considered displaying the 2 epic items inside their guild's warehouse. However, the epic items were Zero Wing's trump cards. It would be best if other guilds did not know about the existence of these items. So she had promptly dismissed this idea of hers. If she were really put the epic items on display, then many guilds would definitely scheme against Zero Wing. Her action would no doubt create many more enemies for Zero Wing. The guilds that were maintaining neutrality might even side with Overwhelming Smile. At that time, Zero Wing's position would become very tenuous. Hence, only core members who had signed a confidentiality agreement could know about the existence of the epic items. We still have to wait for some time regarding the matter of the large-scale team dungeons. However, we can begin raiding 20-man Helm mode team dungeons. Shifeng had been the guild leader of Shadow for many years, so he naturally knew what attracted experts. Although he fully agreed with Aqua Rose's suggestion, large-scale team dungeons were no walk in the park. They needed to accumulate even more strength if they wished to raid one. On the other hand, they could give 20-man Helm mode team dungeons a try. Players had a fixed probability for obtaining dark gold items from 20-man Helm mode team dungeons, though the majority of the items were fine gold rank. In addition, there were plenty of production materials that were available only in Helm mode dungeons. The guild could also obtain guild popularity by clearing Helm mode dungeons. As the guild's popularity increased, the guild quests commissioned by NPCs would also improve in quality, and this was what Zero Wing needed the most at the momentile. Get everyone prepared right now. Then, upon hearing Shifeng's words, Aqua Rose immediately went into action with great excitement as, for Shifeng himself, he made a trip to the bank, although there were many things demanding his attention right now. The all-out war with Overwhelming Smile. In particular, at the end of the day, there was only one task that he needed to complete, which was to earn money. Shifeng had experienced countless all-out wars between guilds in the past, so he had long since known what took priority, although he himself possessed frightening combat power, allowing him to easily hunt and kill Overwhelming Smile members out in the fields. Just how many members were there in Overwhelming Smile? Even if he ran around all day, hunting players, how many could he possibly kill by himself? Doing so would allow him to collect the immortal souls of players he killed, but it was still not worth the effort. Moreover, even if he did nothing but hunt players from Overwhelming Smile all day long, completing his quest would take many days. During this time, Overwhelming Smile, with its huge funding, could easily recruit a large number of additional players. Even if Shifeng worked himself to death, he still wouldn't be able to win the war by himself. After all, this was currently the early stages of God's domain. The various guilds had yet to possess their very own towns and cities. Killing Overwhelming Smile's members would only cause the guild a little trouble and slightly affect its development speed. Most importantly, Shifeng simply did not have the time to do something like this. He only had a little time left to complete the epic quest Darkness Descends, and he was still far from his goal of earning 30,000 gold. If he failed to complete the quest, at that time, he would have to face the wrath of a Tier 4 demon. With his current strength, he would certainly die. Hence, earning money was his top priority. Right now, the war between the two guilds would definitely grow more intense as time passed, and the same was true for the expenditure of both guilds. It was especially true for the expenditure on equipment. Aside from losing equipment as a result of dying, fights between players would also cause the durability of weapons and equipment to fall at a faster rate than when fighting monsters. Naturally, repairing these weapons and equipment would also require a large sum of coins. Presently, guilds had a limited source of income for coins. Guilds would only begin raking in large sums of coins once they possessed their own towns and cities during the middle stage of the game. Although Overwhelming Smile had large funding, having a large funding did not necessarily equate to having a large number of coins. This was where Shifeng's confidence came from. Half an hour later, Shifeng arrived at the bank. He then retrieved all the Starfire, as well as the Philosopher's Stone, from his warehouse. He also retrieved the Dragon Scale set equipment forging design he had stored away all this time. At present, aside from the Warfire set equipment, the level 20 fine gold ranked Dragon Scale set equipment was definitely the best set equipment available. It was naturally an item that all guilds would fight desperately to obtain. After Shifeng organized the items inside his bag, he suddenly noticed the golden stone tablet inside. And how could I have forgotten about this thing? Shifeng's mind had been occupied with too many things during this period of time, and he had completely forgotten about the golden stone tablet he had snatched away from the Anubis's gatekeeper. An item guarded by a great lord was definitely not an ordinary item, however. Shifeng had also never heard about a golden stone tablet, so he did not know exactly what function this item possessed. Glancing at it, he was unable to read its information. All that was displayed about the golden stone tablet was that it was an unknown item. Shifeng then used omniscient eyes and started appraising it. The seconds ticked by slowly as countless data flickered in front of his eye. After a total of 22 seconds passed, the appraisal process was finally completed. An Imperial heirloom? Shifeng muttered in disbelief when he read the information displayed about the golden stone tablet. Chapter 464, Shocking Treasure. Shifeng could not help but tremble when he looked at the golden stone tablet inside. His bad god's domain was very large, and there were many kingdoms and empires within it. Naturally, these realms would go through growth and decline. Countless kingdoms and empires had disappeared into the long river of history by now, although they had already been forgotten by people. Some of these kingdoms and empires had left behind shocking treasures that were unknown to others in God's domain. These shocking treasures were called heirlooms. Heirlooms could be categorized into 4 different ranks. The first would be kingdom heirlooms. Just as its name implied, it was a treasure once owned by a kingdom of God's domain. First-rate guilds would fight tooth and nail for just one kingdom heirloom. In the past, there was even a super guild that had offered up a city with a population of over 1 million players in exchange for a kingdom heirloom. From this, one could just imagine the value of a kingdom heirloom back then. Although Shadow had become a second-rate guild and controlled 10 city-states, it did not even possess the qualifications to compete over a kingdom heirloom. Meanwhile, one rank above kingdom heirlooms were Imperial heirlooms. An Imperial heirloom was an heirloom left behind by a fallen empire of God's domain. Normally, the wealth of an empire was at least 3 to 5 times greater than that of a kingdom. The value of an Imperial heirloom, naturally, was proportional. In the past, a small unrated guild called Thunder Family had taken less than a year to develop into a first-rate guild. Back then, Thunder Family had shocked the entire God's domain in terms of experts or financial power. Thunder Family had possessed neither. Yet, it had still managed to develop into a first-rate guild in such a short amount of time. How could such a feat not shock others? Only after many different parties investigated the guild did they find out the secret behind Thunder Family's success. It turned out that Thunder Family had accidentally encountered an item called an Imperial heirloom, and the guild had secretly developed itself at a rapid pace through this Imperial heirloom. Thus, Thunder Family had managed to become one of the overlords of God's domain in less than just a year. From then on, everyone started searching for heirlooms out in the fields. Many wars were waged in God's domain because of heirlooms, and many guilds were completely annihilated because of heirlooms. In addition to Imperial heirlooms, there were Continental heirlooms, which were 1 rank higher, as well as World heirlooms, which were the highest-ranking heirlooms in God's domain. However, the last 2 heirlooms were only mentioned in the libraries of God's domain. As far as Shifeng knew, nobody had come upon either one in his previous life. Now that there was an Imperial heirloom in his bag, how could Shifeng not be excited? Even as a reincarnator, Shifeng had to carefully plan, make countless preparations, encounter many miracles, and nurture a large number of experts in order to establish his very own virtual empire. Meanwhile, just a single Imperial heirloom had allowed a small guild to grow into a first-rate guild in less than a year, becoming the owner of a real empire. As for what treasures were hidden within an Imperial heirloom, Shifeng was completely ignorant. After things got out of hand in the past, any who obtained an Imperial heirloom would put a tight lid on it, keeping all information about it a secret. In this life, Shifeng would naturally also keep quiet about his possession of an Imperial heirloom. Hence, he immediately suppressed his excited heart as he considered where to carefully research the Imperial heirloom. After he was done organizing his bag, he made his way stealthily to the Starstreak trading firm and entered one of the forging rooms on the 4th floor. At this moment, the Starstreak trading firm had already become the #1 trading firm in White River City. The variety of items sold at its shop was matchless. As long as it was something the current players of God's domain needed, the trading firm would sell it. Therefore, players who visited the Stars-Free trading firm would have no need to visit any other shop. The trading firm's business was thriving, raking in large sums of money daily. Although many guilds had sought cooperation with the trading firm, all were promptly rejected by the firm's manager. Anna Sherfong had picked an unoccupied forging room at random and entered it. I am interested to see just what sort of secret is contained within an Imperial heirloom. Sherfong muttered as he retrieved the golden stone tablet from his bag and carefully placed it on the stone platform. Other than being named an Imperial heirloom, the golden stone tablet revealed no other information. Sherfong was also clueless as to how he should operate an Imperial heirloom, so he had no choice but to slowly experiment with it. There were many drawings and runes engraved on the stone tablet. However, Sherfong could not understand a single one of them. He quickly spent over half an hour researching the Imperial heirloom. But no matter what sort of methods he used, he failed to find even a clue to how to activate it despite the mountain of gold placed right in front of him. Without the activation key, he could only stare helplessly at the Imperial heirloom Thunder family from back, then was able to discover the secret of the Imperial treasure. So why can't I? Frustrated, Sherfong played around with the golden stone tablet in his hands. Is there still some other secret to the Imperial heirloom? It sounded logical when he thought about it. How could a great treasure capable of allowing an empire to thrive be so easily obtainable by players? If the activation of the Imperial heirloom were a quest, then the difficulty of this quest should be legendary. Rakshasa legendary quest was definitely not something players could easily complete, let alone a legendary quest. Right now, Sherfong already had a huge headache over just an epic quest. I can only set aside for now. I might encounter some clues in the future. Sherfong thought optimistically. Everything was bound to be difficult at the beginning. With the Imperial heirloom now in his hands, what he needed to do next was to inquire around about it. There was bound to be a solution. Sherfong then stored the Imperial heirloom and piled up the large amount of Starfire, or he had on the floor during this period of time. Zero Wing had harvested over 20,000 pieces of Starfire Oregon. If sold at a price of 1 silver per piece, the total value of all this Starfire would be over 200 gold coins. However, Sherfong was going to convert them all into Starfire Essence right now originally. If players wished to refine Starfire ore, they needed to hire an alchemist to refine the ore for them. Just a single refinement cost 1 silver coin. Moreover, the production of Starfire Essence was not guaranteed. However, there was a large possibility of obtaining 1 piece of Starfire Essence out of 2 pieces of ore. As a result, the market value of Starfire Essence was usually set at 4 silver coins per piece. Sherfong, however, did not seek the services of an alchemist. After all, the Philosopher's Stone he possessed was much more powerful than any alchemist. In addition, not only did he not need to spend a single coin when using the Philosopher's Stone to refine Starfire ore, but his odds of producing Starfire Essence were also much higher than those of NPC Master Alchemists following, which Sherfong started refining the Starfire ore 1 piece. 2 pieces. The refining speed of the Philosopher's Stone was very fast. In just a moment, Sherfong had already refined 100 pieces of Starfire ore and obtained 83 pieces of Starfire Essence consumable. Increases success rate of forging if added during forging process. In addition, the more Starfire Essence added, the higher the success rate. The refinement rate is good as expected. When Sherfong looked at the sparkling red gems scattered across the stone platform, an indescribable sense of joy filled his heart. The Philosopher's Stone was definitely worthy of being called a treasure of alchemy. By using it to refine all the Starfire ore he had, he could save over 200 gold coins. Time passed little by little. Before he knew it, Sherfong had spent more than 7 hours refining all the Starfire ore he had. In total, he had obtained 18,000-odd pieces of Starfire Essence. If converted to coins, the value of these Starfire Essences would be worth over 720 gold in just 7 hours. Sherfong had more than tripled the original value of the Starfire ore. I can finally start forging now. Although Sherfong had spent in excess of 7 hours repeating the same task over and over, he did not feel bored or tired. On the contrary, he was filled with excitement right now. Just the thought of being able to mass-produce the Dragonscale set equipment thrilled him greatly. If he let the members of the guild equip the set and take a stroll out in the city, the uniform equipment would definitely earn the envy and admiration of players all over White River City. Chapter 465, Rapid Promotion. Blue Moon Restaurant, a high-class restaurant located in White River City. At this moment, the entire restaurant was completely reserved by Overwhelming Smile, and tens of elite members stood guard outside the building. Each and every one of these elite members of Overwhelming Smile was in a very bad mood, which showed in the fierce expressions on their faces. Any unrelated players passing by Blue Moon Restaurant would no doubt distance themselves from the building, as far away as possible, in fear of meeting with bad luck and getting into trouble. Currently, Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile were waging an all-out war with each other. While there was nothing bad to speak of about Zero Wing, the members of Overwhelming Smile were infamous for their tyranny. As long as Overwhelming Smile members felt even the slightest displeasure, they would try to make trouble for someone else. What Overwhelming Smile members did most frequently was field hogging. They would lay claim to an entire area and chase away all non-guild members. However, although many independent players of White River City were furious over Overwhelming Smile's actions, nobody dared to actually voice their opinion. No doubt many independent players were cheering and clapping secretly over the war between Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile. It was especially true when news spread mentioning that Overwhelming Smile's death count had increased significantly lately and was now past the 8,000 threshold. At this moment, two people, a man and a woman, were seated inside one of the booths on the second floor of Blue Moon Restaurant. The man was Feng Xianxia, and the woman sat opposite of him was the quiet and elegant beauty Yulani. Already looked through the information you sent me. It's very well written. I'm quite satisfied with it. I also forwarded your analysis to the higher-ups, and they have already determined that Zero Wing is indeed a thorn in Underworld side. They've also said that if we cannot obtain Zero Wing, then we're to destroy it to save us from future troubles. In addition, they have a very optimistic view on White River City. Right now, the current population of White River City has already exceeded 2 million. Many players from other cities and even other kingdoms and empires are constantly migrating here. At present, White River City has already become the second most populous city in Star Moon Kingdom, so we must obtain control over White River City. This time, not only have the higher-ups sent a great load of manpower, but they have also increased our funding and are prepared to focus on the nurturing of Overwhelming Smile. I heard that after Zero Wing increased the compensations and rewards it is giving out, you increased Overwhelming Smiles as well. I believe it should have increased the burden on your side significantly, right? However, you can rest easy and feel free to continue contending with Zero Wing. The higher-ups have already gathered 500 gold as well as 300 million credits for you. The credits should have been sent to you by now. As for the gold coins, that will arrive in another hour or two at most. Afterwards, they'll be sending even more gold coins and credits. I hear that the higher-ups are very serious this time. Just the total amount of coins they are planning to invest into Overwhelming Smile may be over 5,000 gold, not to mention the credits. Saying so, Feng Xinyang snapped his fingers. In the next moment, another 20 people entered the private booth. Every one of these 20 people was shrouded in a thick layer of killing intent. Their bodies were as robust as a grizzly bear's. Instead of looking like ordinary players, they looked more like a group of well-trained soldiers. These men are the underworld guards the higher-ups have dispatched. All 20 of them are party leaders, and every one of them leads a party of 6 members. In total, you will have 120 underworld guards to command as you see fit, Feng Xinyang said, smiling. They're different from the other underworld guards. I'm sure you can tell, but they have all worked as mercenaries in the past. They are people who have walked on real battlefields. Is an Overwhelming Smile waging an all-out war with Zero Wing right now? As long as you have these underworld guards to assist you, those players who have never seen fresh blood will be easy pickings. Even if Zero Wing has more than 50 Tier 1 players, they will still be finished. I've already handed the men over to you. What they do next is up to you. Young Master Feng, rest assured, I definitely will not disappoint you. Originally, Yulan had already been confident of slowly exhausting Zero Wing to death. Now that she was looking at the 2 rows of neatly lined up Underworld Guard Party leaders, a sense of indescribable joy filled her heart. Zero Wing's 50-plus Tier 1 players had been giving Overwhelming Smile a huge headache recently, forcing the members of Overwhelming Smile into a state of passiveness. At this moment, they needed to similarly send out experts or Tier 1 players. Otherwise, they would simply be helpless against Zero Wing's Tier 1 players. However, Yulan had suddenly come to a realization. Overwhelming Smile had plenty of elite members, but they were sorely lacking in experts and Tier 1 players. While not all 20 of the Underworld Guard standing before her were necessarily experts, and their levels only ranged between 23 to 24, they were all veterans of the battlefield. Meanwhile, now that the battles in God's domain were growing increasingly realistic, these people would have an undeniable advantage. They were much more powerful compared to ordinary elite players. If they worked together, they should have a very frightening effect on field battles. Yulan could tell that the upper management of Underworld was taking things seriously this time. Currently, the various guilds in God's domain were desperately purchasing coins. They had even secretly established many money-farming teams. It was very difficult to accumulate 500 gold. Not to mention, they were also planning to invest an additional 5,000-plus gold coins in the future. With such a sum of money, dealing with Zero Wing would be a piece of cake. With the subsequent funding from Underworld, Yulan no longer had to worry about equipment. Currently, there were 3 main sources of equipment: dungeons, the auction house, and the virtual trade center. Unlike the auction house, one used credits instead of coins when purchasing equipment from the virtual trade center. As a result, the prices of equipment sold there were very expensive. Even so, the wealthy did not mind doing their purchases through the virtual trade center. The first reason was due to the supply of weapons and equipment there being much more abundant. This was because, in order to earn credits, many workshops and players would post their items up for sale at the virtual trade center. The second reason was due to convenience. The currency of God's domain was not easily obtainable. Moreover, the trading procedures involved were very onerous. With such a large sum of credits, she could immediately fill up Overwhelming Smile's guild warehouse and rebuild the confidence of the guild members. At the same time, it would give Zero Wing immense pressure. Hence, on the same day Yulan received the funds from Underworld, she purchased weapons and equipment ranging between level 15 and level 20 from the virtual trade center in bulk. The quality of the items ranged from bronze rank to fine gold rank. In total, she bought over 5,000 weapons and equipment, greatly boosting Overwhelming Smile's morale. At the same time, she also raised the death compensation and kill rewards. Seeing this change, many more members of Overwhelming Smile were tempted to join in the field battles for a time. Overwhelming Smile's momentum in White River City surpassed Zero Wing's. However, as the guild leader of Zero Wing, Shurfeng was completely ignorant about this occurrence. At the moment, he was focused on producing the Dragonscale set equipment and frantically raising his forging proficiency. Recently, Shurfeng had been constantly busying himself with other matters. As a result, his forging proficiency had stagnated. Despite being the first person to become an advanced forging apprentice, he had long since fallen behind Cream Cocoa and the others. These future master forgers had already become true forgers. Meanwhile, Shurfeng himself still needed a lot of forging proficiency before he could become a forger. As well, it should be known that only 3,000 proficiency points were required to get promoted from an intermediate forging apprentice to an advanced forging apprentice. Yet, in order to advance from an advanced forging apprentice to a basic forger, 10,000 proficiency points were required. The amount required to rise a rank had more than tripled. Moreover, advanced forging apprentices did not receive proficiency points from producing common ranked items, resulting in a drastic reduction in promotion speed. Melancholic Smile and the other 2 had only managed to become basic forgers so quickly because of the basic strengthened armor kit forging design Shurfeng had provided them. In the future, however, even the basic strengthened armor kits would not be able to help them with their promotions. Fortunately, the Dragonscale set equipment Shurfeng possessed was different. Not only was it of a very high rank, but it could also provide him with bonus proficiency every time he succeeded in producing the set equipment. He also had the Forging Talent, Forging Genius, which had a fixed chance of giving him additional proficiency points whenever he succeeded in forging an item. Moreover, as the Dragon Scale was a fine gold set equipment, the EXP rewarded from its successful production was also very generous. However, when producing the Dragon Scale set equipment, Feng had to spend 10 Starfire essences for each individual set piece. Moreover, even with the help of the various support tools he possessed, his success rate was less than 25%. Even so, Feng was already very satisfied with this result. If it were anyone else producing the Dragon Scale set equipment, let alone 25%, it would be a miracle if they even managed a 10% success rate. Furthermore, the materials needed to produce the Dragon Scale set equipment were not particularly precious, and he also had plenty of Starfire essences. Hence, Feng madly produced the Dragon Scale set equipment unmindful of cost. The more sets he produced, the more proficient he became. In addition, his increased brain activity also gave him an accurate grasp of the production process, allowing him to become increasingly faster and better at producing the Dragon Scale set equipment. As time went by, Feng never imagined that he would also have such a fortunate development finally. After investing more than a day's time, Feng managed to completely use up all his materials and had succeeded at producing over 100 sets. He was also promoted to a basic forger during this period of time, his promotion speed leaving one simply speechless. Furthermore, he had also leveled up to level 26, his leveling speed even faster than when he was grinding monsters at White Fog Canyon. Chapter 466, Dragonclaw Set Equipment. That should be about enough. Feng looked at his bag containing Dragon Scale set equipment with satisfaction. Currently, God's Domain players did not have very high levels, with a majority being around level 20. Hence, level 20 equipment had already become more common. This was apparent from the large number of independent teams raiding level 20, 20-man team dungeons even raiding normal mode. 20-man team dungeons would drop plenty of mysterious iron equipment at the very minimum. There was even a certain probability that a mysterious iron set equipment would drop even ordinary players wore a few pieces of level 20 bronze equipment, not to mention veteran and elite players. It was no surprise if one ran into a player with a full set of bronze equipment. The equipment that Guild's elite members wore was even more impressive. Unlike independent players, guilds would very frequently form teams to raid dungeons. Hence, the equipment available to guild elites was far superior to what independent players had access to, and a majority of such elite members possessed at least a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment. The lowest quality equipment guild's core teams would wear at this point was level 20 mysterious iron rank. Normally, core members wore secret silver equipment. Only the top experts in a guild had the chance to equip level 20 secret silver set equipment with a few pieces of fine gold equipment. To ordinary players, fine gold equipment was something they could only obtain in their dreams. Such items were out of their reach, and they could only fantasize about owning Onis for level 20 fine gold set equipment. Not even the upper management of guilds possessed a single piece. Level 20 fine gold set equipment would only drop from level 20 large-scale team dungeons. Not a single guild was ready to set foot in a level 20 large-scale team dungeon at this stage of the game. This was why everyone had shifted their focus to the Warfire set equipment, which dropped in the White Fog Canyon. Meanwhile, the level 20 Dragon Scale set equipment was definitely one of the best level 20 sets available. Although it could not compare to a Warfire set equipment that had been upgraded to fine gold rank. If one equipped the entire set, they would still surpass the requirements to raid a level 20 100-man team dungeon. The set would be of immense help to raiding large-scale team dungeons. Dragon Scale set equipment, fine gold rank. Level 20 can be equipped by plate armor classes. Set consists of 6 parts: head, chest, hands, wrist, legs, and feet. Set effect. 2-piece effect, ignore levels plus 10. Has a chance to trigger Fury effect when attacking, increasing damage by 20% for 6 seconds. 4-piece effect, strength and endurance attribute increased by 10%. Defense increased by 20%. 6-piece effect, all skill cooldowns decreased by 20%. When attacking with a skill, there is a chance to trigger effect multiplier, increasing the skill's effects by 50%, although the set effects of the Dragonscale set equipment could not compare to those of the Warfire set equipment. They were still enough to tempt both guilds and players originally. Shifeng had intended to equip the Dragonscale set equipment himself. However, a level 20 fine gold set equipment was only as strong as a level 25 secret silver set equipment. Currently, he had several pieces of level 25 fine gold equipment and level 25 dark gold equipment. Combined, they were far superior to the Dragonscale set equipment. Hence, Shifeng gave up on the idea, however. After Shifeng had spent over a day forging and produced the 105th set of Dragonscale set equipment, by some stroke of luck, he had triggered the Blacksteel Insignia's attribute, increasing effect. As a result, the Dragonscale set equipment had upgraded by an entire rank, becoming a level 20 dark gold set equipment. Now, it was equivalent to a level 25 fine gold set equipment. Shifeng was overjoyed after the Dragonscale set equipment had upgraded. It was no longer called Dragonscale. He had now created a Dragonclaw set equipment. This was also the only dark gold set equipment Shifeng had ever produced. Dragonclaw set equipment, dark gold rank. Level 20. Can be equipped by plate armor classes. Set consists of 6 parts. Head, chest, hands, wrist, legs, and feet. Set effect. 2-piece effect. Ignore levels plus 15. Has a chance to trigger Fury effect when attacking. Increasing damage by 40% for 6 seconds. 4-piece effect. Strength and endurance attribute increased by 15%. Defense increased by 30%. 7-piece effect. All skill cooldowns decreased by 30%. When attacking with a skill, there's a chance to trigger effect multiplier, increasing the skill's effects by 100%. Aside from the fact that the Dragonclaw set equipment's basic attributes could overshadow even level 25 fine gold set equipment, the set effects had massively improved. The Dragonclaw set effects were only slightly inferior to the fine gold ranked Warfire set equipment. Only, the Warfire set was more suited for PvP, whereas the Dragonclaw set was more suited for raiding dungeons in God's domain. Experts would normally prepare multiple sets of equipment for themselves, and every set had different purposes. At the very minimum, experts would prepare a set for PvP and a set for dungeons. There were also sets that focused on flexibility, damage, and so on. In the past, Shifeng had owned several sets of equipment at a time, which he used when he fought dungeon bosses, during field PvP, and various other situations in this life. However, he still did not have the capital to afford multiple sets of equipment. In the early stages of God's domain, top-tier weapons and equipment were very rare. Having a full set of top-tier equipment was already impressive, let alone multiple sets. Now that Shifeng had the Dragonclaw set equipment, he immediately replaced the equipment he currently wore. As for the unused level 25 fine gold and dark gold equipment, he would store them in the guild's warehouse, leaving them for other members. As for the level 25 flame boots, however, Shifeng kept them for himself. If he encountered an extremely fast enemy, he could use them to replace the Dragonclaw boots temporarily after equipping the Dragonclaw set. Shifeng's basic attributes increased significantly. His strength was close to exceeding the 500-point threshold. His HP had also exceeded 10,000, granting him more HP than the Tier 1 Guardian Knight. If I activate the 7 Luminaries Rings Aura of Earth, I could easily become the number 1 tank in Zero Wing. Shifeng smiled as he looked at his own defense due to the Dragonclaw's set effects. He already possessed the defense of an MT. In addition, the Aura of Earth's effect would increase his defense by 45% and reduce the damage he received by 35%, just as Shifeng was about to begin producing basic mana armor kits to serve as guild benefits. Aqua Rose suddenly contacted him. Guild leader, I've just received news that someone from Overwhelming Smile has become a baron. They have purchased a plot relatively valuable private land in White River City and are currently establishing their own guild residence. Overwhelming Smile. Shifeng could not help his surprise. Shifeng was not surprised that someone from Overwhelming Smile had obtained the rank of a baron in White River City. After all, after the second evolution of God's domain, it became much easier to earn reputation in cities. Moreover, due to the appearance of Zero Wing's guild residence, The various guilds had long since turned their focus to grinding for reputation. It was natural that someone would have become a baron by now, however. Purchasing a plot of private land and establishing a guild hall required a lot of money. Private land, in particular, was a huge headache. Feng had only managed to obtain the Purple Sun Mansion due to a quest reward, saving him a ridiculous amount of gold coins. However, Overwhelming Smile could afford to purchase private land, and even had the money to proceed with building a guild hall immediately. Even the cheapest plot of land in White River City cost over 1,000 gold. Adding in the cost of the cheapest guild hall, Overwhelming Smile would need to spend at least 1,500 gold. Although it had become much easier to earn coins, even a first-rate guild would need over a week to accumulate so much money. Moreover, purchasing coins in bulk through the virtual trade center would cause the price of coins to soar. How many credits would one need to purchase so many gold coins? Since when had Overwhelming Smile become so wealthy?